Good morning. I'm at-large council member Anita Bonds, chairperson of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. The time is 9:15 a.m. on Wednesday, February 7th, 2024. We are meeting in the council hearing room 123 and via Zoom to convene the committee's performance oversight hearing for the DC Board of Elections, the Office of Campaign Finance, the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining, the Office of the City Administrator, and the Mayor's Office of Legal Counsel. The purpose of today's hearing is to receive public and government witness testimony regarding the performance of these agencies for FY year 2023 and fiscal year 2024 to date. I hope to understand what these agencies have accomplished in this past year and to examine their overall performance. Along the way, we will identify areas of success and areas for improvement. I'm asking as we begin this process that the public witnesses keep their remarks today to no more than 5 minutes to allow all witnesses the opportunity to be heard. If you have written testimony, please upload it to the council's hearing management system or email it to ceal@dcgov.gov. That is CEAL@dccouncil.gov, and it will be a part of the record. At this time, I'll recognize any of my colleagues. All right, so perhaps they will join us later. We are going to now just talk a minute about the Board of Elections and our expectations in this community. The District of Columbia Board of Elections is the independent agency of the government that is responsible for administering elections, ballot access, and voter registration. The Board of Elections consists of 3 active board members, an executive director, a general counsel, and several support staff who run the day-to-day operations of the agency. The board works to enfranchise eligible residents, conduct elections, and assure the integrity of the electoral process. Over the past several years, we have seen dramatic changes in the way we conduct our elections. Today, we're going to talk about the voting by mail process and what we need to do to make sure it remains an effective way for voters to participate in elections in the District of Columbia. We'll also talk about the agency's efforts to administer elections, advocate for and inform voters, and maintain an accurate voter registry. With that said, I am now going to call the first panel of public witnesses, and I want to thank everyone for appearing before us today. The Board of Elections public witness list consists of Ms. Dorothy Brazil, and I believe Ms. Brazil is here in the room 123 with us in person. Peter Wood, he's representing ANC 1C03. Joe Bishop Hinchman, representing ANC 5F06. Abel Amin, who is now a commissioner, but he's representing himself today. Gary Thompson, who is chair of the Board of Elections, and Neil Urbanima, who is representing the Institute for Responsive Government, and Robert Branham. Robert Branham is here representing himself. All right. And we will begin with, good morning, and we'll begin with Ms. Brazil when you're ready. There you go.
Good morning. My name is Dorothy Brazil, and I'm the Executive Director of DC Watch. I am here today, but I am tired. I am tired and I am frustrated. I am tired and frustrated because of the very bad current situation at the DC Board of Elections and its likely impact on the district's ability to conduct the 2024 election. I'm also tired and frustrated because of repeated inattention by the council. First, under Councilmember Charles Allen, when he oversaw the Board of Elections as his committee responsibility, and your staff, Ms. Bonds. I am also tired and frustrated because organizations such as the DC League of Women Voters refuses to be involved, refuses to even take an interest in monitoring the work and actions of the Board of Elections. Today, I will detail a series of current issues and problems at the DC Board of Elections, many of which threaten the district's ability to conduct its elections in 2024. But during my testimony regarding the BOE and the Office of Campaign Finance, I ask you, Mr. Chairman, to raise these issues when you question the agency. And do not just let them do a walkthrough to whitewash the issues and the problems. Ask them probing questions. And even after today's hearing, I asked you to follow up. Ask questions, visit their offices and facility, see who is coming to work and see who isn't. What are they working on? I will now do a recitation of the issues that I asked this council, and I think all citizens in the District of Columbia should be concerned about. First and foremost, I'm concerned because the Board of Elections has on the street as we speak a proposed rulemaking, which has a 30-day window of comment. That 30 days ends in 2 weeks. The proposed rulemaking will severely restrict the public's role and access and oversight of the Board of Elections. And indeed, an extreme provision in the proposed rulemaking would be to, quote, bar public citizens from meetings and the facilities of the Board of Elections for a period of up to 3 years. This is unprecedented. This is unheard of. The second issue I'd like to raise with the board is this issue about the precincts. At yesterday's legislative meeting, you, Ms. Chairman, tried to move an emergency piece of legislation that would do away with precincts. I mention this because it might seem small, but this is important. This is one of those issues that the board tried to hoodwink and indeed lied repeatedly over the past 6 months at Board of Elections meetings, board meetings. It repeatedly indicated that it was working on the process of redrawing the boundaries of the precincts. It repeatedly indicated, as recently as January of this year at its board meeting, that it engaged Gottlieb Simon, the former head of the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions, to assist us in this effort. And then we find out that behind the scenes, the Board of Elections was working with you to just abolish precincts. The next issue I'd like to raise with you is the request for information. In preparation for today's hearing, I requested specific information from the Board of Elections' new public information officer about a host of issues. All of them were factual. None of them were matters that required a judgment call or an opinion. Her response was she did not provide the information and she has converted my request to a FOIA. I know what will happen. She will respond to the FOIA after this hearing. She will then ask for an extension for another 30 days, and it will go on and on. This is information citizens and you, the council, should be asking about. My next issue is the condition of the DC Board of Elections warehouse, where election equipment is currently stored and ballots are processed and tabulated. As you know, we recently discovered that the condition at the Board of Elections warehouse on V Street Northeast is deplorable. In addition to poor lighting and ventilation, it had no potable water. Board of Elections response was to park a porta-john outside the building perimeter. In addition, they denied access to election observers such as myself. They denied us access to be able to tabulate the vote, watch the tabulation of the vote during the early voting process or on election night. My next issue, I don't know if you're aware of, but at the December meeting of the Board of Elections, the board finally took action to fine individuals who they had discovered had voted twice in the district and in another jurisdiction in 2020. I underscore that, 2020. Despite the fact that Eric, a nationwide election system that alerts boards of elections, such as the DC Board of Elections, to irregularities it has discovered regarding people voting. From 2021, when Eric first alerted the board to the individuals who had voted twice in 2020, it took the DC Board of Elections until December of 2023 to finally bring the matter before the board and to finally take action. Now I understand they're looking at the elections in 2022. This is not acceptable. Yes, we can rant and rave about Republicans being concerned about challenges to people voting, but we need to clean our own house. My next issue concerns the voter roll. As you know, recent reports have indicated that there are thousands of ballots that were returned to the Board of Elections because they could not be delivered. The board has claimed that it is in a massive effort to clean its voter rolls. But individuals I have spoken with indicate that deceased individuals, such as your daughter, Ms. Bonds, is still on the voter list. My next issue. While yesterday's legislative meeting of the council adopted legislation regarding the intimidation and harassment of Board of Elections officials and employees, you need to look at the Board of Elections, the board and the staff's effort to intimidate citizens such as myself. And as I indicate, they want to legalize their process by establishing a barring process. For me, that is extremely important because I am usually the only public citizen who attends their monthly board meetings, which they do not like. The last issue that I will raise with you is the numerous staff vacancies at the Board of Elections. I was surprised and dismayed to open the Facebook and Twitter page of the Board of Elections in mid-January to find that there were something like 7 senior positions or extremely important positions of the Board of Elections that were vacant. Apparently, the solicitation occurred on Twitter and on Facebook. I do not know if they went to any professional publications, posted any ads at any professional organizations that have their primary focus being elections. But in any case, they opened their solicitation on January 2nd and they closed it on January 9th. In the submission of their performance documents to you, many of those positions are still posted on their website and in their documents to you as being vacant. My final point has to do with today's witness list. In preparation for the hearing today, I reviewed the documents that your staff posted. And Gary Thompson, the chairman of the Board of Elections, is listed as a public witness. Excuse me, he's not a public witness. He's the chairman of doggone Board of Elections. With that, I'll close and listen to the dog and pony show that is forthcoming from the Board of Elections. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Mr. Peter Wood, representing ANC 1CO3. Mr. Wood, if you are here.
Hi, I am. Thanks. I thought this started
Right.
started at 9:30. Sorry about that. So hello, my name is Peter Wood. I currently serve as an ANC commissioner in Adams Morgan and am the chairperson of our commission. But today I'm testifying in my capacity as an individual commissioner to express the need for DC's Board of Elections to assume responsibility for conducting special elections for advisory neighborhood commissions. To begin, let's jump back to the spring of 2023. The birds were chirping, mosquitoes breeding, and a vacant seat in ANC 1C01 attracted some competition. Though BOE initiated communication between ANC 1C, OANC, and the two certified candidates, any further responsibility was immediately handed over to OANC and ANC 1C as DC code directs. First up, someone needed to, as is typical, find a venue to hold an election. But space availability often depends on schedule, so a venue had to be arranged in tandem with, of course, a date and time. A mandatory 4-hour block that must occur simultaneously with a publicly noticed quorum holding meeting of the full commission. OANC offered to help arrange details, but we already had a space offered free of charge. A residential complex's courtyard located smack in the middle of the single-member district in question, with accommodations made for anyone with mobility concerns or in case it started to rain. Then one candidate claimed that the venue would, quote, guarantee a tainted outcome, and things got messy. That's not to mention the scheduling conflicts with religious holidays and days of worship that drew further scrutiny. I won't drag out the rest of the details. After approaching multiple other venues, I eventually found a place that fit our commission's election budget of $0. But it would be an understatement to say it was an aggravating process. Aggravation assumed by unpaid commissioners like me with the aid of historically overwhelmed OANC staff. This could be fixed by making a single intuitive change. Have the board designated to run elections, run all elections. During the race I mentioned, as well as many other I have been made aware of, there are several shortcomings in ANC special elections that ANCs and OANC are ill-prepared to address. These include, but probably are not limited to, language access beyond English language ballots, same-day registration for new voters and change of address for registered voters, early voting, absentee voting, and drop box voting, provisional ballots, finding a venue for elections, staffing elections on the day they are held, scheduling a reasonable time frame for the election to be held within. On this last point, I have conferred with OANC staff, who agrees it is typically a burden to require these special elections last a minimum of 4 hours. And I would personally add that requiring them to happen during an official ANC meeting is arbitrary and sometimes unhelpful. For that 1C01 election I described, we ended up having to hold a special virtual meeting of the commission wherein a quorum of commissioners left their computers online and went about their days. Glad we got it to make it work, but it seemed a bit impractical. If DC code were changed and BOE were to assume responsibility for ANC special elections, it would allow commissioners and OANC to dedicate their time to other matters. But the impact on BOE would, in the grand scheme of things, be minimal. According to OANC, there were just 6 special elections in 2023, a typical number in recent years. But consider the special election in ANC 7F08, where the DC jail is located. OANC staff told me it took 6 months to organize that contest. ANCs across the city are already frustrated that OANC staff is buried in duties. This just further detracts what their office can dedicate to the 46 commissions in DC. Now, I am aware that most ANC special elections draw incredibly low turnout, sometimes as low as 1 cast vote. The costs incurred with needs like ballot translation might seem disproportionate to the benefits they offer for such unceremonious affairs. But compromise on fine points is possible. My key concern, which I am 1,000% positive commissions across the city agree with me on, is that special elections would be best handled by the board whose staff is trained and equipped with the resources needed to make them efficient. This is important to help our city run more smoothly, but also as a matter of statehood. Yes, DC is held to a far higher standard than all 50 current states, yet the reality remains, if we want to become a state, we need to act like it, and strengthening our institutions is an important component of that advocacy. Thank you for your time. I hope you take it seriously.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Wood. Next, we'll hear from Commissioner Joe Bishop Hinchman, representing from ANC 5F06.
Thank you, Chair Bond, and members of the committee. I know most witnesses at these hearings are here to complain about an agency, so I'll be the unusual one and say that I've always found DC Board of Elections to be responsive and friendly and professional, and I do interact with them quite a bit over the years, so that's good. And it's I find them to be so responsive, friendly, and professional that I think we should expand their authority. And similar to Commissioner Wood, who just spoke before me, I would hope that the council members will consider extending the authority of the Board of Elections to cover ANC special elections. Commissioner Wood talked about special elections in Ward 1 and Ward 7. I'd like to talk about one I observed in Ward 2 on August 3rd of last year. I think in the past, ANC special elections maybe were low-key affairs, maybe a couple slips of paper and a hat. Not so for this Ward 2 special election that had 166 voters over the 4-hour time frame that polls were open, and that's in a district of 2,000 people, so not a bad turnout for of an abbreviated election day. It was a three-way race and a closely contested one. I think the winner was just by a couple of votes. Unfortunately, DC Board of Elections was not there, and the commissioners in that Ward 2 ANC had to pull it all together themselves with the help of the OANC staff, who are also not elections experts. As you all know, when an ANC vacancy occurs, the statute requires that the commission fill it within 90 days by holding an election. DC Board of Elections currently manages the candidate declarations and the verification of candidates, which is good. But then the election itself is the responsibility of the commission. So instead of DC BOE's full-time staff that we're already paying and warehouse of equipment that we already have, the ANC has to put on an election with no budget. Voters are not notified by mail of these elections, although I'll note that in this case, in that Ward 2, in that 2G election, they were, because the ANC used some of its scarce funds to do a mailing about the special election, meaning less money for ANC operations or community grants. Anyone who shows up expecting to register same day is turned away, because obviously the commission has no ability to register people same day, nor does OANC. And that I think is especially troubling because DC shouldn't be turning away qualified voters on election day. When the law says that you can show up and if you're qualified, you can register to vote, we shouldn't have any election in the city where that's not happening. And it is happening in these special elections. The hours of the elections are quixotic because of the statute's requirement that the commission must maintain a quorum throughout the election for the minimum period. And as Commissioner Wood suggested, people show up, turn their screens off, and there's a quorum, but is there really? And, if there's a statute that we're all kind of winking and nodding about it being in compliance, maybe we should revisit it. Ballots and materials are not provided in multiple languages, so woe to anyone that does not read and speak English fluently. These are all problems. And when we're fighting tooth and nail to make sure that DC voters have the right to vote for every office, for senators, for House members, we should be making sure our elections are above reproach. And as I said, maybe in the past, ANC special elections didn't matter all that much, but those days are gone. They're certainly serious and they're contested. They're real elections, and they should be put on by the people who know how to do real elections. This is a real opportunity to make these less duct tape affairs. DC BOE should be responsible for conducting these elections with their existing staff and resources. It's not something they can decide on their own. It is a policy decision of the council, and I hope it's one that the council members will strongly consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Commissioner. Now we will hear from Abel Amini, and I believe Mr. Amini is one of our newest commissioners.
Hello, council member. Were you calling on me?
Yes, we did call on you. Yes. Good
Sorry.
morning.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning. Sorry about that. I'm simultaneously testifying at another hearing on the public library. So I'm going to make this quick and hopefully I have to jump off. Like you said, I am the newest commissioner, one of the newest commissioners, but others have been elected since then. And I am testifying on the Board of Elections, so this is kind of relevant. As a non-citizen, I was one of the first people to register to vote as well. So it is very important that we continue to, ensure implementation of the non-citizen voting rights bill that has passed and has become implemented. I just want to give you a little bit of how my experience has been registering to vote. In November, ahead of schedule, the Board of Elections allowed me to register to vote. The bill went into effect in October, but they were still preparing the registration forms and had promised to implement that by January. But they had the paper registrations ready in November, and I was able to register to vote, and then was elected to the ANC as well. I want to thank the Board of Elections on that. Their implementation of this program has been quite amazing to see. Right now, there at last count, 23 non-citizens have registered. But they might have a more updated number. That number can constantly is changing. Well, I would like to hear what the new number is if any people have registered. A few days ago, I took a group of non-citizens to register to vote. DCist and WAMU, the radio station, did reports on that. Telemundo did a television report on that, taking some non-citizens who had not registered to vote through the process. The process was largely went well. The registrants had some comments about not understanding a few questions and wanting more detail, especially on the question of picking a party. They didn't feel like they were quite ready to make that decision and wanted more information. So whatever the Board of Elections can do to clarify that question and help explain to non-citizens, it would be helpful. One other comment, and the real reason I'm coming here to testify is that there's one piece of this that's still missing. That is the online form. It went into effect by January. This is great. The online form is available right now. It is, and hopefully we'll be taking in new registrants. But the problem is, if you look at it, and this is so important that I'm going to take the time to really. So I would hope that other people also follow me along. Go to the Board of Elections website. Go ahead and click the register to vote button, and you will find the registration form for citizens, which is good. But linked all throughout here is the link to the non-citizens form. You can go ahead and click that as well. But I want you to compare the voter registration for the citizens and the one for non-citizens. And what you will notice is that at the very top, there is an option on the citizens one to select languages. So you can drop down and select different languages, right? English, Spanish, French. What you will find on the non-citizen form is that feature, the drop-down feature to select different languages, is not available yet. That is the most important thing that I want to use my time to testify to point out. That is a deficiency. That's probably just a feature that needs to be turned on and the translations put in. We have the paper ballots in a variety of languages, and we can request other languages as well, just great. But the online form itself needs that feature turned on and implemented. So just wanted to point that out and thank the Board of Elections. I know we've had a loss and a member of the board, was killed. And I know it's been a long time, and I want to acknowledge the work of that board member. Yeah, and that is the end of my testimony, and thank you for that.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We are going to just take a quick detour. My colleague, Councilmember Brianne Nadeau, is on, and she's juggling 2 meetings this morning, so I'm going to give her an opportunity to make a few remarks.
That is very, very kind of you, Madam Chair. Thanks. I will stick with you as long as I can because this is a very important hearing. Oh, I want to thank you for convening us today. The Board of Elections is responsible for ensuring the district has safe, fair, and accessible elections. Beginning this year, I'm very excited to say that this extended to permanent residents who are not yet citizens of the United States with the implementation of the Local Resident Voting Rights Act. I introduced this legislation because every day elected officials are making decisions about affordable housing, education, human services, and more. Thanks to you, Madam Chair, for funding this bill so that it could go into effect just a couple weeks ago. People who have made their permanent homes here deserve to have a hand in who represents them in our local government. DC has long been a place that has welcomed immigrants into our community, and I'm glad to now see that we allow for their full participation in our institutions. In addition to this exciting new initiative, I also have a few concerns about some of the challenges the Board of Elections has faced, including the recent data breach. And given the critical functions of BOE, it's important we ensure the function and security of all of its technology. I do also want to echo the condolences that our prior witness just gave on the loss of Mr. Gill, a tragic loss of somebody who I know gave so much to the community, including this body. I have been enjoying the public testimony thus far and will stick around as long as I can and hope to ask a few questions of them before we move on to the government witness. Thank you for indulging me with a brief opening statement, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for joining us. Now, we will get back to our public witnesses. I'm going to call on Mr. Robert Brennan. He is in the room 123 with us. Mr. Brennan, we'll take your testimony.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Councilmember Nadeau. My name is Robert Vincent Branham, and I am pleased to submit this statement to the committee regarding the District of Columbia Board of Elections. However, before I proceed with my testimony, I wish to extend my deepest condolences to the staff of the board at the passing of former board member, Mr. Michael Gill. Mr. Gill's manner of passing shocks the conscience of all decent and law-abiding residents of the district. I offer my sincere prayers to the board staff, Mr. Gill's family, friends, and colleagues. May they be strengthened by his memory, and may his memory be a blessing. In my remaining time, permit me this observation. The Board of Elections' mission, as you indicated, Madam Chair, is the administration of elections, ballot access, and voter registration within the guidance from the federal and district statutes, as well as court rulings. A recent decision by the board in the manner of Initiative 83, the board erroneously substituted its partisan political preference for a rule in violation of the Home Rule Act. The act and court findings give legal guidance to the board reflecting ballot initiatives shall not obligate district appropriations. Through a cynical interpretation, contrary to the Home Rule Act and court filings, the board convoluted a legal wording analysis to support its faulty decision to approve I-83. Should I-83 survive current court challenge, it should be rejected by the voters of the District of Columbia. And I want to join my colleague, Ms. Dorothy Brazil, in opposing any rulemaking which would bar public access to Board of Elections meetings and access to its facilities. This is draconian, that is Trump-like, and is not within the spirit of democracy. And I call upon the council to exercise its oversight, to continue its oversight, jurisdiction, and responsibilities to protect its prerogatives of budget authority outlined in the Home Rule Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brennan. Now, Mr. Gary Thompson, who is the chair of the Board of Elections, and he is here in his capacity as, and he is on our public witness list. It is the prerogative of the chairperson of any committee of this council to decide whom they invite as the government witness. Excuse me. This is the hearing that I am conducting. All right. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Thompson, we will take your testimony today.
All right. Hello, good morning. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, and good morning to you, Councilmember Nadeau. My name is Gary Thompson. I'm the chair of the DC Board of Elections, and we appreciate you hearing from our agency today. I've submitted my written testimony in advance, and hopefully you've had a chance to read that. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes,
All
we
right.
can hear you fine.
Okay. So thank you for that. So I just wanted to start in terms of broader oversight and start with the point that here in DC, we're proud of our philosophy on the expansiveness of the vote. And what that means in DC is that we make voter registration easy and available to everyone. We provide as much voting access as possible to eligible voters, including those with physical or language barriers. We allow early voting, mail ballots, curbside assisted voting, and other means of voting. We meticulously plan and execute our election day at voting centers across DC. And we could vote at any of these voting centers. We ensure security in all aspects of the process. And finally, we report the results of our elections in an efficient manner. And I believe that DC's respect for the vote in this regard is unparalleled in the nation. And for that, I wanted to start by thanking the council and the council staff, our mayor and her staff, and all of our citizens for collectively fostering and supporting these DC values that make our vote welcoming to our citizens. And of course, we do all of this while being denied the right to vote for voting members of Congress and suffering the indignity of taxation without representation. So in terms of broad oversight, I think it's we deserve as a city, as a government, some praise in that regard. Now I'm a private citizen, and I was given the opportunity to chair our board by you all and our mayor. Our 3-member board oversees the agency, and we also make adjudicatory decisions as needed, such as challenges to candidates and that sort of thing. And just as the agency is independent, we board members ourselves are independent. We are not subject to any influence whatsoever. We look at things objectively to make the right decision. The main thing I want to tell you, and it's been about a little over 2 years since I've been in this position. The main thing I want to tell you today is that this agency is truly superb. We are incredibly lucky to have dedicated election professionals leading our agency, including our executive director, Monica Holman Evans, who's seated here to my right, our senior advisor, Alice Miller, our general counsel, Terry Stroud, who's here to my left, our registrar, Marissa Corrente, and so many others. And likewise, with respect to the Office of Campaign Finance, led by Director Cecily Collier-Montgomery. We are not tired. We are awake, we are energized, and we are positive. Every day, including weekends, and especially in a campaign year like 2024, the whole staff works tirelessly. Presently, we're busy assisting those who are declaring as candidates and entering the Fair Elections Program. We have a very tight elections calendar. It's driven by dates that are fixed by law. So it's moving fast, and each deadline is a real one, driven by regulations. So I'm here to tell you that the BOE and the OCF are more than up to the task. They are the finest election professionals you will find in the country, if not the world. And I would also like to underscore that we are an agency that administers the election laws in an independent manner. We do not suggest which candidate is the right choice for voters. We simply follow the regulations in place, and subject to certain conditions like signature requirements, we let the voters decide. And similarly, our charter gives DC voters the right to collect signatures to place voter initiatives on the ballot. It's really just like a candidate deciding to run. And if they get enough signatures for their idea, then the voters decide that issue and they pass it on to the council for final consideration. So our focus is to favor ballot access for both candidates and initiatives and let our DC voters decide. Every week, of course, we deal with new challenges. It's a fast moving stream that we're in. Last fall, 2023, we experienced a possible breach, I should say, of certain information maintained by our web host, DataNet services. It was not a breach of our own systems. I was involved from an oversight perspective following this issue. I can tell you that I watched Ms. Evans and her team handle the crisis with calm, firm, and rational determination. And now this matter is behind us. I recently responded to some inquiries from the U.S. Congress and copied you on that letter for more detail. So I also want to address the proposed rulemaking that's been mentioned. We are very busy every day doing our jobs. We have regular public meetings. Our meetings are open to the public. We receive public comment. Our meetings, of course, just like your meetings, like any public meetings, are hopefully polite and civil and orderly. We certainly can't have situations where people are essentially harassing us, harassing our workers, harassing our board members, issuing demands for information to be responded to immediately, getting out of chairs, walking up to where we are, etc. Nothing's going to change in terms of how we conduct our meetings. They remain open to the public. They will remain calm and civil and orderly. And the proposed rulemaking addresses a number of things, but among them are a little bit more procedure in terms of how those regulations address our meetings. Previously, it was just one sentence, I think, or two sentences. So we added some detail to that. And that really goes to the point of this is a very difficult time for election officials in our country. We are no exception. People from all over the country, outside of DC, people who are not registered in DC to vote, nevertheless feel compelled to send us messages and put us under, sometimes under verbal attack, I should say, including in our public meetings. So it's not easy to deal with, but it shouldn't be a distraction, and it isn't. We don't let it distract us because basically we keep calm and carry on. We're mission driven for our voters. We are focused on the task ahead, and the next deadline that's coming. We're working on it day and night without distraction. So I'm fortunate to share the 3-member board with Karen Greenfield and JC Boggs. They are both upstanding and committed DC citizens. They are perfect for our board. I was here recently for the renomination hearing for JC Boggs. And as I sit here today, I would like to restate my support for his renomination. And I hope that is forthcoming to be forwarded to the full council for their confirmation. I know that former board member Mike Gill himself took the time to write a letter to that effect before his tragic passing. I want to thank those who have mentioned Mike. I was incredibly privileged to work with Mike. I didn't know it at the time. I was able to share his final year on the board after a 7-year stretch of service. He was part of our BOE family, and he will be sorely missed. His commitment was truly extraordinary. He attended hundreds of meetings and hundreds of interactions, all while always remaining positive and cheerful. And so I would like to tell you that our 2024 election cycle is dedicated to Mike Gill. So we're doing what Mike would want us to do, which is just rally and move forward. So we are busy registering voters, candidates, We're not allowing our mission to be thrown off or undermined. We're adjudicating challenges as they arise. I'm sure we'll have several dozen this campaign cycle. We will certify the final ballot, get it ready for the voters, administer the elections, and when all is said and done, we'll report the votes as efficiently as we can so that you, our elected leaders, can carry on with the business of the people. So with that, thank you very much. As mentioned, I'm here in the BOE boardroom next to Director Evans, so I'll stay here, and I'm here for questions either now or later on when you're talking with our director. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Our last public witness is Mr. Neil Ubrani, and he is representing the Institute for Responsive Government. Sorry for the echoes that we may be experiencing. Here you are. All right. Thank you. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair Bonds and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Neil Briani. I'm the Policy and Research Director for the Institute for Responsive Government Action. I'm also a proud DC resident, voter, and poll worker. My organization identifies and promotes practical solutions that make government more efficient, accessible, and responsive to citizens. I'm here today to offer my praise for the Board of Elections and Director Evans and her team for their work to implement improvements to the district system for automatic voter registration, or AVR. In late 2022, the Council passed the AVR Expansion Amendment Act. As I testified when the bill was under consideration, the law significantly increases the security, accuracy, and completeness of the district's AVR system. The legislation ensures that tens of thousands more eligible people in the district will be added to the rolls and are easily able to vote. Second, it significantly improves the accuracy of the district's voter registration records by automatically updating voter records when a person informs the DMV or DC Health that they've moved. Third, it improves protections for non-citizens, preventing unintentional registration by a non-citizen due to inattention, confusion, or limited English proficiency. When implemented, this bill will give the district one of the best AVR systems in the country. This upgrade will improve the efficiency and accuracy of the district's elections while reducing burdens on eligible voters. Since the bill passed, Director Evans and her team at the Board of Elections have been hard at work on implementation. Even with the implementation date roughly a year away, the Board of Elections team has taken a collaborative approach that's worthy of praise. Director Evans and her team have invited information on implementation from other states in order to better understand best practices and avoid pitfalls in implementation. They've also talked through workflows and budgeting for the system and convened ongoing meetings with the DMV to ensure that both agencies are on the same page for implementation. I want to thank Director Evans, General Counsel Terry Stroud, and the whole BOE team for their time and effort on this project and for their commitment as the district works on implementation of these important upgrades. The board certainly has a lot on its plate, with an upcoming election where several important laws are in effect for the first time. But on top of all of this, Director Evans and her team are still looking forward and planning for the future, making time to plan for implementation of the next stage of upgrades to ensure the district's AVR system is one of the best in the country. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thanks to all of our public witnesses for their testimony. I ask, please make sure that we get a written copy of your testimony. That's very important for the record. I do have a few questions of our witnesses. I'd like to start with, well, I want to talk to the ANC commissioners regarding their concerns about the board administering the special elections in particular. You have indicated that the onus is on the commission to actually conduct the election. And you're asking that, I want to make sure I understand, you're asking the board to step in and treat an ANC special election almost as if they would treat any other special election for any of the other officers of our government. Is that correct? And we'll start with I see Mr. Henchman, and I don't see any other commissioner on.
I'm here too.
Commissioner Wood is the other
Okay,
one.
all right, Mr. Wood. Okay, sure.
Thank you, Chair Bonds. Yes, so right now, commissions are responsible for doing their own special elections. We're all, you know, a lot of us have full-time jobs. It's very hard to take the time off, and we have to, like, you know, do all the logistics for arranging an election. It's very difficult. We're not experts at this. We do have experts, though, in DC government, and they're at the Board of Elections. So, you know, taking the people we already pay to run elections and using the equipment they already have is better than kind of making us try to figure out how to do it with a budget of zero. So yes, that would be the answer. As for how elaborate the election needs to be, you know, that is one option, or we could come up with some middle ground where, you know, maybe it doesn't need every bell and whistle that we have for the general November election, but something more than what we're doing right now.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wood, you want to contribute?
Yeah, sure. I'm basically reiterating what Commissioner Bishop Henchman said. As far as the way I read DC code, pardon me, the way I read DC code, it's permitted and I guess maybe even preferred at this moment that Board of Elections defers all responsibility for special ANC elections to the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions and potentially the ANC that's affected. I don't think the ANC has to do anything, but the ONC can defer, and that's what happened in our case. The ONC staff was very nice, they're very helpful, and they said, yeah, if you want to run it yourself as a commission, you can do so. We thought that we had a pretty easy path to doing so, and it ended up becoming not as easy because just coincidentally the candidates had various concerns, and you want to address those concerns, but to the real point, the ANC is not equipped to do that. We're already dealing with lots of other issues in the neighborhood. I was even told at one point by ONC staff, they said, well, you can use your budget to rent a room in a hotel to be able to have an election. I said, we didn't at the beginning of the year allocate money for that because we shouldn't be expected to do so. No one else has to take money out of their budget just to exist like that. And because we're an elected position, elections aren't a part of that existence. So I thought that was an interesting wrinkle in the whole thing. Thankfully it worked out, but like I said, it was quite a bit of effort on my part in specific, but I think whoever would be in my role would have had a similar difficulty just because of the circumstances. And those circumstances aren't that rare. It's just if there was something like a Board of Elections that was running these elections, as you kind of intuitively think so, they would presumably be prepared to handle it because they kind of have a uniform protocol to do it across the board the few times it happens per year, as opposed to like when I mentioned the DC jail, something like that probably could have been handled more efficiently if the board was handling it, as opposed to ONC trying to have to figure it out. And that's maybe a rare circumstance, but I think it still holds to the same point.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Amini, we did not, you're on another, I see that you're on another here.
I believe that
Oh, you're here. All right, okay.
funding to bring in
I support the position of Commissioners Peter Wood and Bishop Henson. If you have any questions for me on the matter that I testified about, I'm happy to take them.
All right, we will we'll let you go and on your other hearing. And I just wanted to confirm that you indicated that, if I'm not mistaken, you're saying that it was a good process for you. Now, is that because you won, or is it about the process? That's what we're trying to examine, the process.
Oh, that is a very good question. The difference in my case is that my election was uncontested. Therefore, no election was necessary, and I was gained the position. But I agree with Commissioner Wood and Mr. Henry that there needs to be some process when the election is contested and there are more than one candidate. So yes, my experience though, as far as the process of registering to vote as a non-citizen, went quite well. I want to emphasize again that the online system needs some additional features to allow translation to other languages. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. I think what we are hearing from the commissioners is the need for some uniformity, some standardization, and the utilization of the board may be the answer
Madam
as
Chair,
opposed to the ANCs.
Madam Chair, as a former commissioner, may I do a brief comment on that and support? I would support the views of the commissioners that there should be some participation from the Board of Elections and the use of city funds, not because the ANC funds are not appropriated, don't have the budget items for to conduct special elections. The Board of Elections does. And so I think it is important that and I support the commissioner's views on that issue.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Brennan. Yes, you are a former commissioner, and so am I. We've been through this a little bit, and it is somewhat onus on the commissions to each one could be different, and so there is no uniformity clearly in the process. So thank you for that. I wanted to speak with Mr. Thompson. You made a couple of comments which I think are very important. You indicated that, I'm looking at your testimony, that you said you provide as much voting access as possible to eligible voters, favor and improve upon all forms of available early voting. I think we all have experienced this, including mail ballots. And then you go on to say you ensure security in all aspects of the process. And I'm concerned about this discussion about security. As you know, we have had the situation with the data breach. Currently, in yesterday's council meeting, we passed on emergency the requirement that election officials and election workers, when they're performing their task, are protected. So when you say you ensure security in all aspects of the process, are you speaking specifically in the handling of registration, the handling of ballots? I'm just trying to understand that.
Oh, well, thank you for your question. And I'm sure Director Evans may have more to add in this regard, but what I meant was both physical security and data security. Most recently with the data breach, we have worked very hard to retest all of our systems to ensure that they're not vulnerable to breach or exfiltration. As you know, our systems themselves were not breached. It was our web hoster that was. But it was certainly a wake-up call to ensure that we have the most updated security patches, everything we can possibly do with the state-of-the-art of technology such as it is today to best ensure, you can't say guarantee, but to best ensure that our systems are not vulnerable to attack. Even the FBI's been breached. I mean, it's every government agency is coping with this, but we're feeling as secure and safe as we can be right now in that regard with respect to our systems. And we trust that our vendors, especially the website host, has improved their measures as well. There was some detailed recommendations that were all followed in terms of their security patches, et cetera. So I really meant that first and foremost to convey that we have a sense of confidence about our security around our data, our voter information, et cetera. In terms of physical security, of course, we don't have our own security force. We're reliant on our Metropolitan Police Department and other officials to keep our voting locations secure. But it's something, of course, that we know what we monitor. We talk to our election workers about center by center. It's something that was considered, I'm sure, in the selection process of this year's voting centers, based on experiences from the last election cycle and past ones. We are certainly in touch with the physical environment of all these voting centers, and we'll of course be working location by location with the person that's otherwise in charge of that location at a community center or library or whatever the case may be, and obviously in close touch with the police as needed.
All right, well, let me just ask you about this. You said we oversee the agency and make adjudicatory calls as needed. What does that mean?
Oh, sure. I'm referring to our 3-member board, myself and Karen Greenfield and JC Boggs. And, as you know, like many boards that oversee DC agencies, we're private citizens, nominated and confirmed. And we have here on our board, we have, the basic kind of oversight that any board would have, like a board of a nonprofit. I've learned from being on many boards that the number one decision a board can make is to make sure you have the finest executive director you can have, and general counsel, which we have. I mean, so we're very lucky as a 3-member board to have Director Evans and General Counsel Stroud leading the team. Oversight, obviously, I mean, they obviously operate the agency on a day-to-day basis. But we have oversight in terms of, well, what's happening with this various endeavors. I personally wanted to ensure that we took a hard look at our voter rolls after the 2022 cycle. So that was a priority within our agency, not just because it's something that I brought up several times. I mean, it was already a priority, but it's something that we talked about. And I wanted to make sure that we would be able to answer questions in the future to make sure we did a good job. So we have removed almost 200,000 individuals permanently. Some are in inactive status. All that's been done according to a process. So that's what was important to me, to make sure, let's follow the process. You send the mailer, you get some return. You send a second mailer, you get some returned. We have to be as positive as we can that we're not disenfranchising an active voter. So there's really no room for error. So we think we did a good job. So that's just an example of oversight. The adjudicatory function is somewhat unique in that the DC code and our regulations do appoint to our 3-member board the task of deciding disputes. For the most part, those are challenges that are raised to candidates with respect to whether they have a sufficient number of valid signatures. There's about 20 different little details in what's a valid signature, the circulator affidavit, and all those lots of details that candidates know way too much about. And everybody challenges almost everybody else. So, we're the ones, our board, we're the ones that decide that. There are all kinds of other things that come up. Obviously, when a voter initiative is proposed, the code and the regulations set forth a process. So the process is, there's like 5 or 6 phases, including what's the name, what's the short title, what's the name of the initiative, what's the text that the voters will see if it makes its way to the voting booth. We had to debate, those words, adjectives, commas, all of that. That's all for the board to decide. And I think that's there are certain matters like that are important for a board to decide because, they affect the vote very, very directly. And I've been very pleased that our 3-member board at every step of these adjudications, we're just very objective. I mean, it's we're incredibly nonpartisan, and I can't stress that enough. I mean, to me, it's candidate A and candidate B. It's voter initiative X and voter initiative Y. It doesn't matter what the substance is or who the candidate is. It's about the process, making sure the process is fair, and being as objective as possible to reach the right result. So in 2022, we adjudicated I think 23 different matters. I'm not sure. I tried to count them as we went along. I'm pretty meticulous. And we were unanimous every time, 3-0. And those were all votes with Mike Gill, of course. And I mean, there wasn't a single decision where we felt really at the end conflicted or we felt like we reached the correct decision. And I should also mention that campaign finance violations, there's certain OCF matters that do come up to our board level as well. We're also the board for the OCF. So any violations or of campaign finance laws, if they're appealed to our board, we adjudicate those as well.
And thank you very much for those comments. And it leads me to ask a little bit about a couple of things that you mentioned. But first, I want to ask about the rulemaking that is currently on the street. What is the board's responsibility in getting the rulemaking out of your office and in the public domain?
Yeah, thank you for that. This rulemaking, which is one of many that we review all year long, year in and year out, pertains mostly to the sections that govern our meetings. These were regulations that I think were put together many years ago. So they needed updating and clarification in many regards. So our real world experience year after year is, well, that should be clarified. Oh yeah, the regs aren't quite clear on that. Maybe we should add something. And as a lawyer, I'm very process driven. I care very deeply about making sure the process is transparent and fair. So I think it had been evident for some time that this was a section of our regulations that could use some clarification and updating. So our general counsel and her staff did the legwork on drafting the proposed rulemaking, and then the next step in the process is it's conveyed to us, the 3 board members. So we had a chance to look at the proposed rulemaking ourselves before it went out for public notice. So we had our chance to make our input, which we did, and then of course it was released and published in the DC Register for public comment to ensure that, and on our website, of course, to make sure that members of the public have every opportunity to comment. We will take those comments very seriously. We will revisit this. It will come back to us, and then it will be finalized.
All right. Within the rulemaking, there's a section 102 on meetings, and it talks about meeting minutes as a matter of public record, etc. And I wanted to ask you a little bit about that as a sitting member of a board. What is your interpretation of what that means when we say that whatever transpires, this is my interpretation, whatever transpires in a public meeting and is a part of the meeting minutes is in fact within the public domain. Is that what you believe is the situation?
Yeah, our meetings are recorded. They're available for all to see. They're transcribed by our court reporter. Everything we say in our public meeting is part of the public record. We have certain, when we adjudicate a matter, we have the right under the statute to go into executive session, and there's a certain, there's a motion that's made to do that, and the code specifies the circumstances under which we can go into executive session. So, let's say there's an allegation that a candidate violated something. After we've heard from both sides and from the members of the public, typically we make a motion to go into executive session, and then the 3 board members discuss that privately, as is our prerogative. And then we go back on the record. So the public also sees our actual decision when we make it.
All right. And so when you go into executive session, what rules govern going into executive session? You began to talk a little bit about, you made one example. What are the examples, or what for our purposes? I want to know if you have a standard set of rules that you follow as it relates to going into executive session.
Yeah, it's basically Robert's rules. You know, with respect to our adjudicatory function, we are more like a court. You know, so it's like three judges have just heard a case. Those three judges then go into chambers and discuss the matter. So we discuss the matter, I suppose, in the same way that the Supreme Court does when they go in their private room,
And
etc.
I understand that would be your process. What I'm
Yeah.
really asking, are there standards that must be applied before you go into executive session? For instance, here at the council, we can go into executive session if the issue is personnel, or let's say safety or security.
Yeah, there's a very specific statute on that. And it gives us the exact grounds on which, you know, we can go into executive session. So I'm always careful to recite the precise subpart of that statute on the record so that it's very clear under the statute exactly why we're going into executive session. So one of those is to deliberate upon a decision in an adjudication action or proceeding by a public body exercising quasi-judicial function. So I guess that's us, quasi-judicial. And so we have to deliberate, you know, if somebody's making an allegation that, you know, a affidavit on a signature is false or something. We've heard testimony, now we're going to deliberate. So, you know, so we recite the grounds quite specifically why we're doing it, because we want to be clear that we're following the letter of the statute.
All right, if you would, I am going to now turn to Councilmember Nadeau. She is requesting a round, and as it should be, she's still with us. So Councilwoman Nadeau.
Thank you so much. I just have a couple questions for the commissioners who are still left. I had an idea I wanted to pitch you, which is, what would you think about ANC special elections being by mail or drop box? And let me give you a little bit of a tee up here. So I've been involved in a few of these myself when I was on the ANC, and they are notoriously low turnout because the impetus on notifying voters that it's happening, it becomes more or less the job of the candidates to do so, right? And if we instead mailed everybody a ballot, they would A, know it was happening, and B, have the opportunity to vote on their own timeline, either at a locked drop box like we use for the elections or by mail. Now, I know these are kind of a shorter turnaround, but it seems like the kind of thing we could pull off. And then has the added benefit of not running into what I often see is when these are put on a Saturday, they necessarily exclude people with religious observance on that day as well. So I'm opening it up, see what you think. And Mr. Thompson, I mean, feel free to chime in as well. But commissioners, I'd love to hear from you first.
Yeah, I'll jump in first. I like the idea. I would have to think about it and talk to other people to see what their thoughts are, because maybe there's an aspect I'm not considering. But I like the idea because it addresses a lot of those concerns. I mean, in the case that I brought up in Asmore last year, the candidates did do a good job of getting people to turn out. There was over 100 votes cast, but that's out of about 2,000 residents. So it's still like a good best case scenario is still not a lot of people that come, and that was exciting to see people turn out. But I think like a sided benefit would be essentially a way of letting people know that ANCs exist. I mean, ideally, there would be funding to be able to do that for just ANCs in general, regardless of elections. But that could be a good starting point to at least account for a lot of those things.
Yes, thank you, council member. I think it's a good idea. I think all of these ideas should be costed out and evaluated. One what we're doing right now is not working. So, I think almost anything can be an improvement. I'd note that right now there is no absentee voting at all in ANC elections. So, I'm aware of at least one overseas military voter who wanted to vote in a special election, and the District of Columbia basically said, no, we're not going to let you vote in this election. That really needs to change. Obviously, mailing involves some costs, but I think to your point, it does reach a lot more people. And if the choice is no absentee voting at all or an election by entirely through mail voting, I think the latter would be preferable. It could also accommodate other languages as well as people with disability needs, which we're also giving short shrift to right now.
I can just add one quick thing I just remembered. An important detail is who would be receiving and processing those ballots. I think that still matters.
Right, of course. Mr. Thompson, sorry, did you have something to add?
Oh yeah, just shout out to the ANC commissioners. I was one for 8 years and then a chair for 4. And I think it's great that they're raising this issue for your consideration. I don't have a position on it as the chair here, but whatever you all decide is best, we can implement it. It may require staffing and funding, additional staffing and funding for us to be able to add that level of service at the ANC level. So we'll follow the law as it passes. And so I certainly understand where the ANC commissioners are coming from on this.
Presumably, it would be pretty straightforward to determine how much it would cost to do a mailing to 2,000 people, and then the other administration, and then we would need to just sort of look at like the average number of special elections every year, I suppose.
Yes. Yeah, and if something is proposed, I believe we'll take a hard look at it and give you our comments on the logistics of how, what would be needed, how it would work. And I think we also help estimate how much something like that would cost in terms of person hours and,
right.
And that kind of stuff.
Well, that's fantastic. I look forward to talking more about it with you all and with our chairperson so we can see how we can resolve it. I do recall this being an issue from when I was on the ANC too. And because ANC elections tend to already have low response rates, even in a regular general election, there was an undervote. With these, with such low turnout, I mean, we saw an election in 1B decided by, I think, 1 vote this last year, right? So imagine you're the person who's being told they can't vote by mail absentee, and then finding out, well, your vote actually could have decided an election. That does not get us to where I think you are talking about, Mr. Thompson, in terms of the integrity and access that we strive for in the District of Columbia. So I think we can do better. So we'll keep working on it. I'm gonna. Oh yeah. Sorry.
Councilmember Nadeau.
Hi, Mr. Branham.
Hi, as a former commissioner, I'm sitting here listening. Is maybe something for the committee or for you? Why not just budget a special pilot test, special election for an ANC? Just create an ANC and say we have candidate red, candidate Y, and we want to see how we can develop a process. I think that's where Cameron Bonds was going, a process to conduct special elections under the Board of Elections and Ethics, and give them a special budget in order to run a special test pilot of a special ANC election, just for the purposes of guiding the legislative process for future use.
I certainly look for, yeah, for sure. I look forward to working with the chair on the best way to approach it. And hopefully we can do it in the way that is most straightforward and efficacious so we can do it quickly. But thank you so much, Madam Chair, for this round of questions. I truly appreciate it. I may be back with you later.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And my apologies to our witnesses that Maybe, oh, you can see me. All right, everyone can see me now. We have had that problem every time there has been a hearing in this particular room. So I'm thrilled to know that now I can be a part of what we are attempting to do, and that is to examine our witnesses that come before us. Mr. Thompson, could I please ask you to talk a little bit about your understanding as it relates to the barring procedures that you may have had some occasion to look at as it relates to your role as a member of the commission?
Yeah, thank you. I didn't draft it, but I understand the concept, which was, in my opinion, already implied and inherent in the powers of a chair. I mean, without any clarification or written procedures, it was already the case, as it is the case, for you as a chair of a committee, that if a member of the public is unruly or rude, just profanity, shouting out, walking up to the podium, walking up to us with fingers pointed and that sort of thing, it's obviously already within the inherent power of a chair to preclude that person from continuing or potentially attending future meetings. So, as I mentioned, I believe very much in process. So, even though that's already inherent, I agree with the concept that if that's something that we're going to do, there's got to be some process around it. There's got to be a notification, a fair chance to respond, some further consideration on our part. So that's basically what it is. It's just it's just some specification to what we would do as a board. We want to be transparent. If we ever did bar a person from a meeting, we want to be transparent about why and that sort of thing. So this is, by the way, this is something that's quite actively discussed among election agencies around the country because of what election officials are going through. Fortunately, we don't have it too tough in DC. Obviously, agencies in certain states are just, it's very, very difficult for them to conduct public meetings. You can watch some of these things and it's frightening what sometimes happens in public meetings. So we want to be careful. We want to be prepared. We wanted to add some process as we're starting to see some signs of this, even here in DC, where we tend to be extremely polite and civil, but sometimes not, as anybody who's been on an ANC knows. So that's all it is. That's all it is, really. It's just some guidelines and clarification as to what would happen if we really want to limit or even preclude somebody from appearing publicly.
Madam Chairman, this is Dorothy Brazil. I'd like to put on the record some facts.
Excuse me, Miss Brazil. Mr. Thompson is still the person that
He
we're
finished.
talking with.
Maybe you didn't hear him, but he finished.
Excuse me, please. Okay, excuse me, please. Thank you very much. Mr. Thompson, let me ask you one other question about your testimony, okay? You indicated that the issue with the data breach, in your opinion, was not, and you're giving your opinion because you're not representing the government. We're going to examine the government witness on this matter. But as it relates to the data breach, you said that it was not the Board of Elections data file that was breached. Can you elaborate from your perspective? You said you kept in touch with the company that I think is called DataNet to understand just what had happened. And can you talk to us a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, sure. Our agency, our Board of Elections, we have our own servers. We have our own computer systems. Our staff members have their own laptops. Our computer equipment, our data was not breached. Nobody got into our systems and saw anything or downloaded anything. We do, of course, have a website, and that website has a host. Like I think the DC Council has an outside vendor that hosts its website. So the information that's on a website is maintained and secured by the host of that website, that independent third-party company. And so that's where the breach occurred, possibly. And I'll explain that. But so I mean, I'm not an IT specialist, but that was my first question. And one of the first points that I heard that we've repeated since is our systems were not breached. That's not, that's obviously not a complete answer, because our website host was breached. When you give information to a third-party vendor, it's their job to keep it secure. So this all started because a malicious actor, I forget their name, but some group said that they had exfiltrated some information and it's for sale on the dark web. So it's not even clear that that's true. I guess a malicious actor can say anything they want. Just because they say it doesn't make it true. So obviously that's something for specialists to look into. So our teams looked at our system immediately and fortunately concluded we experienced no breach. The DataNet website host had its own specialist look at their systems. They have, I believe, insurance that protects them from cyber attack, and their insurer appointed a professional company to come in with its professionals and look at everything in their systems. And when all was said and done, I believe there was no confirmation that any necessarily was exfiltrated, as they say, downloaded, and actually sold. So it's unclear what harm, if any, came from that breach. But apparently the data, and my understanding, I'm not opining, that's my understanding, that the DataNet systems, their servers were, or whatever it's called, their systems were breached. And it's unclear what was taken, if anything, but it was quite a wake-up call for them. And so they're the ones that had to make sure that all these updates were made. And all of this was done with a series of government agencies. I can't even tell you what they stand for, OCTO, and there's another one. Federal.
Yes, we have received all of those correspondences. What I'm trying to understand as a individual, get your opinions, and I know you're giving us that, as to what really transpired. We actually have correspondence from the Board of Elections that indicated that there was more of a breach than originally was determined. And that is from the DataNet, the contractor. So we have that. I was just curious as to what level of involvement you had in understanding the outcome of the situation. So thank you very much for that. And then I wanted to you made some reference to the difficulties of, and I have to go back to this because I'm very concerned, the difficulties in conducting meetings that you have put in your rulemaking. And I wanted to understand whether or not, or where you are as on this issue of the appearance and the actions that may happen in a meeting by those who are attending the meetings. I'm trying to understand that, because when I read that rulemaking is speaking to barring individuals from meetings, I'm very concerned, because we have the Open Meetings Act that we all succumb to. And so I'm just very curious as to how you see that.
Yeah, well, thank you. I've hopefully I've already addressed that, but our meetings are fine. We have excellent meetings. They're very orderly. We take public comment on every issue that is not every little issue, but like meeting minutes. But every issue we do call for public comment. We receive it from both sides if there's an adjudicated issue or an issue that has two sides to it. We had a couple of big hearings last year where we heard from a lot of people. I mean, maybe dozens and in the aggregate hundreds. 99 times out of 100, it goes perfectly fine. But as you know, in public meetings, sometimes people can get unruly and interrupt, get up and physically approach and, even throw things. So it's, that's all this is
All right. And so I then have to ask Mr. Thompson, when you have been in attendance, are there situations where you have had security on duty? Is that what you're implying that you believe is a need?
We've never had security we did that a few times when I was on the ANC, but I don't think we've had security during my time here. There were a couple of moments. Yeah, prior to in the past we did before the pandemic, when public attendance was the only venue for participation. I'm sure there was a police officer or security present. In the era of Zoom, just like this, nearly everybody is listening at home by Zoom. I think that's a fabulous thing for the public. We have very few people that attend in person, so it's not much of an issue anymore. But it is still something we want to be careful about. If we have to, obviously, we would get security here if we really felt like there was a need. So we're just going to take and obviously.
And my final concern in talking with you is, what is your opinion as it relates to making the vote count process open and transparent to the public?
Well, to the extent that there are aspects of the vote counting process that take place outside of digital systems, I believe it is transparent. I believe if people would like, they can come here and observe the things that happen here. They can go to the warehouse and observe the things that happen at the warehouse. At the warehouse, for example, something I've observed is when mailed ballots are received, there's a not very exciting process of flattening the paper so it can be fed into the large machine that reads the paper and records the votes. So that can be observed. I don't believe there's any aspect of the observable part of the voting process that is not observable by the public.
And then there was some comment earlier, and I will be talking with Ms. Brazil in particular about this, the concern about doing away with precincts. What has been your input in that, or any knowledge of that? I know you don't do the operations, but as a member of the board and as someone who would therefore, as a citizen who maybe would be observing what you do, give us some ideas on why you think that is, or do you consider it to be important to the board moving forward in the current election season?
Well, I know that Director Evans will address this. She's addressed it in her comments. So I have not been a part of putting together this detail, but I've read it and I understand it, and it makes sense to me. A key moment was when we decided that any DC voter can vote at any voting center. So in 2022, I rode my bike to the southernmost part of Ward 8 and voted because I could. And then in the general, I rode my bike to the northernmost point of Ward 7 and voted there because I could. And I love that. I love that voters can vote anywhere. So we're no longer restricted to our precincts. So the question arises, well, what's the point of a precinct then? It's really for data. And so the idea here as well, what about the single member districts of each ANC? Aren't they more specific and more accurate and pinpointed data centers? So you want to sort, voter, how a certain area of the city voted between candidates and other demographics. So adjusting it to the SMD level, as I understand it, would be better than continuing to adjust it at the precinct level. The precincts no longer being relevant to where people vote. So that's the concept. And the logistics and details, I would defer to Director Evans.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony today. And I'd like to ask Mr. Brenna, if you would just give us a moment. I wanted to speak with you about, you mentioned this particular system, and wanted to make sure that I have it. It's called the ADR. Is that correct, sir?
AVR, the
ADR.
automatic voter registration.
Okay. All right.
And
Got it. Okay. And you say that using this system, the law significantly increases the security, accuracy, and completeness of, I guess, the voter process or the voting process. Could you elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure. So the goal of this bill, this law, which the council passed in 2022, is to just get more information from DC agencies that can be used to improve the accuracy and completeness of the voter registration records. So, for example, address data where the DMV knows that a person has moved, or DC Health knows that a person has moved, making sure that that data gets to the voter file, so that information can be used to update a voter registration record that might be out of date. And so this is ensuring that that data reaches the Board of Elections more quickly from those agencies. It also helps the Board of Elections more easily identify people who are not registered to vote in the district, but who are clearly eligible. So people who've conducted a transaction with the Board of with the Department of Motor Vehicles or DC Health, where they've provided, proof of citizenship, proof of residence, proof of age, and this allows the Board of Elections to create a group of people who are eligible to vote in DC, but not yet registered, and sort of target outreach to that population. And so, as I mentioned, this is a bill that passed by the council in 2022. The implementation is scheduled for 2025. And I just wanted to praise Director Evans and her team for the work they're doing to set this process up, including holding ongoing meetings with the DMV to make sure that both agencies are prepared to implement.
All right. And so are you telling us that using this system where the coordination of various files that are contained by the agencies within DC government, there's enough data that can be gleaned that the Board of Elections can target eligible voters to invite them to register? Yes,
that's correct.
That's what I thought. Okay. I appreciate that. I wanted to make sure. Thank you very much for that. Now I'd like to turn to Ms. Brazil. Thank you very much, as always, for your list of concerns, great concerns, as it relates to implementation of the 2024 election. You are concerned about the rulemaking. You are concerned about citizens being barred from Board of Elections proceedings, particularly their meetings, and perhaps even concerned about whether or not there would be transparency during the vote count. You say you have requested information from the board, and they have informed you that it will be treated as a foyer, as it should be. You're
No, it
concerned
shouldn't.
about I'm just going down the list as you had articulated to us. Conditions of the warehouse, and what have you. What I'd like to do is, of course, have the government witness to respond to these concerns. But I would like to give you any time now if you want to add to your list, because I also have, let's see, the voter rolls. You say that there are thousands of ballots that were returned during the 2022 election, and you're curious as to the status of that and what does that mean for accuracy of our voter rolls. You mentioned 7 vacancies in fact, you, I think, may have said to the chairman that they were critical positions at the board that have been advertised for and are vacant. And then I made a note on the witness list. I'm not sure what that was about. Did I capture them all? And you
No,
mentioned about Eric, the election system, and how Eric caught the double voting in the 2020 election. And you're thinking it's very unacceptable that the board is now just looking at 20 here.
2020.
I guess I have here, you said in 20, okay, you said in 2023, they're just now looking at 2022. Am I correct?
no.
Oh, well, tell me, inform me as to
Let
how I
me-
made an error in what you said.
Let me
Okay.
respond to that particular issue. Eric is a interstate organization that provides detailed information on voting, who voted, where they voted, and what have you.
Correct.
For the 2020 election, Eric did an analysis and sent a report the first part of 2021 to the Board of Elections, indicating the names of individuals and their residency where Eric believed they had voted in multiple jurisdictions. And as you know, it's against the law to vote more than once, especially in a presidential election. Even though Eric sent this information to the Board of Elections in 2021, it was not until December of 2023, just a few months ago, that the Board of Elections raised this as an issue. It was never discussed or raised at a public meeting. And it raised it because the General Counsel of the Board of Elections asked the board to take action against, I believe it was a total of 6 individuals who they had documented had voted more than once. So they took action, they cited these individuals, and they imposed a fine. Now, subsequent to that, the Board of Elections is saying now they're focusing on people who might have voted double time, at least twice in 2022. One of the factual questions I have asked the board's communications director is, why was there this time delay? And Ms. Bonds, I disagree with you that my questions, such as I posed to the communications director in preparation for today's hearing, should be treated as a FOIA. In the DC code, the DC regulations, factual questions, such as those that I had posed to them in the email I sent, are not FOIA questions. They're factual questions which the Communications or Public Information Officer for the Board of Elections should be able to answer. But
then I have to ask you, Ms. Brazil, since this is an official hearing, if you are making this statement and you feel you did not get proper response, you can put those questions on the record today. I do not have the information that you queried of the office. I don't have it, so I can't be responsive to it. I don't know.
I appreciate your offer, and I will send you the email and with the questions I asked, but this is I want to focus on the broader issue. Despite Mr. Thompson's statement how open and transparent the Board of Elections is, that's not the case. I mean, at least when I forward questions to the staff, they either don't answer or they are moving to treat everything as a FOIA. That delays any process. Moreover, even when they treat it as a FOIA, by and large, I never get an answer. But I'd like to take the time that I have to respond to several things that were said, especially with your exchange with Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson implied that the proposed rulemaking was several years in the making. That is not true. The rulemaking that is being proposed by the Board of Elections, by and large, would severely limit the public's ability to attend, participate in board meetings, and that is their goal. They have locked the boardroom door when the meeting is supposed to be open to the public. In May, Mr. Thompson made a public announcement welcoming people back to the Board of Elections. They were open for business again. Then suddenly in November, they locked the door. I would also indicate and remind Mr. Thompson, if he's not fully aware of it, that half-truths or out-and-out lies told to this committee can be easily proven because the meetings are recorded. There has been no time in the years that I've attended board meetings, and that is about 30 years, that anyone has ever thrown anything at a board member or approached a board member during a meeting. Yes, just like at the council, following a meeting, citizens do come up to the board or the board staff and ask questions. And that, I think, is part of the role of the board, to respond to citizens' questions. With regards to the barring issue, Mr. Thompson suggests that it's necessary to do it because you have people who might be attending or at Board of Elections meetings or functions that are unruly, are rude, and are out of control. The only individuals who the record will show have been unruly and rude are the board members and the staff themselves. The proposed ruling making would make it difficult for citizens to come to the board meeting and ask a question, a simple question about what is anticipated, for example, as regards to 2024 elections. With regards to Mr. Thompson's statement that the vote count process has been open, that is another lie. I can provide documentation, especially regarding the last election, when I repeatedly reached out to the board staff saying, where are you tabulating the paper ballots? I have voter credentials as an observer. I would like to come and monitor the tabulation of those ballots. Well, the response is you have to make an appointment. I would make an appointment. Then I would get a call that morning. Oh, we decided we're not going to do it today. Can you give us some other days and stuff like that? Bottom line is, that is why I only found out in the summer of 2023 that the reason they didn't want me to come and watch the tabulation of vote is because they were in a dilapidated, unhealthy warehouse that had neither adequate lighting, ventilation, security, and no working toilets. So, I mean, again, Mr. Thompson, I would like to think he doesn't know. But on some of the stuff, Mr. Thompson knows. When you ask him the question about the precincts, for the past 6 months, I challenge you and your staff to go and look at the minutes of their meeting. At every meeting for the past 6 months, they've talked about, we're redrawing the precinct lines. We have engaged Gottlieb Simon to assist us in that effort. Can you imagine my surprise when I find out this past Monday that an item on the agenda for yesterday's legislative session proposed by the Board of Elections is to eliminate precincts without any public input or anything. And indeed, as I said, I would like to be generous and say they don't know, or a bad choice of words. But in this instance, they out and out lied at the public meetings, saying they were drawing the boundaries. They had engaged a consultant to help them do it. And then behind closed doors, they come to you and they get the council to try to adopt emergency legislation. I mean, this.
Miss Brazil, I appreciate you very much. I've known you for 30 years, okay? Let's be clear. But, you know, it's okay for you to exacerbate your opinion. But when you're before me, please stick as close to possible to the truth. The truth of the matter on a couple of things that you've mentioned are about the warehouse. Let's start with that. As it relates to the warehouse, you told me that it was a problem there. I went over and I checked. I actually did a report and gave it to the mayor's office. They went behind me and checked. There are operating toilets there. Just hear me out. It's one inside a little enclosed area, and then there's another that had 3 inside another enclosed area. Do they have water that comes out of a faucet that's installed there? No, they do not. Okay. Now, is there light? It's a warehouse. The light comes from the front of the building, if at any place. You're correct on that. Is it a area where staff were working? No, not really. Huge storage. All of the equipment is stored. I toured it all. There's a little office on the side where they gave me the opportunity to go through a demonstration of how the ballot is processed, you know, by my single member district and what have you. I'm just telling you what I did. I followed up on what you said. As a result of the reports and the continued collaboration with the operating side of our government, that facility is going to continue to some degree, I guess, be storage within our government, but the Board of Elections is in the process of moving into a better facility, one that has actually a suite of offices. Now, my staff has actually been by to see the new location. And if you give us time, we can give you a report on that. But when we report to the entire public, not just to one individual. Okay, today is our oversight performance meeting, and that's what we were hoping that you would glean from this hearing, the information that I'm assuming that you have been trying to get from the board. I don't know, because I don't have your list of questions that you say have not been answered. Let me go on this.
No, Miss.
Excuse me,
No, okay, you've suggested that I've not told the truth. You've suggested, you have more than suggested I have not told the truth. When you visited the warehouse, you did not go to the warehouse when they were in the throes of tabulating ballots for the last election cycle. The only reason I came to even know about the problem at the warehouse is because staff people who'd been over there, either as poll workers or as staff, told me about it. Yes, when you and I became publicly aware of the problem and you went over there sometime, I think it was in the summer of last year, they weren't tabulating votes. They didn't have the 50, 60 people there working. They had cleaned up their act, because I'd also gone to the Department of General Services and raised it with them. I'd also go to the mayor's chief of staff and raised it. So they cleaned up their act. Ms. Bonds, you can say a lot of things about me, and I have a tough skin, but do not Do not suggest that I have not told the truth. I have records. I have boxes and pockets of records. Stuff that the Board of Elections may have forgotten they even put out. But you can go to their board meetings. You can talk to the board staff. Everything I have said, what would I gain by making this up? What would I gain? You have a huge staff across the hall that is attached to you. Do they ever attend any of the board meetings? Do they ever go out to the board facilities? And you talk about them moving out of the warehouse. I have read Monica Evans's testimony that she's supposed to give later on today. What she says is they're going to move the ballot tabulation process.
Correct.
She does not mention them moving the warehouse out of there. The warehouse has been in the board's inventory for more than 10 years. It was a disaster when they moved in.
All right, Miss Brazil, thank you very, very much. I was following up on your point that you made under oath, so to speak.
I was not under oath.
Well,
You refused to swear in the chairman of the board who you should have sworn in.
Miss Brazil, I appreciate you, and I know that you are very sincere in your efforts. My point to you is when you say that the toilets were not working, when you advised me, I went over and the toilets were working.
Months
Okay?
after the fact, after the fact.
I couldn't go until you told me. I did not know. Okay? And I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Mr. Brennan, thank you very much for your concern. I think you had a big concern about whether or not individuals are barred from meetings, and
My concern is that I want to associate with the issue that was raised by Darcy. And I just want to note that, Mr. Thompson indicated that the barring rulemaking was put on, information is on their website. I have not been able to see it on their website. It may be in the DC Register, but
that's
it's
very-
not on the board's website, nor did the board issue a press release on that issue. I have not seen it. So, I'm
Okay.
it may be possible, but I haven't seen it.
All right, my staff is saying that this document is on the website. They downloaded it this morning.
Okay.
Okay,
Fine.
so we'll make sure you, in fact, you
Yeah,
may take this with you.
Unless,
we will-
unless you got it from a link provided by them, you get it from their website. But it is not a specific notice to the public.
I see.
You can get it from their website, but they have to send you the link to get it, as opposed to a notice blazing that says this is a proposed rulemaking
I got
for
you.
public comment. That's
All
the
right.
point.
Okay,
Because all the information you can get from the website, but they have to give you the information, the lock is behind quote doors.
all right, well, we'll ask them about putting a button on the face of their website so that the public can have direct access to the rulemaking. It's so important, and particularly as we move forward towards the election.
Thank you. You're so
So
great.
thank you very much for this morning. Thanks to the public witnesses. I'm particularly pleased as a former commissioner also to have commissioners here, and Mr. Brennan is also one like I. And to know that there is resounding concern about the Board of Elections farming out the ANC special elections. And so we'll be working with the board to see if we can't make that so. I appreciate Councilmember Nadeau querying commissioners from her ward in particular. So I understand that it is an issue, and we want to treat the special elections with all the dignity and respect that we should. And that means making sure that they're standardized and there is a process that everyone can depend on that will work, and the process should not in any way be a burden to a commission or to commissioners, so, and or to a neighborhood. So thank you very much. Thank you to our public witnesses. All right, okay. All right, so now we will hear from, is she here? Okay, now we will hear from our government witness, Ms. Monica Evans, who is the Executive Director of the Board of Elections, which is treated as an agency. Ms. Evans, we're here to take your testimony. I need to swear you in. All righty, I see. Thank you.
Good morning, council member. Are you ready for me to move forward?
Yes, we are. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
I have to swear you in first. If you would raise your right hand. All right, thank you. So do you swear and affirm that the testimony that you give before us today is true, full, and accurate?
I do.
All right, thank you very much. And now if you'll proceed with your statement.
Yes, and thank you for this opportunity. Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the on the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Monica Evans, and I am the Executive Director of the DC Board of Elections, or BOE. With me today are the Chairman of the Board, Gary Thompson, and Terry Stroud, the Board's General Counsel. On behalf of BOE, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you, before this Oversight Committee, to discuss our agency's performance in fiscal years 2023 and 2024 to date. As you know, the board.
Evans, may I ask, are you expecting that those who are with you will also provide testimony?
According to questions that may be asked, that may.
All right, so I need to swear them in. So if Mr. Thompson and Ms. Stroud would raise their right hand, we'll swear you in as well. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony that you provide before this committee today be accurate and truthful?
I do.
I do.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you. And in the essence of time, I will move to the pertinent part of the testimony, giving specific information about Board of Elections. The operating budget of BOE for FY 2023 was approximately $12.1 million, supporting a staff of 60 full-time employees through local funding. The FY 2024 approved budget is $14.8 million and supports 64 full-time employees. As far as FY 2023 election overview and summary, during FY 2023 and FY 2024 to date, the board conducted one election, the November 2022 general election. For the November 22 general election, we had 504,815 registered voters. We opened 25 early vote centers and 90 election day vote centers. 74,976 individuals voted in person, about 36.4%, and 130,761 voters used the mail-in ballots, 63.5%. Of the 504,815 ballots mailed, approximately 80,000 of those mail ballots were returned as undeliverable. As far as communications, for the general election, we mailed a voter guide, 2 informational postcards, and a postcard to eligible but unregistered residents. We utilized television, radio, and print advertising. Between October 4 and November 8, we ran 1,265 television ads, 239,402 streaming, TV, and video ads. We utilized 25 Metro Live boards and advertised in 19 bus shelters. Additionally, 833 radio spots aired across 5 different radio stations. We had advertisements in multiple newspapers and distributed 1,500 yard signs and 5,000 door hangers. With partnerships, we rely on our partners for success, as has historically been the case. BOE received support from the Department of General Services, the Office of Disability Rights, the Department of Public Works, the local and federal departments of Homeland Security, the Department of Transportation, the Office of Contracting and Procurement, the Office of the Chief Technology Officer, Metropolitan Police Department, DC Parks and Recreation, DC Public Schools, the Department of Motor Vehicles, and our other government agencies. We continue to remain grateful to these agencies for their years of ongoing support of elections operations. During the 2022 election cycle, BOE's Election Worker Division implemented a comprehensive training program that included various effective components, such as hands-on activities with the voting equipment and poll pads, detailed instructions on properly processing various categories of special ballot voters, proper distribution of paper ballots, instructions on expedient but accurate voter check-in, and instructions on how to process curbside voters and voters with special needs. We also implemented an online training module to complement the required in-person training classes. The online training component allows election workers to view their online training classes at any time, and they serve as a great refresher opportunity. The online training is fully accessible to those with disabilities. We received positive feedback from election workers regarding the suite of online training courses. The Election Worker Division was successful and trained over 2,000 election workers for their general election in 2022. During 2023, BOE received $1 million in federal grant HAVA funding. HAVA funds typically cover temporary election worker payments, poll pad maintenance and license fees, communication costs, voter registration system enhancements, physical security improvements, cybersecurity enhancements, and equipment. We do not expect to receive any HAVA funding in 2024. The district is also required to provide a 20% match for funding received. During the 2022 election cycle, BOE began utilizing VOSUM and curbside printers as far as our technology enhancements. VOSUM is petition management software that is used to streamline the petition process by using page, signature, and address recognition in conjunction with our voter registration database to monitor, track, and verify petitions. The curbside printers are mobile printers that are used for printing voter check-in receipts to provide a printed ballot for curbside voters. This streamlined the wait times for curbside voters and made curbside voting more efficient. As far as 2024 and overview and activities to date, during this fiscal year, an October 2023 breach of our website host produced many concerns, but no interference with our operations. These concerns are largely behind us now. To review, on October 5th, 2023, BOE became aware that a hacking group known as Ransom VC claimed to have breached our website host and accessed 600,000 lines of U.S. voter data stored there, including DC voter records. Experts have never confirmed exactly what data was obtained, if any. The Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center, or MSISAC, assessed the situation and issued a report identifying certain vulnerabilities with DataNet's processes. Specifically, DataNet systems failed to deploy security updates in the latest patches and failed to conduct routine vulnerability scans. DataNet has now remedied the situation. BOE also conducted a thorough review of all of its IT infrastructure following the incident. None of BOE's servers, networks, or databases were breached or compromised. DC BOE worked with MSISAC and other federal partners to determine whether any DC voter information was purchased on the so-called dark web. It remains unclear if any voter information was actually sold to anyone, with the malicious actor, of course, Ransom VC, being an unreliable source of any such information. BOE has worked with MSISAT Cyber Incident Response Team to resolve any identified vulnerabilities and to implement their security recommendations. BOE's website has been updated with appropriate security patches. In addition, BOE worked directly with Octo to identify security risks before relaunching BOE's website. BOE will engage in annual penetration testing of all network systems and databases in an effort to combat and proactively identify any future vulnerabilities. Even though our systems are safe and we have deployed the necessary security practices, there is no such thing as absolute security. As Octo wisely stated, bad actors are always developing new schemes and devising new ways to create vulnerabilities. Even the FBI has been the subject of a data breach. Therefore, we must be diligent to identify new risks to our systems and data. For the 2024 primary election, of course, the 2024 fiscal year began with preparations for the 2024 election cycle. The primary election will be held on June 4, 2024. We plan to open 25 vote centers for early voting, and 75 vote centers will be open on primary election day. Early voting will be available from May 26th through June 2nd, 2024, with vote centers closed on May 27th for the observance of Memorial Day. We will mail a ballot to every registered voter, and we will place 55 mail ballot drop boxes across the District of Columbia. As far as election workers, everyone knows election workers are critical to the success of each election. The various election worker positions require careful attention to detail. During the 2024 election cycle, our goal is to recruit and train between 2,000 and 2,500 election workers. We will deploy approximately 1,700 election workers to serve at vote centers. Election worker training will begin on Tuesday, March 12, 2024. Election workers are also able to access our online training module to complement the required in-person classes. For communications, our website has been updated to provide information that is clearer and easier to find. We will provide print media, digital media, and engage in radio and television advertising. We will distribute a voter guide, brochures, door hangers, and we will also use yard signs to convey key information. For our online voter registration, that portal went live on January 27, 2022, and can be accessed from our website. Those registering to vote using the portal may register and sign using a smartphone, a touchscreen device, a computer mouse, or they can upload their signature. Users just need an internet connection with the device they choose to use. To date, we have successfully registered over 42,000 voters using this portal. Redistricting and voting precincts. Over the last several months, the Board of Elections has conducted a comprehensive review of precincts in the District of Columbia. Given that precincts no longer serve a necessary purpose and that anyone can vote anywhere, there is no longer precinct-based voting, we are asking for a repeal of official DC code, which provides that every 5 years, the board shall divide the district into appropriate voting precincts, each of which shall contain at least 350 registered persons, and draw precinct lines within election wards created by the council, subject to the approval of the council in whole or in part by resolution. This would significantly streamline the process. And again, we are not recommending the elimination of precincts. We are merely allowing precincts to be synonymous with SMD lines. In addressing the public interest, we acknowledge the desire for more granular election results. that would provide voters with detailed information about voting patterns and outcomes. And to meet this need, we introduced the concept of the single member district view of election results. This approach allows us to present election results on a granular level, supplementing the traditional ward and district-wide results. This shift also offers a more detailed and insightful perspective for voters, campaigns, and other stakeholders, allowing them to better understand voting patterns and election outcomes. With 345 SMDs in place of the 144 precincts, again, that would mean 345 precincts, not no precincts. We will have more than twice as much data. This data can be leveraged to discern relationships within our electoral landscape, offering a more detailed and nuanced understanding of the voting information patterns. In addition to these benefits, it is important to note that we possess census data that aligns seamlessly with SMDs, offering more detailed information than available with traditional precincts. Stakeholders and interested individuals will still have access to all historical data. Additionally, we will still be able to provide voting data based upon different geographical configurations. It is vital for the precinct realignment to be implemented immediately to allow BOE to program equipment and make system changes ahead of the June primary. Voter registration rolls and list maintenance. Of course, we encourage voters to review and update their voter registration information regularly. We conduct list maintenance after every general election. This process allows us to move voters from an active to an inactive status. Our 2023 list maintenance process is still underway. A non-forwardable and a second forwardable postcard were sent to voters who did not vote in the November 2022 general election. The forwardable postcard was also mailed to voters who had a ballot returned as undeliverable in 2022. We are still receiving responses to our postcard mailers. Prior to December, we removed 65,544 voters from our voter rolls. In December, an additional 37,962 inactive voters were removed as a result of our list maintenance process. Based on reports we received regarding deceased voters, we removed 5,192 voters in December. In total, we removed 108,698 individuals from our voter registry in 2023. We moved another 92,772 active voters to an inactive status. As far as ERIC, the Electronic Registration Information Center, I note that ERIC is a nonprofit organization with the mission of assisting states to improve the accuracy of America's voter rolls and increase access to voter registration for all eligible citizens. ERIC is governed and managed by states that choose to join and was formed in 2012. Participation in ERIC improves the integrity of voter rolls and promotes voter confidence in the electoral process. Member states agree to a number of policy guidelines and technical protocols designed to facilitate organizational operations, maximize the accuracy and inclusivity of voter lists, and maintain the privacy and security of data. ERIC provides value by identifying out-of-state records found by comparing voter registration data between states, to monitor vehicle licensing agency data, and to the Social Security Administration Master Death Index list. DC has been a member of ERIC since 2014. Per the member agreement, states must be able to procure a full voter roll as well as records from the state licensing identification agency, DMV for DC, for all residents with active records. Not just registered voters, states must have the capacity to upload both their voter list and their licensing identification records every 60 days. Our compliance relies on information from the Department of Motor Vehicles and they have been consistently assisting us with this endeavor. As I reported last year, the facility that we use for counting and tabulating ballots is inadequate. The facility has operational problems that need to be fixed to provide staff and temporary workers with an adequate working environment. We partnered with the Department of General Services, or DGS, to address these concerns and review various options. We have identified new space that should be available for us to occupy by March 1, 2024. The new space will allow us to have an adequate operations facility to count and tabulate ballots. The new space will be more conducive for the public to observe our processes. However, I must note here, at no time do we ever prevent access to the former facility, even though there were concerns. Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act. As a result of the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act, qualified citizen residents may vote in local elections. BOE has been preparing informational materials and working with stakeholders to fully implement the legislation. We have modified our systems to accommodate non-citizen voters. VR systems provided a database solution to house non-citizens who register to vote in local elections. We have deployed an online registration platform for non-citizens, and non-citizens may also register to vote using a paper registration form. As far as accessibility, we are conducting an accessibility survey of all 2024 vote centers before the primary election to ensure they are accessible. We have partnered with Disability Rights at University Legal Services and the Office of Disability Rights to conduct surveys. As is our practice, we will also work with DGS to ensure vote centers are structurally accessible, implementing such modifications as installing automatic door openers, temporarily removing narrow doors, providing temporary ramps, and eliminating center poles that obstruct narrow pathways. The board will make OmniBallot, an accessible remote ballot delivery platform, available for the district's voters with disabilities and military and overseas voters. This platform will include electronic ballot return functionality. In order to effectively promote the availability of OmniBallot, the board will collaborate with various district government agencies, disability advocacy organizations, community organizations, and other stakeholders. Our ADA coordinator, voter education and outreach, and communications divisions will play a key role in this partnership. We are dedicated to enhancing our messaging strategy by incorporating feedback from stakeholders, with the ultimate aim of ensuring that voters are not only informed about the availability of OmniBallot, but also equipped with the knowledge to make the most of these features. BOE staffing. BOE has 6 staff vacancies, which is not surprising with a staff of 60. The vacancies are communication specialists, information technology specialists, lead mail ballot specialist, program manager, and public affairs specialist. Offers have been made to the communication specialist and the public affairs specialist. We are conducting interviews for the other positions. I will note an update since providing my testimony. We've also made offers to the IT specialist and to the lead mail ballot specialist, and the public affairs specialist has now accepted the offer made. Threats. I would also like to address threats to the integrity of our work. In recent weeks, we have received several racially charged voicemail messages, and we have seen escalating expressions of hostility directed at staff. We are working with our local and federal partners to address these matters. During an election cycle, it is critically important to keep staff and election workers safe. Therefore, we are thankful that the council is supporting us by examining legislation to protect election workers. I must also address the numerous instances of reckless and false allegations leveraged against BOE. Misleading statements and efforts to malign our staff and agency are a distraction from the important work we do. Allegations are made without any supporting evidence. Nonetheless, we have had and been required to launch investigations and prepare responses to address such statements. Constructive criticism is appreciated and it helps us to improve our operations. However, I ask that we work collaboratively to discourage unfounded attacks on our agency. In conclusion, as always, BOE provides competent and professional service to all DC residents. BOE will continue to seize every opportunity to review, modify, and adjust processes and procedures wherever possible so that techniques can be approved with each election. The funding for BOE needs to be properly adjusted so that the quality of services can be delivered with the appropriate staff, technology, and resources needed to do so. We are rightfully held to a high standard when it comes to administering elections. However, new initiatives and new legislation need to be adequately funded. As you know, BOE consists of a small but dedicated staff, all of whom work extremely hard to meet the challenges that each election cycle brings. They are all immensely proud of the work they perform and take seriously their responsibility of executing reliable and successful elections. I consistently hear praises and thanks for other boards of elections. Rarely do I hear public thanks given to our staff. I take this time to thank BOE staff, temporary workers, and election workers. I am also appreciative of the support we receive from the board. Finally, the BOE family recently received devastating news. We express sorrow regarding the passing of Mike Gill and offer our deepest condolences to his family. Mike served our 3-member board from 2016 until 2022. Mike was incredibly dedicated to the work of BOE. He provided thoughtful observations and exuded positivity. He was a wonderful individual and we will miss him. Thank you to the members of the council, election jurisdictions across the country, and national elections organizations who have offered expressions of sympathy to Mike's family and BOE. It is fitting that one of Mike's last acts was to write a letter to the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor in support of the renomination of J.C. Boggs to the Board of Elections. Thank you. We are available for questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Evans, and thank you for acknowledging the importance of Mr. Gill to the work that he did as a member of the board, and the condolences that many have expressed with his very untimely passing. Thank you very much for that. I wanted to start with a couple of things. One, when I do the math, based on the number of ballots that were mailed in the 2022 election, and just go through removing the 80,000 ballots that were returned, it points out that ultimately, when you subtract the individuals who voted in person and those that voted by mail, then less than 50% of those mail ballots were actually cast. Is that what your numbers would show? I'm sure you have all of this data.
Yes, and as you know, even though we mail a ballot to every registered voter, they're not required to cast that ballot. We can't make someone vote, so.
Correct, correct. No, I just want to follow the trail here. And then, and thank you. And then when I look at the other points that you make, I came up with, when we talk about the voter rolls, because you say you mail a ballot to everyone who is eligible and on your rolls, I come up with, if I subtract from the 108 individuals, 108,000 individuals that were on the registry, the 92,000 that were active, that are put in inactive status, I end up with this 201,000 that could have voted and participated. And so I do the math again, and I come up with really 97,000 that did not participate. And so I want to commend you, because it sounds like the process that we have may have worked very well to accommodate all of those who wanted to participate. And I would be curious to learn where the District of Columbia is, if there were, for instance, a national dashboard in 2022 that would show that we probably exceeded 40%, 50%, 60% of votes cast. That's where I'm going. Good news, good news. Congratulations. That's where I'm headed. Okay. Trying to get there using your very own figures. And you should therefore be proud of that. Which leads me to the big year, which is this year, 2024. It's a presidential year, so we're likely to have a greater turnout. And I wondered if you have already begun to look at, or maybe come up with some forecast as to what our turnout would be based on the experiences of the board in the past. I know it's going to be hard because we only had mail ballots in one election cycle thus far, with 2 election cycles. And so it might be more difficult, but I wondered if you have forecast anything.
We have not been able to completely forecast. And as you mentioned, even though we've been using mail ballots since the 2022 election, as far as mailing a ballot to every registered voter in both the primary and general elections, that began in 2022. So this will be the first presidential election cycle where we have a full complement of that data. And so that will actually be one of our benchmarks so that we can begin to look at forecasting information such as you ask.
I wanted to thank you for that. I wanted to ask about the election workers recruitment and training. I note that you are planning on increasing the number of workers from 2,000 to 2,500. But you're going to deploy only 1,700 of the 2,500 at the vote centers. Can you give us some indication about the value of the 800 that are remaining, and what jobs are they expected to perform?
Absolutely. And as I mentioned, we began training election workers in March. And when you reach out to people in March, a lot of times life happens before the June primary. And so individuals who have been trained are often unavailable when it comes time to be deployed as an election worker. And we need to have people who will be able to step in where we've made assignments and people are no longer eligible to serve. So it's not as though we try to train election workers who we have no intention of using. Typically, we do use the reserve members we train, but due to scheduling conflicts and not being able to contact a voter once we send schedules out, it's necessary to train that many extra election workers just to ensure our vote centers are adequately staffed.
All right, so you're pretty much saying that whatever the 1,700 workers do at the vote centers, these 800 are performing the same task? Or is there some division of labor here as it relates to the roles that individuals play?
They are trained to perform the same task, but you train upwards of 2,000 election workers. Many of them are not available to work by the time they serve, either during early voting or on primary election day. We also have election workers that report to our headquarters on primary election day because inevitably, as I mentioned, life happens, car accidents, family emergencies, and at the last minute, even due to no-shows, we have to deploy people from our headquarters location to a vote center when we have individuals who just fail to show up for whatever reason.
All right. And so what is the stipend amount for those that you train? Is it the same for everyone, or is it by a task that you perform?
Our site coordinators receive a higher stipend than the election workers. And so I believe that's $350 now, and I can verify that amount.
Is it $350 per day or for the entire?
Election day for early voting, we pay per shift. We have 2 shifts during early voting. And so it's $100 for each shift, but the shift is not an entire day.
All right, so approximately a little less than $500 for the work, 500 times, let's say 10 days, 12 days, 2 months.
For a site coordinator, and then we have some site coordinators who may have a double shift. And so during early voting, they're working 2 shifts. So, but that is a good estimate, but it does fluctuate from site coordinator to site coordinator.
All right, I'm sure when we get to the budget hearing, you'll have all of that dollars and cents. What I'm trying to do today is to do an early alert to the public that if this is the kind of work that you find interesting, intriguing, and you want to be trained and you pass the training, a certified pass the training, that this might be an opportunity for you to make some money in our community.
Yes, thank you.
All right, that's where I'm coming from. And so we are now in a few days into, well, less than, we're 3 weeks away from your training cycle. What is the level of your recruitment at this point?
Well, as you know, we have a voter education and outreach division. Whenever we go out to register or educate the public, we always seek election workers. There is a notation on the voter registration application inquiring about interest to serve as an election worker. There's also a national poll worker election day now, and we engage in a number of opportunities around the city to reach certain communities, provide information, talk about the process of being an election worker, and trying to recruit. We also have student election workers. And so when we go into high schools, we let that be known that students may also serve as election workers, and they can either receive community service credit, as a lesser stipend, or a combination of both.
All right. So how many workers have you already recruited for this 2024 election cycle to date?
I would have to get back to you with the exact number recruited to date. Of course, we start with election workers who have previously served. Many of them have indicated a desire to continue serving. But as far as the number we have confirmed, I will provide that information to you.
Yes, I would be very interested in having that information for the record. And if you could indicate those that have previously served, and those, how many are responding, or have you received response? When is your cutoff date for the recruitment? What is that date?
We will continue to recruit throughout the period where we are training election workers. So as long as there's a training class available for them to attend, people can still express interest throughout that process.
All right,
And
and so your training schedule, when does that begin? You said in March. Where?
March 12th.
I'm sorry?
March 12th.
March 12th. Okay, and you will continue, is it weekly or how is this training arranged?
Try to make it as accessible as we can. So beginning March 12th, we pretty much will have daily training of some sort, and we train according to position. And we offer trainings that go into the evening. We offer trainings on weekends. We really try to make an effort to accommodate different schedules. And so we have a call center that reaches out and schedules individuals. And so they're able to provide the full schedule and let individuals sign up for a training class based on their availability.
All right, and so through this process, do you have a deadline by which you hope to have reached 2,500 workers, or is it, I'm trying to understand how do we advertise to the public? It's just y'all come when you can. I'm trying to understand this
Yes, so
process that you say sounds like it's ongoing.
it's absolutely an ongoing process. And even after we finish training for the primary election cycle, we continue recruiting because we know we'll still need people for the general election cycle. And so there's really no end or time where people can't sign up to be an election worker. Once
And do they sign up on your website
they
as an
can,
example, or how do they reach you or inform that they are available and interested?
yes, individuals can express interest on our website. When we conduct voter education outreach, they can express interest to one of our outreach coordinators. They bring that information back to us. Individuals call. I even get emails. I'm interested in being an election worker. What do I need to do? Just moved to the area. So people can contact us any number of ways, and we're always receptive, and we're always looking for new election workers to complement those who've served for a number of years.
All right, and so if I could ask, please send me information that would inform as to the numbers that have previously served that you are anticipating will be continue to serve, trying to get an estimate here. And then the breakdown of the different jobs that would be available that you would train individuals to do as it relates to administering this election.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for maintaining the online voter registration portal. I'd be curious to know as to, you say since January of 2022, over 42,000 have used the portal. I would be curious to know how many during this calendar year, if we have had any registrations through the portal.
We have, and during our monthly board meetings, I report how many registrations we received from the previous month. But I can absolutely tell you and get that information to you as far as those who have used the portal in FY24.
All right. And is your information posted? Is there a time frame in which information that's collected on a monthly basis is posted on your website or not?
Yes, all of the information I provide during the monthly meetings is available on our website. And so that is a recurring topic that we provide each month during our board meetings.
Okay. I wanted to just sort of explore a little bit about this precinct lines that change and what have you. one of the things that is, people are indicating they have a misunderstanding of is how is it that since 1955, the city was voting primarily by precincts, and now we're hearing more and more that, oh yeah, but your ballot has always had your ANC or single member district on it. So you really have been voting by ANC. And so the collection of data, can you walk us through that and why the rulemaking speaks to that, and why you also sent a note to the committee indicating the need to make the adjustment of actually um, collecting the data, the elections data, by single member district, and it not necessarily conforming to precinct lines, that
Yes.
customary precinct lines.
Yes, and thank you for the opportunity to clarify. As you know, the district has always been divided into subsections. And so we had SMDs, but then we also were divided into precincts. And the precincts defined where you would go to vote. And so if you were in X precinct, you would go to that polling location to vote. We no longer have precinct-based voting in the district. We now have vote centers. And so no matter how you are subdivided in the district, anyone can go anywhere to vote. And so since we still have subdivisions by SMD and subdivisions by precincts, we are not suggesting that you no longer have precincts. We are suggesting that the precincts align with the SMDs because there's no practical purpose in having a separate grouping of individuals just by precinct. And just in our conversations with voters, voters don't know what SMD they're in some instances, but in more instances, they have no idea what precinct they're in. And so by aligning the precinct boundaries to the SMD boundaries, they're in the same subset or division within the city. And then we have more granular information and data that we can use to determine voting trends in the district. So again, as my colleague likes to say, we will now have SMDs that are precinct shaped or precinct shaped SMDs.
I hear you 100%, and I really appreciate that comment, because everyone I've spoken with in the last few days has been attempting to understand precincts versus single member districts. And I think by indicating that in the past, precincts were defined as the place where you went to vote, and now we vote centers, I think that helps us understand, brings clarity to the discussions that individuals may be making across the city. Thank you very much for that. On another note, earlier, some of our public witnesses were very concerned with the lack of uniformity, maybe even formality that have to be developed by the ANCs in order to do the special elections. Where are you on that issue?
Certainly. Well, first, I would like to state DC Board of Elections, we do not farm out the process of administering special elections for the ANCs. That is by statute. We are not making an effort to give someone else responsibility that has been assigned to us. The things that I would have to say about that is, one, we would need to be properly resourced And right now, with the passage of the Elections Modernization Amendment Act for elections that we administer, we are required to send out mail ballots. So that's a whole nother process that we would have to undertake and engage in. We would have to look at staffing, equipment, but then also with the number and not being able to determine the timing of ANC special elections, there are times when our equipment is not available. We have to conduct routine maintenance, battery changes. We have vendors coming in, we're swapping out equipment. And so to give us an opportunity to plan for the next election cycle, depending on how many special elections, that could be problematic with us just trying to prepare for any pending elections. So I think it's something that needs to be explored. I absolutely hear the challenges that have been placed on the record today, but I just would really like to emphasize the fact that we are not farming out work that has been assigned to us.
And I appreciate that response, Ms. Evans, but when we look at this situation across the city, and as we, of course, have since the ANC Act as law was implemented, more and more we're having situations where their vacancies crop up outside of the 2-year span of duty for a elected commissioner. And so I think it would be wise for us to look at how the board can assist with this. And I'm sure along with Councilmember Nadeau, who's seems very concerned about this matter, and you heard from commissioners from her area this morning, I think it would be worthwhile for us to adjust the law so that there's some sort of uniformity in the process. We heard this morning about the ANCs having to use their own resources, financial resources, and take time off from their jobs. The question about whether the election should be administered on a Saturday, which in some parts of our city is treated as the residents want it to remain a religious time. So I'm just thinking that maybe we really need to, in fact, I know we need to take this on as a concern that we can hopefully find a solution to. And given the importance and of the integrity that we place in the elections process, I think we want to make sure that even when a few people come together to elect an official of this government, that there is a process that they can depend on, and one that is handled by those who administer the elections throughout our community. So that's just my thought on that. I see Councilmember Nadeau is here. I'm going to give her a round and then I'll come right back to you. Councilmember Nadeau.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it so much. I did want to ask some questions about the Local Resident Voting Rights Act specifically. Wanted to ask Director Evans if you have a projected timeline for the hiring of the bilingual outreach position for local resident voting, which I think is critical for the successful implementation of the law.
Yes, that person accepted our offer within recent days. We actually had advertised for that position back in 2023. We made an offer, and unfortunately, the individual had already taken another position. And so we had to re-advertise that position, which has caused the delay in getting someone on board. But we do have an accepted offer from the individual we will be hiring.
That's great news. Thank you for that update. And do you have an idea, since registration opened up, why you think the numbers are where they are and how we can get them up a bit?
As far as in-person registration or just in general?
In general, people who have registered using the new option for non-citizen residents.
Oh, you're speaking specifically for non-citizens. I'm
I
sorry.
am. No, that's okay. I should have reiterated.
I think a lot of it will begin to increase once we're able to bring our bilingual outreach coordinator on board. We also have a number of materials that we have provided, and the brochures are actually with the printer, but we are really about to engage in a massive campaign to reach out to citizens or non-citizens in the District of Columbia. And we have a pretty robust outreach plan to reach those individuals. And so I think just our more aggressive outreach approach will see more non-citizens registering either as we go out into the community, as they come into our offices, or even taking advantage of the online portal. We really want to make sure that people are clear. As we heard in earlier testimony, there's a little confusion with parties. And so we're trying to make sure we have platforms available to share information. We also discussed the idea of maybe doing a town hall where we can just ask questions, because there are concerns and we don't know all of the concerns, but that may help us to cast a wider net and get concerns so that we can address them as we go out into the community.
That's great. Thank you. Town hall sounds great. And then what are the materials that you are putting together, and what does the outreach look like? I know you did a really aggressive bit of outreach when we started the vote by mail. So I know you know how to do it.
Yes. So we will actually have postcard mailers, brochures. We actually already have a flyer we're using. We have information posted on our website. And our voter education and outreach team, they are amazing. They have actually conducted up to 50 outreach events in a given month. And so the team is great. They will actually conduct multiple outreach opportunities in a single day. They make sure they are attending festivals, particularly festivals in communities where we may be able to reach the populations we are seeking to engage with. So I have confidence in our team, but we will continue to assess, and we will continue to make adjustments. As we heard from testimony from the public, we have been very much engaged with non-citizens. And as we have received recommendations and suggestions, we have adjusted. And so I always say we do not make decisions in a vacuum, and we have made adjustments based on feedback we've received.
That's great. And I think this hearing is really well timed in terms of how this is being implemented this year. So we're right on schedule. And of course, the written materials, you're ensuring many languages, et cetera.
Yes, we are in the process of getting those translated now.
Fantastic. And which stakeholders and partners do you work with on outreach for this particular population, or is that still in progress?
It's still in progress. I can get information to you as far as those we've already contacted from our voter education and outreach director, but I can absolutely provide that to you.
Great. And we may have some suggestions for augmentation.
We would be pleased to receive them. Thank you.
All right. Can you share more about the database solution for non-citizen data?
Essentially, there were concerns that non-citizens would get a ballot that had federal contests on it, and they may be miscoded in our system. And we understand that non-citizens who improperly vote, that could actually obstruct their path to citizenship. And so as we talk to stakeholders early on, they asked that we take every effort to ensure that we can properly identify the citizen and non-citizen populations. And so our database solution houses non-citizens. It is attached to our regular database, but they are able to be coded differently. And so when we press the button for that ballot style, we can be certain that the individual will get a ballot that only has local elections. So it's just a way for us to identify and make certain that non-citizens will not inadvertently improperly vote.
Great. Thank you. Very important aspect. And that, of course, came up in the hearing around the legislation as well. And can you say a bit about what interpretation services are provided at voter registration events?
Well, at the events, we have language lines, so they're iPads, essentially, where we're able to have translation on site. But then also, once we have our bilingual voter outreach person in place, they will also be able to provide translation services. And then we've actually also utilized members of our staff who speak other languages. And in the past, they have accompanied our outreach staff to certain events when we needed assistance with certain languages.
And is the outreach specialist that you've hired, can you share what their second language is?
I believe it is Spanish. I'm not sure if it's multilingual or bilingual, but
Okay.
Definitely a language that she's fluent in.
Thanks very much. Your new topic, your website currently states that web updates are underway and that certain information may be missing. Can you provide updates on the timeline for completing all of these fixes?
Yes.
Thanks.
We are moving very swiftly as we are entering an election season to get everything up as soon as possible. As a result of the data breach, we immediately pulled the website because we realized that the website was the portal to our vulnerability. And of course, our website was hosted by a third-party vendor. And as we are bringing the website back and putting more information up, they want to ensure that everything that is placed is completely safe. Right now, I believe everything should be up that was previously on the website within the next 30 days. And so that would be well before we get into peak primary election season. But we are working with our vendor every single day and getting new information posted pretty much every single day to make sure our website is fully up and running.
And how often will you be conducting regular audits of all of the impacted data to make sure everything is squared away?
Well, as far as the full penetration testing, that will be done annually, and that's kind of like having the simulated bad actors try to infiltrate our systems and everything we have. But then we essentially conduct pretty much weekly vulnerability scans of databases, of servers, and our network. And so those are things that we conduct to make sure everything is secure.
If I may, one last question, Madam Chair. What types of questions has the Board of Elections received from the public or potentially impacted individuals related to the breach? And have you been able to address these concerns?
We've actually received very few concerns. As soon as we were aware of the breach, we created a mechanism for them to reach out to us directly by way of an email address. To my knowledge, we've received very few inquiries via that portal. I know that DataNet, the entity that was actually breached, when they put out information as far as securing your data, they provided additional ways to reach out if voters had questions about their information. So I'm not sure how many inquiries they received, I am not aware of anyone who has been unsatisfied or has not had their question answered. They may not have liked the answer to the question, but it's my understanding that everyone has received a response to their question, either from Board of Elections or through the data net lines that they have posted.
Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. I wanted to go back to this I want to take a closer look at the vote count centers. On election day, can you assure that each of the ANCs will contain a vote count center? I think we have what, 42 commissions now?
So you're saying a vote center for voting?
Yes, for voting on election day.
The list on.
I know you only have 25 for early voting, so I wouldn't dare propose that you would have
Yes.
one for every. So I'm trying to understand what is the rationale and the plan for accommodating every commission.
Yes, and we were very strategic in placing our vote centers, and we actually placed the list of vote centers and mail ballot drop boxes on our website for public comment before we finalized the lists.
Yes, I have that. I
Yeah.
have what you I presume this is your publication of the locations. Perhaps these are the locations from 2022, because you have not finalized your locations yet for 2024. Is that correct?
We have finalized. We put them
All
out.
right, well, then it doesn't have a date on it, so perhaps that's what this is. I have the 25 locations for early voting. And then it says, these same locations will also be used on election day, June 4th, as the primary, and November for the general election. So I'm trying to understand if these locations correspond with, are they within ANCs? The general answer is yes, because they're within the District of Columbia. I understand that. But what I'm trying to understand is, will there be an accessible vote count center in each of the identified ANCs, where within each ANC there are 4 or 5 single member districts?
Right. I would think the answer is yes, but to be honest, I would have to go back and look at the list to ensure that every ANC has a vote center. But I think I am pretty certain that every ANC should have a vote center or a mail ballot drop box. But I can confirm that because I don't want to speak improperly, and I can answer that question for you.
I appreciate that. And I know it may be difficult because we're moving from 144 different precinct locations, which were used on election day, to these, I think it's going to be a total of 80 locations, 75 you say here, but okay, 75 locations on election day. So when I do the math, it's easy to say that each of the ANCs should contain a vote center.
Yeah.
I know it's tricky because you don't know where these addresses are for these various things, but I'm just proposing that would be
Yes.
a
And
good thing.
would say about that, there are parameters around which we have to implement in order to identify a vote center, as far as proper space, as far as accessibility, as far as availability during the time period we need it. And so I know that that is a challenge. For instance, I know there are even certain wards where it's challenging to get a vote center that is capable of housing all of the equipment we need to house and be able to be accessible and available. So given the guidelines that we are under for a location to be suitable as a vote center, we can absolutely look at that. But just with our current process, we have challenges. And even with moving vote centers we have historically used, the neighborhoods want vote centers in certain places. And, we have accessibility challenges. So there are, some inherent challenges to identifying vote centers, but I can look into what you have requested, and I can get back to you with our analysis. But I can say there will be some challenges with that approach.
And I believe it might be. And so, but I just want us to strive for that mix. We have, as a community, these established boundaries, our single member district boundaries. Groups of single member districts make up a commission. So indirectly, we have a configuration of the terrain of the District of Columbia. And I just want to make sure that we are placing the vote count centers where everyone across the city has access, and it's within their jurisdiction of concern. I don't know how else to put it. And I know that we are only a few square miles territory. Be different if we were maybe Houston or someplace like that, but I'm still concerned that there is uniformity in what we do, and we do not have one part of the city where we have vote count centers piled up and other parts that are missing. So yeah. And I know it will be a challenge in some parts of the city. We already heard from the ANC commissioner, Mr. Wood, who said in order to conduct their special election, they had to pay, rent a space in order to conduct their special election, and they had to pay the rent for it.
And as you know, we too have to rent space. So
All right, so it can be done. I'm just suggesting. Let's see what your current identification list is like, and let's see if there is any changes that we need.
to examine that and message received.
All right, thank you very much. As you know, the piece of legislation that I was prepared to present to the council on during yesterday's legislative session, I pulled it because it is a very important piece of legislation, and one where, again, people have been trying to define what it is that is happening to their precincts, and how will the 2024 election matter. And so we're going to hold a hearing, and I wanted to share that with you publicly to let you know that we're going to hold a hearing. So we'll give opportunity for opinions and feedback. So thank you for bringing that piece of information to our attention. I should let the public know the big issue that we seem to be faced with is what the current code stipulates. And the code stipulates that every 5 years, precinct boundaries are defined by the board, which are then used for determining how the data is captured. The votes, in other words, the voting is captured and reported. And so you heard from one or two of our government witnesses, from our public witness today, that it may be obsolete. You have heard from Ms. Evans, who says in the past precincts, the voting was defined by precincts, and we do not have a definition for precincts other than what's on Wikipedia that really specifies what a precinct is. So I just want the public to know we're going to examine this whole concept and move forward with it from there.
Councilmember,
Yes.
if I may just make a statement, because my integrity is of absolute importance. And because a comment was placed on the record about me trying to hoodwink or lie regarding this process, everything I stated at our board meetings as far as our process was absolutely true. We did engage a consultant who worked with us, and we are now in a position where the plan we submitted was in conjunction with the consultant to just create SMD-shaped precincts, not to in any way eliminate precincts. So I just thought it was important for me to address that, because I do not like to be shed in the light of someone who's lying on the record as it was articulated.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that. I have just a very few more questions. What are the top metrics that are regularly used by the agency to evaluate its operations?
And I'm assuming you're speaking in general terms.
Well, I'm thinking, okay, let's talk about the whether or not it's like a percentage of election day poll places that are open on time. You know, this is the operations of the agency in conducting the elections. Conducting the election seems to rise to the top of concerns, much more so than at this point the registration, because we know that is happening. But so it's about election day work.
Yes.
How do you evaluate that it's working and it worked exceedingly well? Let's
Yes.
start there.
We look at that. We do look at the number of vote centers open on time. We are concerned about that. We look at the number of individuals we register to vote, because that indicates the success of our voter education and outreach. When we try to recruit election workers, we look at the number of people we're able to recruit, but then we also look at those who are able to successfully pass the exam we administer. So there are a number of things we look at to ensure that we're not just doing things, but we're looking at the outcome and are we being successful. We make an effort to ensure our trackers are updated timely.
I'm sorry, your voice is kind of
okay.
Okay. Yeah, much better. Thank you. Okay. You were saying that you look at the opening on time of polling places? I'll ask then, do you look at whether or not the equipment is available and open or ready to go on time? Do you look at whether or not is there some metric or concern about whether the voting data is returned to headquarters by midnight on election night? Those are the kinds of
yes,
points that I'm trying to express as to what is it that you use as your metrics for determining that things are moving successfully, that the election has been successful, other than I've got the votes and I'm counting them and here they are. So I'm trying to go deeper into the administration of the elections process.
Understood. And so we do conduct logic and accuracy testing on all voting equipment before it is deployed to a vote center. And if there are any anomalies or any issues, that vote equipment is pulled and it is not deployed, we do conduct post-election audits. We allow candidates to request recounts so that, and that again gives us an opportunity to verify results. As far as information that is returned to headquarters, we do absolutely try to get all in-person data to headquarters, within a reasonable time. We don't have a specific time on election night because, as you know, any voter in line at the time that a vote center closes can actually vote as long as they're there by 8 p.m. And we have not had historical issues of recent times because we do have mail ballots and most of our voters are choosing to vote by mail. But of course, there are issues sometimes with being able to get results timely, and those issues can be a whole host of things. But most importantly, I think the delay in getting full election results has more so to do with the fact that individuals can vote by mail. And so when we are collecting a number of ballots on election night, it takes a while for those ballots to be processed. So even if we have all of the in-person voting by any particular time on election night, we still have to go through the process of counting mail ballots. And I believe in the November 2022 election, just on election day, we had over 30,000 ballots that were cast either in mail ballot drop boxes or the drop boxes at vote centers. And so while we strive to move as efficiently as possible, there are inherent challenges. And then, as you know, we can still receive mail ballots up to 10 days after the date of the election, as long as they are postmarked by election day. So again, for some of those races that may be close, you mentioned A and C, we may not have definitive results until several days after the election.
All right. Can we just talk a minute about tallying the ballots and that process? For the 2024 election, when does that process begin? What month? When does this start?
For 2024, we will actually mail ballots. I believe it's April 29th, if I'm not mistaken. And so we usually try to open mail ballot drop boxes within a week of ballots being mailed. And we rely on ballots coming back from the post office. And so we do not begin the tallying process until we have a significant number of ballots on hand, because we have a whole crew that goes through and our ballots are first counted and our tracker is updated to indicate the receipt of ballots. And then after that tracking process, we have a team on site that has to begin to open the ballots and remove ballots from, remove the flap from the ballots so that we can capture the signature for signature verification. And then they're run through again so that our machinery can capture signatures, because we do have 100% signature verification. And then we have to have another team begin to open the ballots and separate the ballots from the secrecy sleeve so that we can't identify ballots. And then we run them again. So there are a lot of pieces to that. And so once we start getting ballots, we do advertise and put out to the public when we will begin the true tallying process. But we don't want to bring a whole staff of temporary workers in and we get one tray of 50 ballots on a given day. We wait until we have a significant complement of ballots. And then we know that people are really beginning to deposit, and our daily pickups in the mail ballot drop boxes are robust. And so that's when we deploy our in-person teams to start that process. But we typically try to wait so that we're not just paying people to process very few ballots that we receive in-house.
All right. Well, what I'm asking are two things. I am asking, when do you set up your equipment, have it ready to do what you call the preparation of the ballots? You know, the opening, the stripping, and what have you. When does that when do you estimate that would start? Or maybe I'm asking, when did you begin that process in 2022 election?
I would
Maybe
have
that's better.
the dates. I don't have those memorized, but I can absolutely provide the exact dates we started each process in 2022. As far as the equipment being available, we will go through the testing of our equipment and make sure that it's up and running. And so we have our equipment ready well in advance of even mailing the ballots. So that is not in any way a delay. It's just as far as taking the ballots and actually beginning that process of tallying, because of course we don't tabulate initially, but just tallying and counting the ballots.
Okay, well, Ms. Evans, what I'm trying to discover, if possible, when is the board set up to begin the process of counting? You have said that you're going to prepare ballots, and it leads me to another question of, is the preparation, does that happen? Let's say you said a week after you mail them, you could possibly begin to receive ballots in the ballot boxes. So let's say you pick those up. Do you then take them to whatever the said location is and begin to open them and, flatten them down as you indicated? And are they set aside until you get 500, or I'm trying to understand the process.
So we will mail ballots on the 29th, and shortly thereafter, we will open up our mail ballot drop boxes. And of course, anybody can also return the ballot through the U.S. Postal Service.
Right.
We start collecting the ballots, and we do 2 collections a day, and then we get deliveries from U.S. Postal Service. Once we start, it's a very slow rollout as far as what is returned to us. If we have 1 tray of ballots, we don't bring in all of our temporary workers and begin that process for 1 hour's worth of work. And
okay, and so what I'm trying to get to, is it after you have 10 trays that you begin the actual running the ballots through the equipment, or is it a set deadline or date? Like if the election is June the 4th, do you begin on May 15th or May 20th or May 30th? Or do you wait till June 1? I'm trying to understand it.
yes, and there is no exact date, and I wouldn't say 10 trays. As soon as we get a significant number of ballots, we really want to start running those ballots through our machinery as soon as possible. Because when you run the ballot, that's when that ballot hits our tracker. And voters, of course, are very interested in being able to track their ballots. And so we don't delay it at all, but we need to have just a reasonable number of ballots. I would not say we have to wait for 10 trays, but if we, start getting just a trickle in and we have like a tray of ballots, we may not start tallying the ballots through our machinery at that time. But once we get an indication, and usually it's within 2 weeks of mailing the ballots that we start seeing, a pretty sizable return. And so we're not waiting until June, by any means, but usually within the first 2 weeks of us mailing the ballot, we start seeing them return, and then we begin that process.
All right. I really was pressing because I'm hoping that the public understands that while we are giving them information, as they call it, tracking their ballot, then you may actually not have any indication as to how they voted until at some later date. So there's a pre-process that you go through to ready the ballot for scanning, so that their vote is actually counted. But the pre-period may happen, as you say, almost as soon as you have the ballot in hand, because you take all of that information and that's the tracking information. Am I correct?
Yes, as soon as we run it through the Agilis machine, it will count the ballots, and there's a barcode, an intelligent mail barcode on that ballot, and then that causes that ballot to enter the tracking system, and so voters can begin to track their ballot at that point.
So at at what time in the process do you actually begin or need, I guess I should say need, or feel it's appropriate to have transparency so that those who want to observe the tallying can do that?
It's important to have that transparency from the beginning. And once we begin that process, we do alert the public when that process begins. And so even though I can't say the exact date right now, we do inform the public when they may come and observe the process of the logic and accuracy testing, and then also tallying and tabulating ballots.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that. If you could please tell us a little bit about Eric and what happened, and what happened with those ballots that they identified that were cast by individuals, or did they identify ballots? They probably identified just individuals, who the 9 individuals that cast I want to say legal, but that's not the right term, but who may have voted in DC, but perhaps may have voted somewhere else in the same election period.
Yes. And I will begin the answer. Then, of course, I will turn it over to our general counsel as she
All
oversees.
right.
But yes, there is a process, and we get information about voters who potentially voted in other jurisdictions. And so that part of the information that was provided is true. However, then there is a process where we have to reach out to each and every one of those jurisdictions to determine if the information we received was completely accurate. We receive a much larger list than what we actually move on. So for instance, we've had people who are juniors and seniors, and there are other, people who have the same name. And, we have to go through and work with each jurisdiction where there is an allegation, if you will, of double voting. And so it's not always easy to get in touch and schedule meetings and get the information and make sure that we are, reaching out to individuals and we're accurate with our assertion, if you will. Because as you can imagine, if you receive communication from Board of Elections that you improperly voted in 2 jurisdictions and you did not, it's somewhat alarming. And so we have a process in working with other jurisdictions to ensure that information we have is as accurate as it can be before we reach out to those individuals. And I'm going to turn it over to our General Counsel, Terry Stroud, and she can just explain the details of the process a little bit better than I can.
I think Executive Director Evans did an excellent job explaining the process. But so with respect to the 2020 election, it is accurate that we received the initial report from Eric with respect to the voter participation reports, which identify individuals who may have cast ballots in more than one jurisdiction. But that's only the beginning of the process. The individual states have to internally do the work, then they have to coordinate and cooperate with the other jurisdictions for whom there are allegations of double voting. And so, we went through that process, which again might have begun in 2021, but our data services team was working on that process, which was not a slow process, a quick process. And again, you are coordinating with other jurisdictions. And so we made the decision that we were going to wait until we had received data services completed its work. They had finished all of the meetings with the other jurisdictions to determine what was which allegations were substantive as opposed to mismatches in terms of whether double voting had occurred. And so we began enforcement proceedings once we had heard from, and actually we did not hear from all of the jurisdictions with respect to whom there was information that double voting may have occurred, but we decided to proceed even though we had not gotten all the information. And so we began enforcement proceedings in the Office of the General Counsel once all the processes had been wrapped up. But again, we were working during the course of an election year, and our data services team has lots of other activities that are necessary in order to execute the primary and general elections. And so they could not focus with respect to finalizing their research until, while we were in the midst of this election cycle, or that election cycle 2022. And so we completed the process and began enforcement proceedings with respect to the individuals that had allegations of double voting. And we conducted pre-hearing conferences with respect to these individuals, inviting them to come in, tell their stories, get information from them for the purpose of determining whether or not there was information that merited going before the board for a hearing. And once that came before the board made the decisions. The decisions were published. Fines were assessed. Some of the fines have been paid. And so that was with respect to the 2020 election cycle. So there was no delay based on no action being taken. I think that testimony that has been given would have individuals think that we got the reports in 2021 and did nothing with respect to them until December of 2023. And that statement or that characterization of the board's actions is simply not accurate. Now, the concern with respect to 2020 was that that was a presidential election year. And so there was the possibility that these individuals had voted multiple times in the same election. As you will recall, it was a presidential election year. The presidential contest was on the ballot in the district and in other jurisdictions. So these instances presented the possibility that the individuals cast multiple votes in the same election, that of president. That situation is not presented with respect to the 2022 election, of course, which is a non-election year. So there are no contests in common between the district and other jurisdictions. But what we will do once we have the information from our data services team as they coordinate with other jurisdictions to determine whether or not individuals may have voted twice, we will reach out to those jurisdictions and the individuals to let them know that under various state laws, it is against the law to vote multiple times in multiple vote in multiple jurisdictions. Now, the federal law at issue is not applicable, again, because there is no federal contest in common with the district and other jurisdictions. But that is basically the story with respect to the double voting matters that were investigated in 2020 and how we will proceed with respect to any findings that are turned over to the Office of the General Counsel with respect to 2022.
Thank you very much for that very detailed explanation. I think we all benefit from it, and thank you again. I do want to follow up on, you mentioned that some of the fines have been paid and some have not. How many of the 9 were fined, and how many have paid the fine?
I believe that there were fines issued with respect to 6 individuals to date. We're following up with some matters that we needed to continue proceedings for, but 3 individuals to date have paid of the 6 for which fines were issued.
All right. All right. Would you just send us a status report, let's say by April 1?
Sure. With respect to the 2020 and the 2022 election cycles,
Yes, yes, exactly. Where we are with the work that you're doing in using the ERIC system.
absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mm. I think I heard today that as it relates to the Local Resident Voting Act, that for in-person voting, the individual will actually receive a ballot, I guess, from the ballot clerk, one of the workers at the vote center. Is that correct? Did I hear that?
Individuals vote in person. They
Yes.
can actually receive a paper ballot through our ballot on demand system. Some individuals choose to vote using our touchscreen device. The touchscreen device, once they vote, it then produces the paper ballot, and then the paper ballot is inserted into our DS200 machine, and that records the vote count.
All right. And so for those that, the 23 non-citizens that have already registered and any others, will they also receive a mail ballot?
They will.
All right. And the mail ballot that they receive will be descriptive enough so that it is clear that what they receive relates only to the local election.
Yes.
Okay. And so, okay, that pretty much covers that. Where are we with the data breach today? Any new developments? Because according to what your testimony is revealing is that we don't know whether or not data in our system, we don't know what records in our system were breached or the extent of what was breached. And we certainly don't know if any, there have been any financial transactions, payments for our data to any outside source. So what's next? What should we expect
Yes.
to be the outcome of this situation?
Absolutely. And because we don't know, as you mentioned, out of an abundance of caution, we reached out to all registered voters just with the possibility that there may have been a breach of their information, but we have not been able to receive and get adequate data regarding that. To that end, we are working on the efforts that we can undertake to ensure that this does not happen in the future. One of the problems is, of course, as you know, bad actors work 24 hours a day, and they try to, penetrate systems. They try to get data, and that's a full-time job. And even though we are very appreciative of the assistance we've received from our local and our federal partners, even one of our partners articulated to us, as far as everything you have in place today and everything we've checked, you are safe. But we don't know what the threat actor, what the bad actor is conjuring up for tomorrow. So we are just being proactive. We're making sure we're communicating regularly with our partners. We are checking our systems. We're conducting our scans. We are doing everything we know to do. As I mentioned, does that mean we're 100% safe? We've been told there's no such thing as being 100% safe. And as I mentioned, you know, Sony and the FBI have been breached. Healthcare systems have been breached. So we are just making sure we do everything based on the recommendations we've received from OCTO, recommendations we've received from MSISAC, and then recommendations we received from our other federal partners who have been involved with us as we've gone through this process of investigating and reporting out on the breach.
Thank you. Thank you very much. With regards to the rulemaking, is this the first time or first year prior to an election that rulemaking is published by the board?
Are you asking whether or not the board has historically promulgated rulemaking during election years?
Yes.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry?
Absolutely, yes.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. I didn't hear. Okay. I'm getting parts of your responses. All right. And thank you very much for that. Very good. We're just checking. We're checking, trying to check fast. Oh, about, we could go a little deeper on your efforts of outreach to get persons registered that traditionally or seemingly have dropped off of the registration rolls. I'm thinking specifically, you know, I'm a longstanding member of this community, and I do recall when Ward 7 had a very strong registration roll, and it seemingly it has dropped a little bit, and I just wondered for that community or for young people, or given that our student population may have changed, what and does change on an annual basis, are there overt activities that you're conducting to try and increase the roles in these sensitive areas?
Absolutely. And we do look at trends. And just in December, the majority of our outreach events were in Ward 7 and 8. And we try to make sure we are always looking for new community partners. And we're trying to be innovative with some of the entities, you know, we engage with. We had a voter registration drive at Busboy and Poets in Ward 8. You know, we've had drives at DC Armory. We're going to, restaurants partnering with coffee houses to conduct voter registration. Excuse me, we also go into the schools, and we have engagement with all of the schools within DCPS, and we engage with civics teachers. Even outside entities will reach out to us and partner with us to have events in schools. And so that is very much on our radar screen. Festivals, even in December, we went to different holiday events that were scheduled, particularly in Ward 7 and 8. So we have a number of diverse engagements that we have undertaken, but at the same time, we're always trying to look for new partnerships. And we have been very successful when we talk to people. We, go to events, we meet someone to say, hey, can you come out? Met with an individual who was with the Rotary Club, and she said, hey, I love what you're doing. Do you think you can come out and speak to our event? I've gone out with League of Women Voters. We've partnered with them. So we don't just rely on our own efforts. We have engaged partnerships with MPD. So we do try to cast a very wide net, and we do take all suggestions seriously as far as opportunities to engage with the public. So that was a long answer to, I think, a question that I could have answered with, yes, we do.
That's probably true. But on this matter of registration, I was just curious as you were speaking as to how do you keep your data? And what I'm asking is, as you're looking at trends, in looking at trends, does that mean that you keep data that would inform about the different population groups and whether or not they are showing an interest in registering, or just what does that mean when you say we look at the trends?
It's harder to look at population groups necessarily, because when you go on the website, for instance, and you register to vote, we don't necessarily know the population group. We may know what ward you live in, but as far as
that's what I'm referencing when I say population groups, where people are registering, how they're registering. If it's a student group, let's say you were to have registration on a campus, or maybe in new residences, some of our larger apartment buildings. I'm just wondering if you do that, or new parts of the city, new street addresses. We have some new addresses that are coming online or came online because we have a little housing development. I just was curious as to if you keep that kind of information.
we do track that information when we conduct our voter education and outreach events. We know how many registrations we have received as a result of an individual event. We do not go back in and look and see like a particular address. So if it's a new apartment building, we don't necessarily go and see how many apartments within that building are registered, but we look more so at ward trends than maybe an individual apartment building trend.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that. One area which we have not explored, and that is the area of special elections. If you may not know, but when I was first elected, I was elected in a special election, and I just wondered if the timeline for a special election and the preparation for the administering of a special election, what is it that your timeline would be? Let's say today, if we needed to hold a special election, what are the steps that the city would go through to hold a special election? Let's say for instance, there's a vacancy and and I want to be elected to that position. What would it entail?
I'm looking at my general counsel. I mean, it's outlined for us, those specific dates and how many days you have. I don't have that in front of me, so I don't want to give misinformation.
Yeah, it depends on, depending on the office, it's specified in the Home Rule Act what the time frame would be within which a special election to fill the vacancy would have to occur after the vacancy occurs. So with respect to, for example, the council, the statute specifies that the board shall hold a special election in the district on the Tuesday occurring at least 70 days and not more than 174 days after the date on which such vacancy occurs. And so there's that window within which the board would have to hold a special election. So that's defined in the charter for the council members, the mayor, depending on, who what office is the subject of the vacancy. So that's the time frame, and the statute further specifies that the board takes into account cultural and religious holidays and the administrability of the election, and will use that information to determine where there will be the opportunity for the greatest level of voter participation. So it really is driven by the date on which the vacancy occurs. And so that's what triggers the actions that the board must take, which is outlined in the statute and in the regulations.
All right, well, thank you. I just wanted to put that on the record. We did get one inquiry, and so I wanted to make sure that it's clear that the board does have a calendar that it would follow, and there are set procedures that you also follow. I'm sure everyone knows that, but I just want it on the record. I want to be as thorough as possible. I have a question about the potential independence of, well, you're an independent agency, and I wondered if you've given thought to joining about 35 of the boards across the country that are part of, at least a part of the Secretary of State for those entities. And have you any thought on that?
I personally have not given thought to that. I know with other secretaries of state, they are elected, and there are some
appointed.
Yes, or appointed, and with some, some jurisdictions have boards. So there are so many different varieties of how election offices are structured. So I have not given thought to how our structure changed. I know it is analogous to some other jurisdictions as far as reporting to a board, but I have not been asked that question to provide any thought one way or the other, to be quite honest with you. I don't know if our general counsel has anything she would like to say about that.
I have not thought about that question, but I think that there's a strong possibility, and I have not, again, looked at this question, if you're talking about the structure, who would provide governance for the board, the charter might be implicated.
Yeah. And the one thing I can say, just in conversations with other jurisdictions, they do make efforts to have measures in place to allow independence, particularly when certain individuals are on the ballot, and whether there's influence from particular political parties, and making sure that they're able to operate in a nonpartisan manner.
Yes, I'm aware that in some jurisdictions across the country, there is this political piece. I was purely asking because we had a question about years ago about the independence of the our schools, Board of Education. And now it is under the one of our operating, synonymous with being one of our operating agencies. And so I was just curious if there had been any discussion or thought given to that. As you know, time moves forward, and I certainly am one who believes if it's not broken, don't try to fix it, so to speak. But I must ask those questions because we are curious as to where we are headed with the Board of Elections and the Office of Elections. For instance, one of the things that we are looking at is the Office of Campaign Finance. Office of Campaign Finance, at least in law, they have a separate board, but it's never been implemented. And so just looking at the government overall, and particularly the two important entities that really determine to a great degree who are those individuals that sit in judgment of our jurisdiction. Just want to make sure that I ask the questions and see if there's some thought that's being given to this. So
Yes,
that's where I'm headed. Okay.
thank you for that, council member. And even though I have not been asked that question, so I've not formulated an opinion, the one thing I can say with our board and even the way we operate, and I say this with other election jurisdictions as well, we, follow the rules, whatever is in place. If there is a checklist for decision making that we have to conduct, if there are processes or procedures, we absolutely follow that. And so our processes are very objective. And so I would just think that, to your point, if it's not broke, but, I admittedly have not thought about this since I'm just, having you bring this, question up for the first time. But we can absolutely, give it thought.
All right. Well, I would appreciate that. As it relates to does the board employ members of the Summer Youth Employment Program or Project Empowerment?
Yes, we did have, I believe, 11 from the Summer Youth Employment Program this past summer.
All right. Have you had the occasion to participate with the Project Empowerment, the DOES program? It's an adult employment program.
I can only speak for recent years. No, I can't answer that question as far as historically if we have.
And do you have an internship program?
We do.
All right. How many interns do you have currently?
We currently have one. Siri, just have one.
Currently one. All right.
Well, and our robust internship program is primarily during the summer when individuals in college, are home from college and looking for work experience. And so that is typically when we house interns. I'm not sure if there's one with general counsel right now.
She's a WAE. I'm not sure that she's officially an intern.
So at present, we do not have any interns, but we will have interns during the summer.
All right. All right. Well, we thank you very much for your time and attention. Board of Elections, thank you for appearing before us today. And we're going to move to our next
And thank you.
agency. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We're going to now hear from any of the public witness that we have for the Office of Campaign Finance. And all right, we do not have any and that are on our list. So we will now we will hear from our government witness, Ms. Collier Montgomery, the Director of the Office of Campaign Finance, and I believe, yes, she's on. All right. Ms. Montgomery, we are ready for your testimony when you're ready.
Okay.
All right, and we'll swear you in. All right.
Yes, good
Welcome. Nice to
afternoon.
see you. Very nice to see you.
Nice seeing you as well. I'm just waiting for two more of my managers to come in and then I'll
All
be
right.
ready to go.
All right, very good. We'll take a 5-minute break and come right back to you. Okay, that'll give them time to get in.
Okay, thank you so
All
much.
right, sure. Mm-hmm. All right, now we will hear from Ms. Montgomery about the Office of Campaign Finance. She is our government witness, and we're going to swear her in and her, I guess, her staff that's with her. So if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete? Ms. Montgomery, can you hear us?
Oh, yes. No, I
Okay.
actually, I can't hear you.
All
Oh, wait a
right,
minute, let me
and
just, okay.
all right, and if we would raise your right hand, and if you're,
Yes.
okay, there you go. Do you swear and affirm that any testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairperson Barnes and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. I'm Cecily Montgomery, Director of the Office of Campaign Finance. Appearing with me today is William Sanford, the General Counsel, Eric Jackson, the Manager of the Fair Elections Program, also Wesley Williams, who is the Operations and Policy Officer for the agency. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the fiscal year 2023 performance report and the fiscal year 2024 performance plan of the Office of Campaign Finance. The Office of Campaign Finance administers and enforces the DC Campaign Finance Act as amended and the Fair Elections Amendment Act of 2018, which govern campaign operations, the public financing of campaign operations, and the constituent services and statehood fund program. The agency is organized into 4 major divisions, which operate under the direction of the Office of the Director: the Public Information and Records Management Division, the Reports Analysis and Audit Division, the Office of the General Counsel, and the Fair Elections Program Division. The fiscal year 2023 approved budget for the agency totaled $7,473,090 and 38 continuing full-time equivalents. Fiscal year 23 performance report, the 2022 election cycle, the Fair Elections Program. Of significance, the November the 8th, 2022 general election culminated in the last major event of the 2022 election cycle. The 2022 election cycle was the second election cycle during which the Office of Campaign Finance administered the Fair Elections Program. The 2022 election cycle closed on November the 8th, 2022. Overall, 52 candidates registered to participate in the Fair Elections Program during the 2022 election cycle. 42 candidates met the threshold requirements for the covered offices sought and were certified as participating candidates in the program in the November the 8th, 2022 general election and in the June 22 primary election. Ultimately, 37 of the FEP certified candidates qualified for ballot access through the nominating petition process in the primary and the general election. By comparison, 20 candidates registered in the traditional campaign finance program and qualified for ballot access in the primary and general elections. 10 of the traditional program candidates were not required to file reports of receipts and expenditures because 9 claimed the $500 exemption and 1 was a write-in candidate. During this second cycle of the program's implementation, 10 of the FEP candidates were certified by the Board of Elections on November the 30th, 2022 as winners in 10 of the 13 seats for public office, which were elected in the November 2022 general election. The agency authorized the disbursement of the total sum of $12,358,606.95 from the elections fund in base amount and matching payments to the 42 certified FEP candidates. To date, the total sum of $900 and $3,207.20 has been remitted for deposit in the Fair Elections Fund from the campaign operations of the candidates who are certified to participate in the program during the 2022 election cycle. The Fair Elections Program has provided the financial impetus for candidates to compete in the electoral process for the first time who may not have otherwise considered elective office, while also amplifying the voice of the small dollar individual district resident contributor whose contribution qualified for match. Post-election audits 2022. The Reports Analysis and Audit Division initiated in February 2023 4 full field audits of the campaign operations of the newly elected public officials who registered in the traditional campaign finance program as candidates and were certified as winners by the Board of Elections on November the 30th, 2022 in the November 8th, 2022 general election, and of 1 committee, which was also active during the 2022 election cycle. The candidates were required to submit all campaign financial records to the agency from the date of the registration of the principal campaign committee to the date of the election. The agency completed 3 of the audits and issued final audit reports for the OIA for U.S. Representative Principal Campaign Committee on April the 4th, 2023, the Eric Goulet for State Board of Education Principal Campaign Committee on May the 26th, 2023, and the Mendelson for Chairman 2022 Principal Campaign Committee on August the 17th, 2023. All audits were compliance audits, the agency having determined that the respective committees were in compliance with the reporting requirements for the Campaign Finance Act. The remaining 1 full field audit is ongoing. The audits ensure that the public record provides a full and accurate portrayal of campaign operations and the traditional campaign finance program. The Fair Elections Program initiated in March 2023, the post-election audits of the campaign operations of the 42 candidates who were certified to participate in the program during the June 2022 primary election and the November 2022 general election. To date, the Fair Elections Program Division has issued 20 preliminary statements of audit findings and 19 final audit reports for the 2022 election cycle. The audits will ensure the proper use of public funds, which was received by the candidates who were certified to participate in the Fair Elections Program during the 2022 election cycle. All final audit reports are available at the OCF website, www.ocf.dc.gov, for review by the public. Post-election 2022 Fair Elections Program Report. The agency published the second OCF FEP post-election report for the 2022 election cycle on September the 1st, 2023 at the OCF website pursuant to the provisions of DC Official Code Section 1-1163.32 JA. The report is based on information which was reported in the reports of receipts and expenditures covering the start of the campaigns of the candidates referenced therein through December 31, 2022. The report is presented in 4 parts. Part 1 is an overview of the 2022 election cycle and the Fair Elections Program. Part 2 is the OCF review of the national trends in public financing program and includes legislative recommendations. Part 3 presents statistical data from the 2023 election cycle. Part 4 contains lists of the qualified small dollar contributors and expenditures for all certified FEP participating candidates. The publication of the post-election report provides district residents with information pertinent to the campaign operations of the candidates who were certified to participate in the Fair Elections Program during the 2022 primary and general election and deemed eligible to receive public funds. the enforcement program, fiscal year 2023 highlights. During fiscal year 23, there were a total of 1,141 required filers in all of the OCF program, 983 timely filed, 91 late filed, and approximately 67 filers remain delinquent. The total number of actual filers, 1,074, represents 94% of the total required filers of 1,141 who complied with the reporting requirements. 181 reporting entities were referred to the General Counsel for the failure to comply with the reporting requirements. The OGC conducted 60 informal hearings and issued 115 orders of the director. Fines in the total amount of $82,825 were imposed in 68 cases for violations of the Campaign Finance Act. The fines were paid in full or by the terms of an installment plan in 10 cases. The agency collected fines in the total amount of $13,095.39 in fiscal year 23 and $4,350 in fiscal year 24. The agency filed 26 petitions before the Board of Elections during fiscal year 23 and 8 in fiscal year 24 to date to enforce the payment of outstanding fines and the total sum of $32,425. The petitions are pending before the board and additional petitions will be filed as required. Last, the Office of the General Counsel has completed 6 investigations to date, issued 1 interpretive opinion, and expedited the resolution of at least 27 requests for advice on issues associated with the 22 and the 2024 election cycles. The traditional audit program. The Reports Analysis and Audit Division conducted 947 desk reviews in fiscal year 23 and 140 in Q1 of fiscal year 24 of all financial reports filed in the Traditional Campaign Finance Program and issued 87 requests for additional information based on the desk reviews in fiscal year 23 and 22 in Q1 of fiscal year 24. The audit program referred 7 matters to the Office of the General Counsel for the failure to comply with the audit request and assisted in the successful termination in fiscal year 23 and in fiscal year 24 to date of 19 committees upon the approval of the respective committee's final report of receipts and expenditures. During fiscal year 23 and in fiscal year 24 to date, the agency has issued a total of 8 periodic random audits, all of which were compliance audits. The periodic audits required the submission of all financial records underlining the transactions which were stated during the coverage period of the audited report. Agency special project outreach and public disclosure. During fiscal year 23, the Office of Campaign Finance initiated and continued several projects and programs which were designed to increase the public's understanding of and compliance with the campaign finance laws, improve the overall operations and effectiveness of the agency, and afford greater access to financial data. First, the agency achieved a 99% compliance rate with the legislative mandate for registrants to file all financial reports online. 1,064 of the 1,074 total reports received during fiscal year 2023 were filed electronically at the OCF website. Upon submission, the OCF e-filing and disclosure system generates images of the reports in real time for view by the public at the OCF website. Second, the agency during fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24 to date published the fair elections and traditional campaign finance brochures and fact sheets in May and June of 2023 at the OCF website for the 2024 election cycle. The OCF presented information on its programs in its continuing efforts to reach a wider audience at the constituent meetings of the advisory neighborhood commissions specifically ANC 3B on February the 9th, 2023, ANC 3A on February the 21st, 2023, ANC 5A on February the 22nd, 2023, ANC 5F on February the 28th, 2023, ANC 8E on May the 1st, 2023, ANC 6E on May the 2nd, 2023, and ANC 7D on May the 9th, 2023, and ANC 3F on May the 16th, 2023. The OCF was also available to meet with the public at 6 branches of the DC Public Library on April the 19th, 23, May of 2023, June 21st of 23, July the 19th of 2023, August the 16th of 2023, and September the 20th of 2023. And during the months of July, August, and September 2023, the OCF participated in 12 Beat the Street community outreach events, which were organized by the Metropolitan Police Department in wards 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. The agency notified the ANCs by email beginning in December 2022 through December 2023 of the availability of the agency to present at their constituent meetings. Third, the agency achieved a 100% compliance rate by the newly registered committee treasurers 27 and candidates 26 during fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24 to date, with the legislative mandate to complete the OCF mandatory entrance conference. The office continues to provide a training module from PowerPoint slides to enable new candidates and treasurers to complete the mandatory entrance conference training online. Last, the Office of Campaign Finance conducted site visits to 14 of the early voting centers and to 51 of the vote centers, which were open during the November the 8th, 2022 general election. The site visits offered the opportunity for the OCF team to be in the community and interact with district residents and provide counsel and guidance where necessary concerning the application of the campaign finance law. The OCF team observed in general that campaign disclaimers were properly placed on campaign literature and posters, that activity of the polls adhered to the electioneer market restrictions, and that there were no complaints from the public concerning campaign-related activities. The fiscal year 24 performance plan. During fiscal year 24, the office will focus on tasks which are primarily associated with the 2024 election cycle. The primary election will be conducted on June the 4th, 2024, during fiscal year 2024. The covered offices scheduled for election during the 2024 election cycle are the offices of at-large, 2 seats, and Ward 2, 4, 7, and 8, members of the council, and at-large 1 seat, and Ward 2, 4, 7, and 8, members of the State Board of Education. The agency formulated cost projections for the covered offices to be elected during the 2024 election cycle in December 2022 for inclusion in the fiscal year 2024 budget proposal for the agency. The Office of Campaign Finance estimated total costs of $9,806,869 were required for the elections fund to fully support election cycle 2024 and includes $1,230,000 for base amount payment and $8,578,869 for matching payments. The projections assume all 39 candidates anticipated to seek certification in the program will meet the maximum caps calculated for the matching payments, and that all 39 candidates will be entitled to the payment of the base amount specified for the covered offices to be elected during the 2024 election cycle. The 2024 election cycle will cross fiscal years 2023, 2024, and 2025. And to ensure the availability of public funds during this time frame, the allocation of the sum of $9,808,869 was recommended based on the activity anticipated in each fiscal year as follows. The sum of $1,667,508, which represents 17% in fiscal year 2023. The sum of $7,160,474, which represents 73% in fiscal year 2024. And the sum of $980,887, which represents 10% in fiscal year 2025. The sum of $3 million based on the cost projections for the 2022 and the 2024 election cycle was included in the OCF approved fiscal year 2023 budget. During fiscal year 2023, the OCF authorized the disbursement of expenditures in the amount of $353,874.50 for the 2022 election cycle, and the amount of $177,739.40 for the 2024 election cycle to the two candidates who were certified by the agency in fiscal year 23 to participate in the June 4th, 2024 primary election. The total sum of $10,917,757.44 remained in the elections fund at the end of fiscal year 2023. The revised carryover amount from fiscal year 23 for fiscal year 24 is $9,863,705.44, less the fiscal year 23 sweep of $1,054,052. The OCF approves fiscal year 2024 budget included the sum of $3 million for the elections fund. The revised budget for the Fair Elections Fund in fiscal year 2024 is $12,863,705.44 and includes the carryover amount of $9,863,705.44. The current balance less expenditures to date in fiscal year 24 of $781,756 is $12,081,949.44. The revised budget is more than adequate to cover the costs projected for the Fair Elections Program of $7,160,474 during fiscal year 24. As of this date in fiscal year 2024, 22 candidates have registered in the program seeking to participate in the June 4th, 2024 primary election and the November the 5th, 2024 general election. The OCF has currently certified 9 participating candidates in the Fair Elections Program. The agency will also organize, publicize, and conduct debates in any citywide contests which are scheduled for election and the June 4th, 2024 primary election and the November the 5th, 2024 general election, where the elections involve more than one participating candidate in the Fair Elections Program or any candidate who has qualified for ballot access in the traditional campaign finance program and consents to participate in a debate. The debates will provide voters with the opportunity to hear directly from candidates on the issues that are important to district residents. The Office of Campaign Finance to increase the scope of its outreach to the public and to educate district residents about the Fair Elections Program and any scheduled candidate debates will develop and employ public service announcements, radio commercials, ads on bus exteriors, live boards and mobile ads at WMATA stations, web and print ads, short message service text messages to registered voters, and social media ads on Facebook. Further, the Office of the General Counsel will again organize site visits to the early voting centers and to the vote centers operated by the Board of Elections in each of the 8 wards during the June 4th, 2024 primary election to provide guidance where necessary concerning the application of the campaign finance laws. In addition to the tasks related to the 2024 election cycle, DC Official Code Section 1-1163.047 requires the OCF director to publish on December the 31st and every other odd numbered year a biennial report summarizing for the prior 2-year period the receipts and expenditures of candidates for public office, except candidates for advisory neighborhood commission member, and of political committees, including principal campaign, exploratory, inaugural, transition, and legal defense committees, political action committees, and independent expenditure committees. On January the 5th, 2024, the agency presented the December 31, 2023 biennial report of contributions and expenditures at the OCF website. The biennial report covers the contributions of expenditures of candidates and political committees in the traditional campaign finance program for the prior 2-year period from January 2022 through December 2023. The agency will also develop a plan for the reorganization of the traditional audit division and the fair elections program to establish the audit programs of the agency into one cohesive body responsible for the entire audit operations of the agency and to better utilize agency resources. Last, the Office of Campaign Finance, based on the OCF recent review of the national trends and best practices of the public financing programs of other jurisdictions and the experience of the agency administering the fair elections program through 2 election cycles, will propose legislative enactments, including to amend the Fair Elections Act to clarify the ability of FEP participating candidates to continue to collect contributions for the payment of debt, which will not be matched for a specified period post-election, to prescribe the time frame for the commencement of the distribution of payments from the elections fund to begin no earlier than the July 31st reporting date of the calendar year immediately preceding the calendar year in which the primary election is held, to limit the opportunity to validate a previously rejected small contribution for match to within 10 calendar days of notice of the rejection, to authorize the imposition of fines automatically for the failure to file, late file, or the incomplete filing of any report, statement, or other document required by the Fair Elections Act or the OCF regulations with appeal rights, to establish provisions similar to the statutes and laws of Baltimore, Maryland, Portland, Oregon, and Howard County, Maryland, which authorize the administrators of the public financing program to reduce the payable amount where there's a significant risk that the elections fund is insufficient, and to increase the contributor amount in proportion to the reduced rate of total city matching funds, to require the payment in full of outstanding fines at registration, and where fines are imposed after certification, to suspend participation in the Fair Elections program until the fine is paid in full, and to require the completion of post-election audits for winning candidates within 6 months of the certification of the general election results by the Board of Election. It is my intent during fiscal year 24 through the execution of our identified projects and the continuous monitoring of our goals to maximize the ability of the office to meet its statutory responsibilities and increase as well as improve our public service delivery to promote a better informed public who is more capable of complying with and understanding the campaign finance laws. This concludes my testimony, and I'm prepared to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, firstly, thank you very much for that extraordinarily robust report. Thank you, thank you. I think we have on the record your information as to how the fair elections program has been administered thus far, as well as keeping up to date with the traditional election outcome. And thank you very much for that. I would refer everyone to the report that you mentioned in your comments. I think you say it's available, the biennial report of contributions and expenditures. It's available on your website, www.ocf.dc.gov. And thank you for that. That's very important. Now, I just have a question about that report. I think it's the traditional campaign finance information. Am I correct? And so that would mean that we would in 2025 get the first report that might include the fair elections, since it's done on odd number of years.
Well, as of this date, we have published and prepared 2 fair elections reports. The first election report was done after the election cycle 2020, and that's available at our website. And it also includes the special election, which was held in 2020. And then the 2022 Fair Elections Program report was published in September of 2023. And again, that report includes statistical data from the Fair Elections Program for election cycle 2022. And it also includes our review of the national trends of the public funding programs in the states and municipalities across the country. And it also includes our legislative recommendations. And it also includes, again, a listing of the contributor data for the Fair Elections Program, as well as the expenditure data. But both of those reports have been published at our website. Those reports are due 9 months after the conclusion of the election cycle.
All right, so the next report would be, we would get it in 2025.
Yes, for the 2024 election cycle.
All right, okay, just want to make sure.
But I would point out, we do have information available at our website concerning the Fair Elections Program, that basically the information is available and updated on a daily basis. And that would be the candidates who have registered in the program, the candidates who have been certified in the program. There's also a listing of the contribution and expenditure data. And also there is a listing of the payouts for the candidates who have been certified. There's also the real images of the financial reports that have been filed by the candidates is available as well.
All right, thank you for that. I wanted to spend just a minute talking a little bit about your, it looks like your legislative agenda for FY 24.
Yes.
And see if we understand where we're going with all of that. Can you tell us more about can you help me understand what number 3 means? To begin no earlier than July 31 reporting date of the calendar year immediately preceding the calendar year in which the primary election is held. Is that the sequence by which you generate reports now?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
Because
okay.
yeah, because basically when we project the costs for the Fair Elections Program for a particular election cycle, we usually include 3 fiscal years. And The first fiscal year would be the year in which the primary is held. Would be the year that immediately precedes the year in which the primary is held. The next fiscal year would be the year in which the primary is held. And the last fiscal year would be the year in which the general election is held. And we generally ask that the funds be allocated through those 3 fiscal years in accordance with the activity that we anticipate in each fiscal year. And it has been our experience so far with the Fair Elections program that candidates began to register during probably the June, no earlier than the May of the year immediately preceding the year in which the primary is held, and that they usually file their first reports with the July 31 filing for that year immediately, again, preceding the year in which the primary is held. We always ask for the greater amount of monies during the year in which the primary is held, because that's where we experience a greater amount of activity. There are, I believe, 17 filing dates or more during the year of the fiscal year of the primary. It is also the year in which the qualifying periods to enter into the program, the deadlines occur, and those are usually the same day as the date of the filing deadline for the nominating petition for the primary in March, and also for the filing of the nominating petition for the general election in August of that year. And it's also the year in which we conduct the debates, because for the primary, we anticipate conducting the debates in May of 2024, and then we expect to conduct the debates for the general election in September of 2024, and those dates follow the close of the nominating petition period, as well as the close of the challenge period. And basically what we try to do, and it also follows the date that the board holds a lottery, but we try to hold the debates prior to the first dates that the board starts sending out or mailing out the ballots, and also prior to the early voting.
All right. I'm on number 1 of your goals for this year, the ability of the fair elections participating candidates to continue to collect contributions for the payment of debt, which will not be matched for a specific period post-election. I'm just wondering, do we have any of the candidates that are delinquent in getting their reports from the 2022 election that are in this category where they are also trying to clear up a debt, to your knowledge?
Okay, so for that, I would probably have to ask the Fair Elections Manager to respond, because as you know, they are in the process of conducting audits for the candidates who participated in the 2022 election. But I would say that, you know, it's probably similar to or consistent with the practice in our traditional campaign finance program, where our experience has been that campaigns after an election remain open oftentimes to handle or address the debt that the campaigns have accumulated. And so what has happened in the Fair Elections program, we have had candidates who have had a debt after the election, excuse me, who have specifically question us as to whether they could continue to collect contributions in order to address the debt, their outstanding debt. And basically what we have told them is that they can collect contributions. However, those contributions would not be matched because the matching, of course, would end on election day. And so basically what we're seeking is, because statute does not prohibit it, but we think that we should have clarification by legislative action, enactment, that is permissible. But I would ask
Good afternoon. So at this
Good
time,
afternoon.
according to the filing reports that are mandated, we don't have any candidates that are from the 2022 election collecting contributions to pay debts. We're just in the middle of finishing up some of the final audits for that particular election cycle.
Well, thank you. And what is what is the time frame that you have discovered, since we've only been doing this 2 election cycles, where is it 90 days? Is it 12 months? Is it 24 months? Is it longer? The time frame that is needed to complete the audits of these fair elections accounts?
Well, I think that the problem that we have experienced in terms of conducting the audits is number one, I would say that with the fair elections program, because we are accounting for the receipt and the expenditure and the remission of public funds, that we have, it is our practice to conduct audits of all of the candidates who are certified into the program. And so, for example, with the 2022 election, we had 42 certified candidates. So we are conducting audits of each and every one of the campaign operations of those candidates. But what the Fair Elections Division has encountered is that, for example, the audits may have been initiated in March of 2023, which was the year after the general election was held. And the candidates are usually given 30 days from the date of the notice to produce the documents that are needed in order to audit their campaign operations. And basically that involves all of the documentation which supports the transactions which are indicated on the reports of receipts and expenditures that they have filed with the agency during the coverage period of the audit. And the audit branch experiences situations where the documents are not produced on the date requested, or there are extensions requested in order to pull the documents together, which delays the the start of the audit. And then what happens during the process is when the field audit is completed and the preliminary statement is sent out to the campaign operations, and it lets them know the findings in terms of all of the discrepancies that may have been found, or the documents that may not have been submitted that are needed, then that again delays the process. And so, and we also have situations where candidates timely produce the documents. They also timely produce their responses to the preliminary audit findings, but we have several instances in which that's not the case, and that unfortunately delays the audit process.
Okay, that's very good to know. I was very curious about that. We've had a couple of inquiries where, what's taking so long, and my response has been, did you submit your information on time, and are you in correspondence? So I wonder on that measure, and of course you're going to, I presume will submit something to the council that will inform us of perhaps some sort of legislative fix. And what I'm suggesting is Do we need a statute of limitations on this matter? Has that been given thought? Like a drop dead date by which whatever has been turned in is therefore the result of that is rendered, the decision that's rendered, and the candidate or their committee has to sort of live with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that something enactment like that should be considered because, one other issue that we run into, and I would just mention this as well as a delay, is that what happens also is when the documents are not submitted and a request for extension has not been requested, then the audit branch will refer the matter to the general counsel for enforcement. And so the enforcement process is another delay to the completion of the full field audit. So, probably, and it's something that we would discuss, but a drop down date for the completion of the audit, that may help.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Just be aware that I would say 99% of the delay comes from the campaign committee itself. The audit, we call for the audit, we call for the documentation. We receive the documentation. We usually issue a report within 30 days after we get the documentation. But the delays, as the director said, come from not receiving the documentation from the candidate or the treasurer itself. So that's the main issue with the delays in the audits, not from the campaign finance standpoint, because we issued an audit letter shortly after the election. We try to complete our first review of the audit within 30 days of issuing that letter. And usually the delays come from not receiving documents from the committee themselves.
And so may I ask then, and thank you very much for that. Having participated in fair election program, I understand what you're saying. It is the responsibility of the campaign. Just wondered, where do you send the request for information? Does it go exclusively to the treasurer? Or is there treasurer and candidate, or maybe an office? Okay, treasurer and the candidate. Okay. Thank you for that.
And we also try to make it feasible for them. They don't have to email us. They don't have to bring boxes of information down to us. That information can be uploaded to our website. Uploaded to their committee website that they have been uploading things from the start of the campaign.
All right. I'm familiar with that, with that process. Thank you.
Yeah.
Number 6, as I noted, to establish provisions similar to the statutes of law in Baltimore, Maryland, Portland, Oregon, Howard County, Maryland, which authorize the administrators to reduce the payment amount where there is a significant risk that the elections fund is insufficient, and to increase the contributor amount in proportion to the reduced rate of the total city matching funds. Can you give us more information on that, what that might look like?
Yeah, and this is something that we will further discuss with the administrators of those public financing programs. But from our review of their statutes, they are authorized where it appears that their elections fund may not be sufficient. They have the authority to, and in some instances, they have to go to the city council and ask for the necessary increases, but also in several of the public funding programs, the administrator of the program is authorized to reduce the total amount of public funds which remains available for distribution. And also, if they reduce the amount of public funds that are available for distribution, and I imagine that also involves reducing the caps, that they, to balance the reduction, they also have the authority to increase the contribution amounts that may be, or the contribution limits that may be collected by the candidates. I specifically looked at that because one of your questions asked, is there a possibility, or did we have sufficient funds for the elections fund to carry us through the 2024 election cycle? And I just wanted to point out, I think that what has helped us is because, first off, our elections fund is a non-lapsing fund. So whatever was remaining in the fund in the prior year, we are able to carry forward. And then when we have made or done or calculated our projections, we always assume that the number of candidates that we anticipate participating in the program, that they will reach the cap, that each will reach the cap, and that they will also all be entitled to the base amount. So what has happened, I think that has helped us to not be in a situation where the election fund has been, where it may appear to be low, considering where we are in an election cycle. Because,
Yes.
for example, we project that all of the, for this year, we project that all of the participants, and there's 39, that they would reach the cap. So when we ask for the funds to fund the election fund, then we ask for the amount that would cover each particular, that would cover each participant in the program. And so I think for the 2022 election cycle, for example, we only had, was it one candidate who reached the cap?
Yeah.
We only had one candidate who reached the cap, and we also, I think we also had 30-some candidates who were eligible for the base amount. So because we project that they will all reach the cap, it allows for surplus funds. It protects the fund.
All right, well, please do not use the word surplus funds too loudly, because as you know, in this government, when we hear surplus, we think, oh my goodness, bonanza. And so we got more than we need. So
right.
Thank
And
you for
you
that.
know that with the remainder that we had in the fund for fiscal year 23, there was a sweep, and 1 million of that was taken. So I do understand that. And yeah, and we've been cautious about that. And that's why, when we project the funds, we try not to rely on what may be remaining in the fund, because we don't know if it may be subject. We never know if it might be subject to a sweep.
That's right. That's right. Well, thank you for that. And
Mhm.
hopefully we will not have another sweep. We will endeavor. I know it's hard. It's hard to
Right.
hold on. I wanted to ask, were there any major changes in your organizational chart or structure lately, or is?
No, the only change in our organizational structure was after the enactment of the Fair Elections law, when we created a Fair Elections division. Because what is included in our performance plan for fiscal year 24 is for us to develop, to reorganize our traditional audit branch with our fair elections program so that we have one cohesive audit branch that will be responsible for all of the audit operations in the agency. You know, we have determined that that would be a better use of our resources because the participation in the traditional program has decreased. Most of our candidates now have registered in the fair elections program. And so, you know, for example, in fiscal year, not in fiscal year, but during election cycle 22, we only had in election cycle 2022, we only had 20 candidates who registered in the traditional program, and only 10 of those were filers of reports of receipts and expenditures, whereas we had 50-some candidates who registered in our fair elections program, and 42 were certified. For election cycle 2024, as of this date, we have 22 candidates who have registered in the fair elections program for the covered offices, and we have certified 9 of those. And in our traditional program, we have 6 candidates who have registered for the offices that are considered covered offices under the fair elections program. So there's been a shift. So, you know, at this point, I really do believe that our auditors should know how to handle every aspect of our programs, whether it's the traditional program or whether it's the fair elections program, and that they should be able to provide services, audit services in either program.
All right, well, thank you. As it relates to the implementation of the Campaign Finance Reform Amendment of 2018, can you talk to us about, are there any issues in the implementation of that at this point?
Well, you know, I think that at this point, OCTO and OCP have basically finished the initial development of the procurement database. And so, because the procurement database had to be upgraded so that it included, that it identified rather the principles of the covered contractors, as well as, for our purposes, it would also have to indicate the contract amounts as well, because the covered contractor provisions apply to contracts in the amount of 250,000 or more. So through our recent conversations with OCP, we understand that they have finished the initial development of their database. They have forwarded it to our vendor, and he is currently reviewing the data, and then we will determine our requirements so that we will be in a position to facilitate the identification of any prohibited contributions. And basically, the databases will have to interact with each other, because our responsibility, again, will be to identify the principals of contracts who have made contributions to elected officials. And then our responsibility will be to notify the elected official, as well as the principal, as well as OCP, of the prohibited contribution. And we're also required by the Act to increase our educational efforts to make sure that contributors understand, or, you know, also not only contributors, but the committees also understand the new covered contractor provisions.
All right, and so you're saying that your job is really to notify the candidate of any prohibited contribution, and that's based on the information that is automatically available to you in this database, Or do
Yes.
you have to do some configuration and check on a daily basis? Or is there an automatic report that it's printed for you?
No, from what I understand, and Wesley, you can add to this, but from what I understand, that once they collect the information identifying who the principals of the contracts are, then our database can interact with that information and generate a list for us if contributions have been received from those principals.
All
And
right.
yeah, and so and also I believe that more than likely, hopefully, that by May, we will have completed the upgrades that we need in order for our system, in order to fully implement the covered contractor provision.
All right. So now it is now June 4th, and you have not been able to do the upgrades. In other words, we don't have the system operating. What do we do then? Have we given thought as to, because technically then we would not be in compliance. The companies would not be in compliance. The campaigns rather would not be in compliance. And so have we given thought to that? And I ask because frequently in the last 5 or 6 years, when we are attempting as a government to put in new data systems, we can't always meet the deadline. And so
yeah. So if we are in a situation where, and as far as I know, we were given May as our date.
Right, May is the date.
And assuming that happens, and also that OCP has finished doing what it needs to do, then we should be up and running in May. My managers meet with OCP at least once every other week to try to determine where we are in the project. But if it looks if it appears that we will not be able to reach that deadline, because we do understand that the provisions are in effect, then we would probably move, I would hope, with OCP for perhaps emergency legislation to suspend the effective date of the act. OCP is charged with the enforcement of the act. So, OCP is charged with determining whether there has been a violation of the act, and also whether to proceed with a contract or not. So it's probably something that it would more than likely behoove OCP to move with the OCF for suspension of the effective date of the emergency legislation. Wouldn't you agree, Bill? Yeah.
all
So
right.
I think that's where we would be with that.
All right, thank you for that. And I really wanted that on the public record, because if we are not ready and cannot do what the law says at the specified date, then we do have to suspend that date, and therefore find a new date once we have the system up and running. And I appreciate your cooperation on that. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. All right, yes. Ms. Montgomery, we received from the DC auditor the list of recommendations that were made. Let's see if it has a date. January 31, 2022. And what they are indicating is, they like to check back on the action that is taken on their recommendations. Remember their recommendations. You run your office, but it says that you should develop standard operating procedures for fair elections to track campaign committees referred for non-compliance and to document all steps in the process. I think to some degree, we have talked about that today, and so just wondered if that, in your opinion, is still an outstanding recommendation.
No, it is not. And, and also they contacted us, in October and to, inquire as to the status of the recommendations that we made, that they made, to us. And also the, general counsel, for campaign finance responded to those. But I would say in terms of tracking, delinquencies, we have always had a system in place which generates through our system where there are non-filers of reports. And that system is also available in our fair elections program as well, so that the system on a filing date generates a report as to who has failed to file reports. Also, what happens is, and it's already in our standard operating procedures, that where there are failures to file, the failures to file are immediately referred to the general counsel for the initiation of the enforcement process. What is new is that we now have an administrative module where the general counsel, and not only the general counsel, where the Public Information and Records Management Division, as well as our Reports Analysis and Audit Division and the Fair Elections Program Division, can, in the system, generate the referrals where there has been a failure to file or a late filing, or where there has been a request for audit documentation and it has not been submitted. So they indicate in the database the referral to the general counsel, and then the general counsel is able to assign the referrals to staff and also track the status of the reporting violations from the assignment through the hearing stage, through the imposition of fines or the dismissal of action. And also the referral system will indicate whether petitions for enforcement were filed, and will also indicate the receipt of fines as well. So we've always had a system in place to track delinquencies.
All right, well, thank you. The report that they provided us with certainly says through all of their recommendations, all the way through number 12, that you have implemented those. So thank you very much for being stellar.
Thank you.
As it relates to this report and in the work that you all do. I think that concludes our performance oversight hearing with your agency, and thank you very much for
Thank you.
all that you and your
Thank you.
team do.
Thank you very
All
much.
right.
And have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
We are going to take a brief recess. We will return at 3 p.m. Same day. All right. Thank you. We are resuming our performance oversight meeting today. And now we will hear from the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining. The office is the principal advocate for the district's labor management program. It is responsible for negotiating agreements between the district government and labor organizations. It serves as the district's primary litigators of labor disputes. The office is the authority to conduct labor relations and guidance about the terms and conditions of employment for unionized employees that can be found in the district's Comprehensive Merit Personnel Act. If unionized employees have questions about the applicable rules to their district employment, they may consult their union's certified bargaining representative and/or the DC Department of Human Resources. And so now we want to hear from the director of the agency who has joined us, Director E. Lindsay Maxwell II. And so we will now swear you in, Mr. Director, and your team. Or we'll swear the both of you in?
Yes,
All
Chief
right.
of Staff Alt will be joining me.
And your Chief of Staff. All right. So if you both will raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements made before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
All right. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is E. Lindsay Maxwell II, and I am honored to serve my fellow DC residents as the Director of the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining, also referred to as OLRCB. Joining me at the table today is Chief of Staff Aisha Alt. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the performance activities of OLRCB during fiscal year 2023 and the first quarter of fiscal year 2024. OLRCB is organized into 3 units: the Negotiations and Contract Administration Unit, Litigation Unit, and Administrative Support Unit. The Negotiations and Contract Administration Unit is responsible for negotiating collective bargaining agreements, or CBAs, the process by which wages, benefits, and other terms and conditions of employment for unionized employees are established, training management representatives on the provisions of each working conditions CBA as applicable to their respective agencies, and conducting impact and effects bargaining over subjects that are statutorily deemed management rights. OLRCB's litigation unit is focused on initiating, prosecuting, defending, and monitoring a wide range of litigation activity for and on behalf of agencies under the personnel authority of the mayor. This litigation activity consists primarily of grievance arbitrations, unfair labor practice, complaints, enforcement actions, and arbitration review requests before the Public Employee Relations Board, better known as PERB. Litigation activity also flows from interest arbitrations, negotiability appeals, and similar actions that directly arise from the negotiations activities carried out by OLRCB. The administrative unit is responsible for providing general agency support and conducting research and analysis necessary to support management's positions during negotiations. This unit also provides training to agencies regarding the labor relations program and the legal obligations which emanate from DC law and the CBAs. It is also responsible for program support to the negotiation and litigation units, providing human resources, contracting and procurement, and other related customer and operational services for the agency. Finally, this unit supports the negotiated Employee Assistance Home Purchase Program, or NEAP, which assists unionized district employees seeking to buy homes within the district with closing costs and down payment assistance. OLRCB partners with the Department of Housing and Community Development and the Greater Washington Urban League to assist with administering the program to eligible unionized district employees. In FY 23 and 24, OLRCB staff includes 18 full-time equivalent positions, or FTEs, and of those positions, 11 are designated for attorneys, 6 are for administrative and program support, and 1 position is designated for the director. Attorneys are directly involved in carrying out the primary mission of the office by providing advice, counsel, and representation to agencies on all matters concerning labor relations. In addition, attorneys actively negotiate CBAs with representatives of the various labor organizations representing district government employees, and they litigate matters across from the unions and on behalf of the executive. The administrative and program support staff, the administrative and program staff support the director and attorneys and assist in carrying out the office's customer service and other district mandates. Their role is crucial even, in the office's efforts to administer an efficient labor relations program, as they are often the first point of contact with employees, management, and labor representatives with whom we interact daily. The District of Columbia government's unionized workforce represents approximately 27,000, or 75% of its employees. In that regard, OLRCB serves as the executive's principal management advocate in administering the district government's labor relations program for agencies under the mayor's personnel authority by negotiating collective bargaining agreements and representing management and related labor litigation. It is my sincere belief that positive employee and labor relations is essential to creating a healthy and productive work environment. This is why OLRCB's approach to administering labor relations program is to do so in a manner that enhances efficiency of government operations while also recognizing and respecting employee rights. In FY23, we continued our tradition of regularly meeting and engaging with labor leaders to discuss and develop consensus on a broad range of topics. OLRCB maintains an open door policy and direct lines of communication between myself and local labor presidents to facilitate a collective approach when addressing labor relations matters in the District of Columbia. For example, I have reinstituted individual meetings with our labor leaders, which we call Coffee with the Director. These informal meetings are held in my office and are designed to address labor's concerns, communicate the mayor's and/or the city administrator's initiatives and sentiments, and to jointly collaborate on problem solving as necessary. OLRCB also has partnered with the DC Department of Human Resources to engage management and labor through site visits at different agencies under the mayor's personnel authority. We use these site visits to educate the executive teams and upper management, as well as our local union leaders with members at that agency on labor and employee relations. We also carve out time to meet separately, OLRCB, with the union leaders to discuss agency-specific concerns and areas for conciliation. I believe these opportunities to roll up our sleeves and sit side by side with our labor partners advance productive relationships with them. Because collective bargaining compensation agreements are by law effective for a minimum of 3 years, the work of the negotiations section can be cyclical in nature, assuming contracts are reopened, negotiated, completed, and implemented as expected. This often results in either a period of numerous completed contracts or a period where the majority of our contracts are simultaneously being renegotiated, approved, and implemented on schedule. OLRCB administers and negotiates 25 separate compensation agreements. I'm pleased to announce that during FY23, OLRCB negotiated 9 of these compensation CBAs, including those with Teamsters Local 639 at DCPS and DGS, the Doctors Council, National Union of Hospital and Healthcare Employees and Laborers, International Union of North America at the Department of Behavioral Health, among others. We not only negotiate these agreements in a record time, we also continue the prior year's practice of extending the duration of these agreements to better stagger expirations and negotiations over the coming years, allowing for less time at the bargaining table and more time to prepare for budget implications and to align negotiation strategy. The past year's work with the unions is evidence of the mayor's continued commitment to the district workforce to provide first-class compensation and benefits to district government employees. Litigation resources in OLRCB are used in 3 major areas: arbitration, unfair labor practice cases, and representation issues before PERB. The litigation of arbitrations and unfair labor practice complaints consumes the bulk of our litigation resources. Each attorney in the office carries a litigation caseload and is responsible for all related investigations, pleadings, hearings, evidentiary matters, and appeals to the PERB. In FY23 and 24 to date, there have been 47 litigation cases referred to OLRCB. 14 cases have been closed, and we were able to settle 5 cases. In FY23, OLRCB hosted 4 training sessions on the responsibility of district government labor liaisons intended for management representatives at the agency level so they can provide immediate guidance on labor matters to the managers and supervisors at their respective agencies. OLRCB also provided 7 labor relations trainings titled Managing in a Unionized Environment to agency managers in FY23, far outpacing its initial target of 2. In closing, as we continue to provide high-quality legal services to district agencies, OLRCB's well-known, proactive, and collaborative approach in working with our labor partners will remain a constant. Building on last year's successes, finalizing the implementation of the e-risk case management system with the Office of Risk Management, I am proud to report that OLRCB timely completed the first phase of the document management project in FY23. We procured a document management system and are in the process of working with the vendor to personalize it to meet the specific needs of the office. These modernizations enhance our efficiency, transparency, and accessibility in handling critical documented information essential to our business practices. This better organized and streamlined workflow improves our collaborative interagency decision-making process and will positively impact the labor management relationship across the district, even as we continue the project into this year. OLRCB was able to lean into our established relationships with our labor partners in good faith to iron out agreements that have taken years to complete in the past, and all but one of them were finalized by the parties alone and without an interest arbitrator's intervention and decision. This level of collaboration with labor speaks volumes to the unyielding effort that we have put into this work. It is my belief that our ongoing investment in strengthening and renewing trust with our labor partners will continue to pay off in FY24 and beyond in ways that we can all be proud of during these difficult times. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm eager to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I usually like to start with the testimony that we receive, and I think on this I'm going to stick to our laundry list of questions, but I did want to highlight again and again that your office is responsible for processing the agreements that we have with 75% of our employees.
That's correct.
In the District of Columbia government. That's awesome. And I say it's awesome because you do it with a tiny staff. So thank you, and thank you to your team for all that you do. It must be remarkable having that task before you.
Yes, ma'am.
Quite honestly.
Thank you. We have a great team.
Excellent, excellent. And remember, you're under oath, so
yes, ma'am.
If you say you have a great team, it's in the record now.
I stand by that.
That's excellent. Absolutely. I wanted to really try to zero in on one of the negotiations that you're currently involved in. Mm-hmm. And I am have been and have spoken with you before, concerned with where we are with the teachers union, mm-hmm. In particular. And where are we? Because it was my understanding that the teachers union had some responsibility for notifying your office that they were prepared to start negotiations to reach a settlement. And in doing so, they needed to indicate their ground rules, as you call it. What are ground rules? Help us understand what ground rules are.
Sure. Thank you for that question. Anytime that we embark on a contract negotiation, it's almost like a dance. The way that it works is by statute, the union is supposed to notify us basically between June and August of the year prior to when the contract's going to expire. Once they notify us, then we begin the process of what we call, the ground rules. And what the ground rules usually lay out are how often are we going to meet? Are we going to use it twice a month? Or if we're really pressed, it might be once a week. It usually also sets out a regular meeting time. It usually also sets out for us the procedures if we have to cancel a session. It lays out how we're going to handle proposals. Are they going to be in Word, and are they going to be in a format where we can edit them and push them back and forth to each other electronically? All those things are handled in ground rules. It's usually a relatively short document. It's usually 3 or 4 pages. But that's what ground rules are. They literally lay out the ground rules that we're going to follow for the negotiation.
All right. I'm asking because I searched to find some documentation that would specify the ground rules. I couldn't find it. I have what is in the code.
Mhm.
And it starts with the code section 1-617 .17. It talks about the fact that you should meet. It talks about it does say shall take place at such times as to be reasonably assured that negotiations shall be completed prior to submission. But I think that's talking about the overall time frame as opposed to the proposal format or what and when and how you will negotiate.
Yeah.
So where do I find the ground rules?
You won't.
I won't.
They're nowhere in the code. It's just part of
Okay.
how we do business. Occasionally, we will proceed without ground rules. It rarely happens, but
Okay.
it does happen.
So it's not in the code. Is it in your regulations that you follow? Have you promulgated regulations?
It's not in any regulation. Ground rules is also somewhat a creature of case law that we get from PERB. These things have been challenged up and down all the time. And so PERB has laid out a pretty good understanding of what ground rules are.
All right. My staff is showing me, I guess, what you have, the negotiations process as outlined, but you're saying it has not been formalized.
Well, when you say formalized, it's not in the code. It's
Not
just
in
how
the
we,
code
it's
and
how we
not in the
practice.
regulations.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So are you suggesting then that there's a third process that parties can agree to, as you call it, the negotiations process outlined? Or I'm just trying to trying to clear up this matter, because I've been in a few settings where it's pointed out that your shop is not not being fair about this process that you're engaged in. And in fact, the teachers union has indicated that you have not moved the agenda forward, and therefore they are delayed in reaching a settlement. So I'm trying to examine that.
If you recall, basically about a year ago, almost to the day, we had a hearing on the last WTU contract. It was the roundtable that's normally held by the council. At that time, when I testified, I remember 100% vividly. I remember saying to you and to WTU, with the city administrator on the line and in front of everybody who was watching, that we were ready to start negotiations on that contract immediately. We told them immediately. I reminded them a month or so later. I reminded them again, maybe a month or two after that. We finally received the first proposal from WTU. Had to have been sometime in, I want to say, late summer. So I don't want anybody to think that the delay had anything to do with OLRCB. In fact, the union has to initiate that process, and we asked them to do so a few times, and it just didn't happen. It's not a knock on them. They're busy. I know they were trying to get their proposals together. They were trying to work on their bargaining team. It's the summer. The teachers are off. I understand the challenges. However, we put all that aside. We are currently at the table with WTU. We're happy to be at the table with WTU. We are eager to close a contract with them. I'm confident that we can close one quickly once we have some sessions and start rolling in earnest. But as of right now, we are still at the table with them. And so we look forward to negotiating with them. Right now, currently, we are scheduling with them for the next session. As late as yesterday, I know that my office was in communication with WTU about scheduling another session sometime in the next week or two.
I appreciate you putting that on the record, because under the code, it does specify a party seeking to negotiate a compensation agreement shall serve a written demand. And so I just wanted to, I'm trying to clear up the record as the information has flowed in community. So thank you very much for that.
Sure.
So you have also given us an update, an oral update as to where you are with their negotiations. Can you send us just a little outline following your upcoming meeting with the teachers union as to what's the status?
Sure.
And an indication as to whether or not they're the items, I assume you have a laundry list demands or items that they are bargaining around, and whether or not you're 50% through those, or 75, or just 10%.
Sure.
That'll give us some sense. And in your status, if you would help us understand whether or not there's enough progress being made currently that you anticipate before summer 2024, we will actually have a contract for the current year in which we're operating in.
Currently hope so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Negotiations are confidential under 1-617 of the code. However, to the extent that I can update you, I will certainly do
Yes.
so.
I am not asking for the particulars. I'm just,
Sure.
just something that would guide us to understand that you had 50 items, you've done 25, and
Understood.
okay.
Not a problem.
All right. Thank you. Thank you
Sure.
very, very much. We do have a few basic questions. I wanted to talk too about the Capital City Fellows Program. How many fellows do you have in your agency to date?
We currently have 2, and they are present here today.
All right, fellows, all right. I think I see the fellows.
Yes.
That's great. Congratulations. Does your office completely fund their fellowship, or in any part, or?
That's when I'll defer to Chief of Staff Aisha Alt for that.
All right. Thank you, Chairperson. Would you, there you go. And now you're yeah.
Mhm.
And you're saying you do fund it?
We do.
All right. All right. Around 200,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Not revealing absolute numbers. This is not a budget hearing. Thank you. Is it your understanding that using this program, the fellows may work beyond the first year of service in your shop, continue to work, in other words?
I believe they can.
Okay.
My understanding is that most fellows that want to stay on find some employment in DC government afterwards, whether it's
Okay.
with the agency they start with, but they do a rotation as part of the Capital City Fellow Program. And so usually they catch on at an agency.
All right. Do you have interns, or have you done an internship recently?
We normally host an intern every summer. We actually just hosted a volunteer intern this past quarter. So we are usually very active in bringing on an intern. Whether we'll have one this summer, I think it's still up for discussion, but certainly we've been doing it in the past. I see no reason for us to change
All right,
that.
and you compensate the intern. It's a paid position, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Do you have or have you established an apprenticeship program?
We have not.
I was thinking it would be very interesting, given the kind of work that you are engaged in, to have others learn how to do those tasks.
Sure.
I hope that you will give it some consideration.
Absolutely.
Of course, that means I have to find resources, and I recall from last year, you were very kind to us, so I will, I'm on the list to be of assistance the best that we can.
Thank you. We will certainly take that under
Yes,
consideration.
yes, please. Remind me of that,
Yes, ma'am.
that we owe you. Thank you. Once a collective bargaining agreement is finalized, the agency sends the implementation memo to OCTO, OCFO, which is the Office of Pay and Retirement Services, to update the schedule. Are you required to also send it to the Department of Human Resources?
They're part of the distribution of the implementation
Okay.
memo.
And so how does your agency track whether the requirements of the memo are completed? And I'm thinking of a couple of unions that have been in touch with my office from time to time, indicating that, where's my payment?
Mhm.
Okay,
The process is a lengthy one. Admittedly, it is a lengthy one. Once we send that memo out, it goes out, like you said, to OPRS at the OCFO. It goes out to DCHR. It goes out to OCTO so that the changes can be implemented. We're not in control of those changes. Those things are part of a process that occurs at the agencies that I just mentioned. And so while we may not necessarily be the people making those changes in OCTO to folks' pay schedules, we do our best to monitor it. And so usually what happens is there's a weekly meeting that occurs every Friday. And when we do that meeting, the affected agencies are present, as well as my team is present. And usually we get updates on what's going on with the contract, how long before OCTO finishes testing, how long before OPRS can actually make the change to start paying people the increased pay. But it is a lengthy process because it goes through various touches in DC government.
what is the average time for let's say, a contract that involves thousands of members?
I would have to get back to you. I don't know if we have an average. Everyone is different, and it's not necessarily dependent on how large the union is. There are a lot of factors that go into it. Sometimes I'll give you an example if I could. Sometimes there are items that come up that are actually in the contract. For example, our police officers, they get what's called a base retention differential. Well, that's something that actually almost has to be done by hand, person by person, because it's different on everybody's salary, and it also changes depending on whether or not you're hitting your 10th year or beyond. And so those kind of things take time. And again, we try to monitor them as best we can. We usually also try to keep the unions involved. Once we send the implementation memo out, and we've had a few meetings, we usually have a projected date of when the actual pay increase will occur. And that becomes clearer and clearer as the time goes on. And if we hit snags, we usually inform the union of that too, as that date could be pushed out.
Okay, you said something that made me pause for a minute. You talked about the differential pay based on the number of years of service that is afforded to our police or MPD. I guess MPD only, because there are other, like the Metro, also the Housing Authority officers, which go through the same training.
Sure.
And I was just wondering, do they get the differential pay?
The base rate differential is something that's unique just to our FOP union that's at MPD.
I see. So corrections doesn't, well, some of corrections are in FOP.
Corrections are represented by FOP, but they are a different bargaining unit. They're actually represented, and they're part of a different compensation unit. They're not included with police. They're separate.
All right, so police are which compensation unit?
I don't know the number, but we always just refer to them as FOP. We just call them as FOP. They're in their own bargaining unit. It's the police.
Okay.
The corrections officers actually, I believe, are part of Comp Units 1 and 2, which is our largest swath of employees.
Okay, and the firefighters.
Comp Unit 3, I apologize.
Oh, they're in
Comp Units 3. That's our regular FOP police.
Okay. So firefighters, are they in 3 also?
The firefighters are in their own compensation unit as well.
I'm very curious about these because we have these different divisions, which really end up being employee entitlements. And when I think about return to the office work, which is also in this committee, and we're responsible for holding some hearings soon on that, I'm very curious because getting employees back into the workplace full-time seems to be a struggle. And so I'm wondering, why is that?
We're talking about telework. Are we talking about the change from
Yes,
telework?
yes.
Okay, okay. Well, people got used to working from home. Many people enjoy working from home. Decision was made by the mayor that we're no longer going to do 2 days of telework. We're going to go to 1. It's a management right. We notified the unions when that was handed down from DCHR and the mayor, and we're currently in the process of engaging in impact and effects bargaining over that change. But the change is due to go into effect on March 10th.
And so are you hearing from unions about this change?
Absolutely. I've been meeting with all of our unions, both individually and also collectively as some different groups around the district. And we've been talking it through, and we're going to continue to talk it through and bargain over it at the table.
Okay. In your opinion, how does this requirement impact our overall government service? Because we only have about 10,000 that are not unionized. What is our real expectation of how our government will run into the future?
Sure. It's a great question. I would have to defer to the DCHR. I believe that's a question for them. I don't know how it's going to impact us long term, but there have been studies done. I believe Director Hall has spoken about these studies about the workplace and the return to in-person work. And there have been some studies done across the country, and those were relied on by the mayor and by DCHR when the decision was made to return us back to in-office work.
So should currently non-unionized employees do what they did at Starbucks, form their union?
Are you asking my opinion? I don't know if I don't have an opinion on it. I don't even know what Starbucks did, to be honest with you, specifically. But our workforce has been asked to come back to the office for a myriad of reasons, most of which could be answered by Director Hall and the mayor. It's my job just to negotiate those changes, though. Once we're ready to go back to work, when the unions want to bargain over it, they let us know, and we've already started engaging with them.
So if we were to, suddenly there appears a new union on those who want to be a union, you would do for that group what you're currently doing for the ones that are already organized and come through your shop, the 25 different ones that you work with now.
Sure. If they're a new union, they're going to be subject to they'd still be subject to the same 2 days of 1 day of telework that everybody else is getting. They would have the right to bargain over the impact and effects of that once they get a contract. But remember, it is actually the district personnel manual which actually allows for telework, and that's what's changing. It is the district personnel manual. Again, that falls under DCHR, but that's what's changing. So my job is just simply to talk to the unions to continue to work within the parameters of the DPM and execute some type of MOU, memorandum of understanding, between us and the unions as it relates to that change. Really, we're bargaining over the implementation of that change.
So how does your agency track the expiration dates for each of the bargaining contracts?
We have a negotiation supervisor, Mr. Kentoff. He's in charge of all negotiations. We keep that information. We review it all the time. We keep a handle on when contracts are coming due, when negotiations are going to start. They're always rolling. One of the things, as I mentioned in my earlier testimony, is that we've started to now, I think before I was working at OLRCB, contracts were 3 years. The code calls for a minimum of 3-year deal. Most of our deals were 3 years. One of the things that we have done over the past couple of years is we've started to extend those. So we're starting to move away from 3-year deals. If we see the opportunity for a 4 or even a 5-year deal, we're going to try to do it. It's to everybody's benefit because it allows for the district to better budget and forecast its costs. Also allows the union to know exactly what its members are going to get, and there's no questions because we have a contract. Also, for my office, it's a bonus because if we stagger the end dates for those contracts, it means that we're not trying to negotiate them all at the same time, which was the problem that we were having back in 2018, 2019. All the contracts were expiring at the same time, which means we were ramping up to negotiate them all at the same time. And as you stated, we have a small staff. So the best way for us to manage that is to actually stagger those contracts and so extend some for longer terms and others allows us the ability to do that.
Okay, I note in the code, it indicates that the bargaining unit is responsible for notifying your shop in writing. So when you're doing the extensions, is that also a requirement of the unit that you are trying to extend their contract, let's say currently in a 3-year, and they are very much agreeable with what currently are the circumstances they want to extend it? How is that relayed to you?
They would still have to file with us their request to negotiate a new contract, and then we get to the table. But the deadlines for they're there just to help with budgeting. If the unions have to let us know between June and August of the year prior to when the contract expires, kind of by theory, we hope that we can get to the table and negotiate something so that this time of year, which is now February, March, we are closing out the contract. The CA and his staff can properly budget for that contract in the next budget because we're in budget cycle. And then the contract gets implemented in October. That's how the code, when it was developed, it was meant to work that way. The problem is we have a lot of unions, a lot of bargaining units. And if you're doing them all on 3-year contracts, you're going to always have the problem of they all expire at the same time. So we've been now able to kind of step around that by saying, listen, it just says we have to have a minimum of a 3-year. We can do 4, 5, 6 years. So where we see the opportunity, we take advantage of it. And our unions seem to like it too.
All right. And so if you do pass 4 years, what kind of pressure, well, it puts pressure on the budget because, we do our budget thinking within 4 years planning. So do we have any contracts enforced now that exceed 4 years or in this FY year 2024 that we do not have a financial plan for that union going forward into FY 25?
We don't currently have any contracts that are extended out that far. And as far as I know, the ones that we do have in place, while they may not be 5- and 6-year contracts, have been properly budgeted for and planned for.
All right. I mean, I don't want anything swept and then, you know, you end up with pitchforks at your door, so to speak, with that. Can you please send me a list of the labor agreements that were ratified in FY 2023 and any of those that are upcoming that maybe in the last few months?
Sure,
Okay, thank you. Within 2 weeks?
absolutely.
All righty, thank you. When we talk about impasse with negotiations, I have the code, and the code stipulates that when a negotiation gets to a standstill and cannot move forward, that the Public Employee Relations Board, PERB, and the Federal Mediation Conciliation Services may be brought in. Is that standard operating for you, or is there some deviation?
No deviation from the
Okay.
code.
Okay. When a hearing examiner or an interest arbitration issue is a binding decision and order, can either party file an appeal?
No,
Neither?
no. We're talking about interest arbitration, right? Arbitration at
Done.
impasse. No, it's over.
Absolute.
That's it.
All right. You have explained that you meet with the labor leaders and that you are warm and fuzzy with them and you're building relationships. Can you inform us as to any other things that you might do with labor community that would build collegial relationships?
Yeah, thank you for that question. That's something I'm probably more excited about. We were able to a few years ago when I was wearing both hats, I was running DCHR and OLRCB. I decided I was going to take a visit to DOES. They have a small operation in Southwest, and I notified first, obviously, Director Morris Hughes. I want to come over and I want to meet with the union there and talk to them in-house and just for an hour. And I went out and I spoke to them, and it was just a really good opportunity to hear from folks on the ground, union members who are frontline, to hear what are their concerns, what are their problems. One of the things that I thought was really interesting was it was a chance for me to hear directly from them instead of me hearing it through some of the union presidents. Sometimes people aren't ready to speak up in front of other folks, and so I ended up spending a couple hours there and realized that they had labor issues. Of course, they wanted to know about what our office did, but they also had a lot of HR questions. And so carrying that forward, I talked to Director Hall this past fall, and we said we were going to try to do it together. And the first person we reached out to was Director Thenie Freeman at DPR. And she was gracious enough to let us come into her agency a few weeks ago. And we did the first one of what we hope to be at least 4 during this year of what we call site visits, where we go in, we explain a little bit about what OLRCB does. We talk to, and DCHR talks a little bit about what they do. And the audience there is our labor leaders from DPR and also the executives at DPR and HR staff. And we do a joint session where we talk for like 15 minutes about what each agency did. And then we broke off. Director Hall stayed with the HR staff and talked about HR issues. I took the union into another conference room. We talked about some issues, and it was a really good opportunity to talk and get some things ironed out and worked out. There were some things that people didn't understand how they worked, and it was a great opportunity. So when you ask about the things that we're doing, that's one of the things that we're doing that I'm really excited about. And again, I thank Director Hall for partnering with me in that. The other thing that we've been doing is we've instituted what we call the Coffees with Director Maxwell, which is just my opportunity to do a one-on-one with our labor leaders And they come in and they just sit in my office and we have coffee and I tell them all the time, this is a safe space. What you say here is going to stay here. And there's complete amnesty there. If they want to come in and cuss me out, that's fine. We can sit and talk about all the things that they want to talk about. And we found that to be a really good place to get ideas, to work on things, again, to talk about misunderstandings. And it's been a good opportunity for us to just do better outreach. I know when COVID hit, one of the things that we did at OLRCB, we kept telling everybody, yeah, we know what OLRCB traditionally does. But in this instance, in COVID, we wanted to be what we called a bridge resource. We wanted to be sure that management was hearing directly from the front lines about what was going right, what was going wrong, how we could do better, how we could work better collaboratively. And so we want to just continue that moving forward. It doesn't have to be adversarial. And the people who know me know that that's not my style anyway. And it's not in the spirit of our office nor what we do. So we try to work collaboratively. And so we're going to continue to try to find ways to work more collaboratively in these one-on-one coffees I've had. We've come up with some great ideas with some of our labor partners. We want to continue to do that. I believe it was year before last, we did a great event with the mayor at the library where we had our labor leaders come out and we had a little reception. They were able to talk to the mayor in a more of a social setting. We're hoping to do some more of that as well. So, you know, as we look forward, we want to do more and more collaboration, less and less litigation.
Well, thank you very much for that response. And I would like to ask if you could send to me any scheduling ideas that you are about to consummate, so to speak. I would be very curious about that, and I tell you why. The process you just described is probably a similar process we may need to employ as we talk about return to office work. And so, and I will be happy to give you information that we have gathered so that you can sort of also include those organizations within our government on your schedule.
Absolutely.
I think it's very, very beneficial that we have time to sit and talk and listen to where people really are so that we can really build our government up and so that it's feeling like we're all connected again, because COVID did have an effect on our community. I think initially we thought it didn't, you know, we were all home safe, but not having that human contact, not having and continuing that familiarity and those things we traditionally did, I think we're seeing it and just play out every day, and particularly with our young people. And so yeah, I think when it plays out that at the level it is with our young people, we know that the adult population is also, under some extreme screening at this time. So
Yes, ma'am.
would greatly benefit from having you take a look at some of these. You kind of touched on in your you touched on this document management system in your statement. Is it complete and totally operational, or is it sort of like you're still dreaming of it and you know how it's supposed to work?
So I'll start and then I'll let Chief of Staff
Okay.
finish. The system has been purchased. But just like with any other system, it needs to be customized to exactly what it is that OLRCB needs to operate. And so that's the process that we're in right now.
Yes, we're working with the vendor right now to tailor the system to OLRCB specific needs. And our team meets weekly with them to implement.
And do you have a deadline, like a drop dead date when you want to have the system up and running, or is it too soon to make those projections?
Well, we do aspirationally, we want to be finished by the end of the fiscal year. And we believe that we may be able to be finished by then, but we don't have a drop dead date.
All right, so while we do not have this system operating, what are you doing?
We're continuing to work at the system that we have. So the document management system allows for us to basically keep track of all of our documents. But when I want to search for, let's say, a motion to dismiss, I have to do it, it's probably the same way than anybody else. You have to go into my computer and I have to search files for anything that says motion to dismiss. I may get 1,000 different hits, and then I got to go through and figure out which one might be most applicable to my needs. The document management system that we just purchased does something entirely different. We're able to actually put together a document, save it in the system, and the system will know, okay, this is a motion to dismiss, and it'll put all the motions to dismiss in one separate file or place. Then we can look. We can also customize it even more and say we want motions to dismiss for a PERB ULP as opposed to a motion to dismiss a court case. So that's what the document management system does, and that's where we are with it. We're just trying to get it customized for us for our needs. But in the meantime, we'll keep working with what we have.
All right, so it'll be customized where you can sit in front of your computer and you can say, upload this document in front of me, and it will upload it automatically. You don't have to do anything like, the driverless, vehicle. And then say, do you have to instruct it where it goes, or does it read it and know that it goes into one pile versus another?
We instruct it just to be
Okay.
sure that it goes exactly where we want it to be.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm just thinking the whole government needs that system, so that's why I'm asking. I know we can benefit from it. We at the council, lots of paper.
Oh, yeah. We made a commitment in 2019. We wanted to be totally paperless in, I think it was a 2-year time frame. We met that goal. We're paperless. We don't really use paper in the office unless people want to print something out for their own purposes. We don't, things that are filed with courts and with arbitrators and with PERB are all now done electronically, and the files that are kept are done electronically.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Indeed. I just want to check on the status of these agreements. We talked about the teachers union. School bus drivers, is this the Teamsters, or is that another group? I know there are two groups. That's
I was
all
about
I
to ask
know.
you which one. Their school bus drivers are split into two separate distinct units. One is represented by Teamsters Local 639. The other one is represented by AFSCME, Local 1959. AFSCME is the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. Their local 1959 handles those bus drivers. They're currently under contract.
AFSCME is under contract.
They're both under contract.
Both are.
Yes.
And their contracts expired
I
this
believe
year,
No, I believe it's next year.
25.
That's correct.
Okay. And now one group is what, about 900 employees?
I forget the number,
Yeah.
but I know that I believe it's the part-time drivers is the larger group, if I'm not mistaken.
And that's the AFSCME group.
The part-time drivers are.
No, that's the
The
Teamsters group.
part-time drivers are Teamsters and the
Yeah.
full-time drivers are AFSCME. The other way around, sorry, I had it backwards. The full-time drivers are Teamsters.
Okay.
Teamsters, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
And AFSCME is the part-time.
That's correct.
Now, when you say drivers, does it also include the school aid or the bus aid?
The bus aid, yes.
Okay,
School aids is another union.
okay, so the part-time, so those that are on the bus
Yes,
with the driver is another union.
absolutely. That's AFSCME Local 2921. We have a lot of unions in DC government.
25 or more. Okay, I'm trying to understand this.
Sure.
And the reason being that I think it's important to know who is engaged in what service. And how many of these unions have you had the occasion, let's say in last year, in the last 18 months to really meet with?
All of them.
All of them.
I meet with every single labor leader, labor partner that we have. I meet with all of them.
Okay, but you haven't been to their union hall and talked to their members, but you're working on that.
Well, I talk to members when I go on site, or if I'm out and about around the city, I talk to members.
Okay, but no formalized, let's sit down and have a discussion. I'm just curious. Okay,
No, not other than, like I said, the coffees that we
Okay.
do and the site
Okay.
visits. We talk. I mean, that's probably not a fair statement. I hear from everybody about something at some point in time throughout the year, whether it's a minor labor issue that doesn't actually bubble up as litigation or negotiation. I'll get an email on it. I'll call. I'll give you an example. I don't normally, we have a unit that's over at DHCD in Southeast. If you recall, about a month ago, there was an explosion
Yes.
not too far from DHCD.
Mhm.
I talked to that union leader. He is not someone that I would normally talk to on a daily basis, but certainly when that occurred, I was immediately in contact with him and with his national vice president. And so in that way, when I say I talk to them every year, I usually will talk to everybody at least once a year, but usually more than that.
Well, you're just, thank you very much for that response. You're solidifying the outstanding value that you serve in helping us to reach all of our employees. I think that's very important, and I thank you for what you're already doing, and just please keep it up, because I fear sometimes our employees don't have that regular contact. It's like you're in your little cubicle or at your desk, and you're there maybe at 9 and you're gone at 5:30, and the next day and the next day.
Yeah.
And yet we say, you should plan on working here for 20 years. No, we do.
Yes.
We say that. And that's the expectation. But I think the interaction and certainly showing appreciation where it's due is very important.
Absolutely.
Which brings me to, do you give bonuses?
At my agency,
Yes.
it has occurred in the past. Yes.
It has occurred in the past. I am not putting any pressure on you. I just curious. Some do, some do not. Some do not because they don't have the resources. So I'm just,
I say we because Chief of Staff and myself, since I started this position, we made it very clear when we talked about how we were approaching leadership at this agency is we consider OLRCB to be the mayor's boutique labor law firm in the city. It's our job and so we manage it in that same way. So showing our employees how much we appreciate them, whether that's through a bonus or some additional time off or some admin time or for us to share a meal together. I mean, that's what we do because this is government employment. And so you have to come to it with a certain spirit. Unfortunately, one of those spirits is that, for most of us as attorneys, they're not getting paid what they could get in the private sector. And so we want to be sure that we appreciate them and we show them how much we value the work they do. And so when you ask about bonuses, yes, when we can, we give them, but we try to also show appreciation in other ways. But I think that's been very core to the values of the agency and is very indicative of why we're able to keep people so long and why people actually enjoy the work they do at OLRCB. It also speaks volumes to the fact that when folks leave OLRCB, they leave for some very, very good jobs around the nation. And so that just makes us proud of the product that we're putting out and the way that we approach the work.
thank you for that response. Do you currently have vacancies in your agency?
I'll defer to Ms. Alt on that one.
We do, Chairperson. We have two attorney vacancies that we expect to fill within the next week or so. We're in the process, we've already interviewed and we're in the process of drafting the offers. And we have actually just the two.
Just the two
We just
positions?
filled an admin one.
Okay. And so you'll be filling those. Okay. I ask because there are a number of vacancies throughout the government. And back in the day, the vacant positions became resources for the next budget cycle. And I'm trying to make sure that within my purview of agencies, that what the agencies need, that they are able to hold on to it. I mean, we are not seeing budget growth much this year, so I just want to make sure. So speed it up.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Speed it up so we can make sure you have what you need. 'Cause
Understood.
we need a lot. Can you talk for a minute about the training that your attorneys have attended in order to remain current on labor issues and matters?
Sure. I'll start and I'll let Chief of Staff continue. For starters, you know, we want to be sure that all of our attorneys have their licenses to practice in the district. And so we always encourage them to go to whatever CLE opportunities are available locally. I know that the MOLC usually puts on something, as does OAG. We usually have attorneys that attend those. For labor-specific training, for what we do, we normally do travel to conferences to learn about what's being done nationwide. And that's an effort that we will continue into this year.
So you mentioned conferences. What percentage of your operating budget is spent on attendance at conferences?
I couldn't answer that.
You
Do have an
can
answer?
send me that in 2 weeks,
Absolutely.
please.
Yes.
Okay. And if you would be good enough to name the conferences that you attend,
No
that would
problem.
be very helpful.
Sure.
And how many attended?
Sure.
If you're going to be a boutique, law firm, I just want to know what we're dealing with.
Sure.
Okay.
And let me add to that. It's the training for the attorneys, but we also are starting now to understand and realize that we have to also train our support staff.
Correct.
They are the lifeblood of what we do. And so we are taking time now to be sure that they're also getting trained. And wherever they find it, they let us know, and we try to support it.
Excellent. Thank you for that. I will ask, but what resources does the agency use to conduct its legal research as it tries to manage your caseload? What are the resources that you use?
Sure. We have what most law officers would have. We use I think it's Westlaw. We have a Westlaw subscription. We also use the PERB index, which is a very useful tool. It's an index of all the PERB cases, so locally we can actually zero in on that. We also have the labor arbitration reports that we use. That's usually where we do most of the research.
Okay.
Oh, and Bloomberg. We have a subscription to Bloomberg.
Bloomberg.
Mhm.
Okay. Right. So do I, but okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much for your attention and your time, you and your staff, and thanks for joining us here. And we'll see you in April, I presume.
And thank you for having us.
Thank
And
you.
thank you to you and your staff for being flexible and accommodating and allowing us to do what we do. We appreciate your support and your leadership. So thank you very much. And also, I like to thank my staff as well, some of whom are not here because they got to hold down the office.
Yes.
But we couldn't do it without
Yeah.
them. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you all for your outstanding service.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sincerely. Thank you. Next up on our list of witnesses today, another government witness. We will hear from the Office of the City Administrator. We're going to pause for about 3 minutes and set up that meeting. Thank you. All right, we are now going to take a look at the Office of the City Administrator, which is responsible for the day-to-day management of the district government, setting operational goals and implementing the legislative actions and policy decisions of the mayor and the DC Council. The city administrator reports directly to the mayor and has direct oversight over all operating agencies under the various deputy mayor's offices. The city administrator also prepares the district's annual operating budget and provides direction to all agencies to ensure they are meeting the needs of the district residents. The city administrator is responsible specifically for internal services team, which oversees a cluster of 7 agencies and specific functions. The lab at DC is another responsibility, which uses scientific insights and methods to test and improve policies and provide timely, relevant, and high-quality analysis to inform the district on its most important decisions. And then Resilient DC, which was established to build the city's shocks and chronic stresses, response to shocks and chronic stresses in order to ensure that DC thrives in the face of change. And this includes the ability to withstand any natural or man-made challenges that threaten our communities and tackle the social challenges that come with being a fast-growing city. Also within the city administrator's office is the Office of Racial Equity, which was established by the mayor in 2021 to focus on developing an infrastructure to ensure policy decisions and district programs are evaluated through a racial equity lens. Another office, Building Blocks DC, which is the district's whole government approach to preventing and reducing gun violence. And finally, the Office of the Gun Violence Prevention and the Office of the City Administrator coordinate with the Building Block strategy. With all of these responsibilities, the office of the city administrator, that the city administrator has in the city, we are very anxious to hear what has been the performance during FY '23, and particularly any public feedback about the office's work. And we look forward to learning what may be their plans moving forward during the current FY year. So with that, I now will call our panel of public witnesses. Here's the panel. All right, we have it. We have Aman George, which is representing ANC 4D06. Alicia Wilson, who is the co-facilitator for the DC Initiative on Racial Equity. Mr. Robert Brennan, former ANC commissioner who has been kind enough to be with us most of the day. And Mr. David Maloff, who is a public witness. And so we will start with Mr. George. Mr. George, you're on when you're ready.
Thank you. I'm the ANC for Single Member District 4D06 in Petworth, and I'm going to try and speed through 4 big issues that I hope the city administrator can make progress on in the coming year. Building a library on Kennedy Street Northwest, making traffic safety enforcement more effective, releasing completed evaluations of congestion pricing in the district, and continuing to build out the district's bike priority network. ANC 4D represents parts of the Petworth and Brightwood neighborhoods, including most of the vibrant and beautiful Kennedy Street corridor, which is this lovely and human scale corridor that has also had its share of problems, especially when it comes to public safety and economic disinvestment. Our commission has been advocating for the district to close a major identified service gap in the DC library network by building a new branch on Kennedy Street Northwest. Money was appropriated in the current year's budget for acquiring a site for this project, and we would really like to see it move forward. So if the city administrator has any information he's able to share about how and whether this project might move forward and how to ensure it happens, I would be very grateful. As far as we can tell, despite the appropriation, there has been very little movement to actually make this project a reality to date, nor has there been an effort that we've seen to bid out proposals for site acquisition. But our commission strongly believes that a facility here can be a much needed hub for community and the provision of city services in a neighborhood that would greatly benefit from it. My next few items are related to transportation policy, which was also a topic I joined you all to discuss during performance oversight last year. Despite the Vision Zero slogan, 2023 was the deadliest year on DC's streets in 16 years. 2024 so far is on pace to exceed 2023, with 7 traffic fatalities to date. Those 7 fatalities include 4 pedestrians killed in hit and run crashes and a 5-year-old girl. The record to date is terrifying and tragic. I would hope that the city administrator can spur more ambitious programs to improve street safety, and I have a few places that I think would be great to focus on. First, traffic enforcement continues to be broken. Traffic cameras are able to identify many dangerous drivers, but DC's track record in actually getting these drivers off the streets needs serious attention from the city administrator and other city leaders. I know the mayor commissioned a task force to look at automatic traffic enforcement policy. My understanding is that the draft report has been in the city administrator's office for many months now, and other district agencies appear to be awaiting that report, which was planned to take 2 years before making meaningful policy changes to improve enforcement efforts. So I hope that the city administrator can push the executive branch to speedily identify and adopt recommendations to make our streets safer. We also need transformational changes to enforcement efforts against vehicles that rack up a bunch of tickets or vehicles that display fake, illegal, and obscure tags or no tags at all. I understand that these efforts take additional resources, but last year, the mayor had proposed to cut funding for boot and tow operations within DPW. That can't continue to happen. For the city administrator, I would suggest, my understanding right now is that the district does not actually track any of the revenue that comes in for boot and tow operations. So it just continues to treat those as a pure cost to the city, even though that's clearly incorrect. That should change so that our budget process has an easier time giving DPW the resources that it needs to quickly and reliably enforce traffic laws against drivers who believe they can operate with impunity. The district has also conducted a study of the economics of congestion pricing for downtown DC. I hope that the district will release that quickly, that DC needs more revenue And we deserve to be able to have an honest conversation about our options for doing that and achieving some of our sustainability goals. I testified last year about the need to build a low-stress cycling network in the district to help unlock biking as a low-cost, green, active, and efficient mode of transportation in DC. We need leadership from the top to keep pushing for this, or at a minimum, to stop blocking the construction of this network. I think it would be important to allow the Connecticut Avenue bike lanes to be built so that people traveling downtown from Ward 3 or Bethesda have a viable alternative to single occupant vehicles, and so that the corridor can become safer. Give DDOT the space and resources it needs to build out the Move DC bike priority network rather than blocking key projects that are on the cusp of being built. And I also think it would be really valuable if we could develop a strong fact base to understand the economic effects of bike lanes on commercial corridors in the district and make sure that we release that publicly. We have a lot of debate over bike lanes that feels like speculation by people about what will or won't happen. We should be able to give our businesses better fact-based information about the economics of multimodal streets. I'm going to close the same way that I did last year. Vision Zero is not too ambitious. It's a moral imperative. The policies that will get us there are well established. Those policies will build more vibrant streetscapes, lower transportation as a barrier to economic mobility, create a more active community, clean our city's air, and do the district's part towards a better climate future. The challenges that we have are political and administrative, and I hope that the city administrator can be a source of vigor and leadership in our quest for safer streets. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we'll hear from Ms. Alicia Wilson.
Yes, hello.
All right, there you go.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds. My name is Alicia Wilson. I'm a co-facilitator of the DC Initiative on Racial Equity, a coalition that was formed in 2015 to urge the city to adopt a racial equity lens in its policymaking. We're a network of dozens of DC organizations and hundreds of advocates working in the city. The DC Initiative worked hard to advocate for the passage of the REACH Act in 2021. We continue to advocate for the city to consistently and comprehensively address the enormous gaps in almost all indicators of resident well-being along racial and ethnic lines. The REACH Act, along with the council's practices of conducting racial equity impact assessments on proposed legislation, have extraordinary potential to move those indicators toward a reduction in disparities and an improvement in outcomes for all city residents. We're pleased that the mayor and the city administrator have completed several of the initial items mandated by the REACH Act, which includes hiring an excellent chief equity officer and beginning to equip the Office of Racial Equity and supplying them with a sufficient budget to hire qualified people to staff it. And the Office of Racial Equity has taken many great steps forward in implementing their responsibilities outlined in the REACH Act. I've listed several of them in my written testimony, including things like training and interagency collaboration. And in particular, finally, just recently on February 1st, publishing the city's Racial Equity Action Plan, or REAP. This was a key mandate of the REACH Act, including that there be a citywide REAP as well as plans for each agency. This is critical for the city to establish not only goals for improving racial equity, but also to establish plans for accomplishing those goals and metrics to publicly track the city's progress. While we applaud those accomplishments, we wanted to highlight a few concerns related to the REAP. First, it took over a year for the REAP to be finalized after its initial debut in late 2022, with little clarity as to the reasons for its delay. This delay caused the city to essentially lose a year of progress in its racial equity efforts. I wanted to highlight for the council that the REAP provides an important tool for the council to monitor the city's progress. Annual updates on the REAP at oversight hearings are a critical part of the REACH Act's innovative whole-of-government approach to advancing racial equity. The council must insist on annual updates to the REAP that are mandated in the REACH Act and that they must not be delayed going forward. Secondly, the finalization of the citywide REAP was supposed to lead off the administration's efforts, paving the way for individual agencies to publish their own racial equity action plans. Because of the delays in publishing the citywide REAP, we have no agency-specific REAPs. This delay puts a great deal of the REACH Act's promise on hold. It prevents residents from holding different administrations and departments accountable for following their plans, for meeting their goals, and ultimately for improving racial equity in the city. The metrics that are proposed in the draft Racial Equity Action Plan are a great step forward, But without having it published a year ago, which it should have been, we are missing the opportunity to track change over time. This is a key part of knowing if the REACH Act and the government's efforts in general is having an impact on racial equity in the city. And while the final published document did show the incorporation of some public comments and suggestions, it still misses several key opportunities to move toward action, as opposed to spending the next 3 years on study and baseline setting. Just 2 examples are that the plan commits to building a list of possible short-term actions that could lay the foundation for longer-term progress, but doesn't commit to actually implementing any of those actions. There are also goals around community engagement that don't include any metrics about actual community engagement, nor any reporting mechanisms for those metrics. Relatedly, another area of concern for the DC initiative is that most DC residents are uninformed about the Office of Racial Equity or the city's efforts to improve racial equity, or even the passage of the REACH Act. We feel that the city needs to do more to engage residents as partners in this work. The REACH Act and ORE have clear goals of incorporating community input. However, there's just not been enough public effort to accomplish that. We urge ORE to more concertedly reach out to city residents and community groups to highlight their efforts and engage the community in this journey. We urge the council to carefully monitor the work of the Office of Racial Equity and insist on full implementation of the REACH Act if it's going to have its intended impact. We commit to continuing to push you to dismantle the systems of racism in the city and to collaborate with you to forge new structures that create equitable opportunities for all DC residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. Mr. Brennan? You're next. Go right ahead.
Greetings and salutations again, Chairman Bonds. My name is Robert Vincent Branham. I have held several community leadership roles in Ward 5 and across the city. I am a former ANC commissioner, president emeritus of the DC Federation of Civic Associations, former president of the Bloomingdale Civic Association, third vice president of the NAACP DC branch, and a large member of the MPD's Chiefs Advisory, Citizens Advisory Council. I am pleased to appear before this committee to comment briefly but forcefully on the office of the city administrator. Some time ago, I had the opportunity to host a community meeting at my home in Bloomingdale with Mr. Donahue. I have also had many opportunities to interact with the OCA through Ms. Lindsay Parker, who has high respect and is held in high regard across the district. I will state my conversations and interactions with the Office of the City Administrator to include former OCA Rashad Young have been positive. All of my interactions and conversations have been open, direct, and respectful. I have not had any reason to doubt their commitment to the people of the District of Columbia or to their word to me. However, Madam Chair, I must express my concerns with the presence of Dr. Christopher Rodriguez as Assistant City Administrator. I do not feel it inappropriate to see Dr. Rodriguez's presence is contrary to sound district government judgment, lacking respect for the principle of protecting district employment rights, and intellectual clarity to the concept of racial equity. Dr. Rodriguez cannot be viewed as someone who will respect the laws of the District of Columbia and cannot be expected to be a respected spokesman or representative upholding honor and integrity. Wherever Dr. Rodriguez speaks, there will be doubt to his integrity and to the adherence of the district's commitment to the values of effective community and government service, particularly racial equity. Finally, Madam Chair, let me suggest the organizational chart for the Office of the City Administrator on its website needs to be updated. And I want to state that my concerns of others with the rising crime rate in the District of Columbia, and I'm open to working with the city administrator and the deputy mayor on matters that can help address that issue and relieve some of the community concerns and move forward to provide greater community input and inclusion, dealing with all the aspects of public safety and some of the basic elements that impact it, such as homelessness, education, employment, healthcare, youth support, mental health support, transportation, to increase that culture of inclusion. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brennan. I think I see Kimberly Perry. 4 and 5. All right. Ms. Kimberly Perry, the Executive Director of DC Action, will call on you next. To present your
Wonderful.
testimony.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. I'm Kimberly Perry, Executive Director of DC Action. DC Action uses research, data, coalition building, advocacy, and a racial equity lens to break down barriers that stand in the way of all of our kids reaching their full potential. We convene the following coalitions of service providers, district families, and policy advocates: the DC Out of School Time Coalition, the Under 3 DC Coalition, the Youth Economic Justice and Housing Coalition, and the Home Visiting Council. There's a challenge common to the success of all of our coalition members that requires urgent action on the part of the city administrator and the Office of the Budget and Performance Management. And that is that government contract and grant payments to direct service providers are routinely delayed by months, which significantly undermines the stability and effectiveness of vital services to district residents. On top of that, for more than 3 years now, the district has failed to comply with the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act of 2020, which requires payment of indirect costs in addition to the direct costs associated with providing services such as youth shelter housing, behavioral health counseling, and after-school programming. One of the members of our Youth Economic Justice and Housing Coalition was recently forced to wait more than 4 months for their FY24 contract to be signed and to be paid out. Most small nonprofits cannot go without funding for more than a month, let alone 4. Because of the government's payment delays, the executive director was delayed in making payroll and ultimately had to borrow money from a friend in order to ensure staff could be compensated. We've heard from more members of our Out of School Time Coalition who've had to wait more than 6 months after their grant award announcement was made to even begin receiving payments, and heard from other partners who had to take out private lines of credit just to stay afloat as they await their government payments and reimbursements. Unfortunately, payroll challenges are all too common for nonprofit organizations. They've also suffered years of flat funding, been denied reimbursement for overhead operating costs, and wait months for district payments to come through. This is an untenable situation. I raise this in particular threat to nonprofits' ability to make payroll because it creates an auxiliary threat to district government. As you know, a failure to make full, timely, and regular payments to employees is a form of wage theft. Workers are entitled to damages, triple the amount of unpaid wages, and equitable relief when they're victims of wage theft. And Employers are further subject to lawsuits and a variety of hefty fines. The district's government grant payment delays are exacerbating staffing turnover and putting nonprofits that make up the backbone of our community services in jeopardy. This widespread pattern of payment delays that we see in housing and education, health, and human services continue to put the district itself at risk of class action lawsuits for breach of contract with hundreds of nonprofits. This is a multi-agency performance improvement matter that the Office of the City Administrator must immediately address. Due to lack of timely payment, coupled with failure to pay for full operating costs, nonprofits face a loss every time they accept a district government grant or contract. If we wait any longer to address these hardships, the community-based organizations that serve our children, our youth, and their families, and other residents will be absolutely decimated. With community needs heightened as continued fallout from the pandemic and the myriad of public safety challenges we're experiencing here in the district, this is no time to let the foundation of our community services crumble. DC Action is calling on the Office of the City Administrator to take the following actions, and I'll be quick and may go over just a bit, Chairperson Bond, if you'll just bear with me. First, implement a district-wide plan to ensure all remaining FY24 grant and contract payments are executed within a month of the award and/or the purchase order submission. Second, work with the Office of the Budget and Performance Management and Office of the Chief Financial Officer to conduct an accurate study of the full cost of implementing the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act without having to reduce current programmatic services. And finally, third, develop and disseminate across all district agencies uniform grant and contract language regarding nonprofit entitlement to compensation for indirect costs to bring the district into compliance with the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share this performance feedback on the continuous challenges that our district's nonprofits are experiencing related to government contracts and payments. And I will stay on and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. And let me remind all of our witnesses that we need to get a copy of your written testimony for the record. So please make sure we get that. You can send that to seal@dccouncil.gov, and that's CEAL@dccouncil.gov. Thank you.
And Chairperson Bonds, you have a copy of my testimony on record, and it is online as well.
All right. Thank you very much. And that's to all of our witnesses today. Mr. David Meloff, you are next.
Councilmember Bonds, good afternoon. You have an amazing capacity today. I've been on since 9 a.m. and I'm humbled by your oversight here. You're a road warrior. I am David Meloff. I'm a 41-year resident of the district and proud of it. I'm also the past president of the DC Federation of Citizens Associations, an umbrella group of about, at the time, 24 different neighborhood citizens, civic, and community associations. Mr. Branham, great to see you again today. I've got 30 years of management consulting experience, and my wife and I, for the last 17 months, have been through a deep immersion in all things that cry out for improvement at the Department of Buildings. Mr. Mendelson is tired of seeing 20 and 30 people line up for testimony, and he'll be seeing it again on the 22nd of February. The agency still needs a lot of help, and I'm here today to make an appeal to both the director of the Office of Legal Counsel and the city administrator combined in this testimony to offer a little extra help, a little extra love, a little extra oversight to new Director Hanlon, who did not testify last year for the oversight, who did not testify for budget. He did testify for his confirmation in October, and then in November, also spoke at the horrific hearing for the River East at Grandview debacle that Mr. Mendelson entitled the hearing. And in both those testimonies, Mr. Hanlon was very generic. I think it's time for us to get very specific. Construction projects are closed out with a punch list. And I hope that he comes in with just that. I hope that the city administrator will give a little extra focus this round, this year, to DOB. And for the Office of Legal Counsel, again, the director, Mr. Adams, I think has 40 agencies, but there is some drift in the general counsel's office at DOB. They need to be counseling management how to properly conduct themselves and to help them do better and not blindly stand by intentional or unintentional mismanagement. So I think there's plenty to do to focus on the councils at the DOB and management, especially within the permitting office. I submitted last April 8 pages of managerial recommendations. I will resubmit them into this hearing, also for the administrator and for the director, just to skim what should be being addressed here. Very substantive. You can disagree with me, but these budget codes need to be looked into. And I vote for Mr. Maxwell to go in, have a cup of coffee and talk to some of the senior managers, because he would find out in about 2 minutes some of the major management issues, not labor, but management issues. The employees I've met with at DOB know what needs to be improved. And I think they're a little afraid to speak up. There's a culture there that's focused on permit applicants who pay fees and not necessarily on residents who have to suffer through major Section 3307 dangerous construction projects, as we've had to here. So suffice it to say, I'm asking nothing of the council immediately, but I am asking the 2 oversight persons and the deputy mayor for operations and infrastructure next week to focus in with Mr. Hanlon on improving the agency. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thanks to all of our public witnesses today. And we have a number, you've given us a plethora of issues to examine with the city administrator, and I appreciate that. In fact, this is the way government should work. We should get to the bottom line of what the community is concerned about and have an opportunity for government's response. So I appreciate it very much. Mr. Muloff, I love hearing your testimony because I spoke to a few friends last week, and we are busy trying to figure out how we can start the professionals core. And that is individuals who are retired and are just itching to be back in the mix as volunteers, of course, but with the opportunity to provide more service to their community. So I hope you won't mind if we speak with you more directly about what this might mean. So thank you very, very much. All right, thumbs up. We're on it. Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Perry. I tried to capture all of what you relayed to us, and we will be examining your concerns with the city administrator in a minute. And of course, Mr. George, I have your list. I know what you're concerned about. You know, your four items. We made a list of that. And Ms. Wilson, I am concerned in that your testimony is really based on the slowness in which the government has responded to, you know, the act. And I can tell you that that frequently happens, and particularly when a government is trying to, well, for us, as you know, across the country, you know, we are still somewhat recovering so that we have full complements of employees in place to do certain things. It is not an excuse, but simply to say that there is some reason behind some of the delays that we all are experiencing. So I just hope you'll bear with us. We will examine that with the city administrator and see what he has to say and what he will do to cause our government to buckle down and get on with what it is responsible to do. So thank you very, very much. I don't have any specific questions because I think that would be a long discussion. I like to ask a question, you give me an answer, and then I like to examine that answer and move to the next part of it. And sometimes it, it's late in the day, and I thank you, Mr. Muller, for saying that we've been here all day, but not everyone appreciates it. But we could be here till 11 p.m. tonight. I know that, I can tell. And you're ready for that, but we're not going to do that to everyone. Not everyone has the discipline that we have and the stamina that we have. All right, got it. Okay. So thank you very, very much. Mr. Brennan, you want to say something?
I just want to end my testimony with personal thank you to City Administrator Donahue. His interactions with me has always been positive and beneficial, and I just think that the city is well served with him. I will say that I did testify at his confirmation in support of his confirmation. So I do come with a certain bias, but I value his the kind of leadership that he has been able to provide. Except one. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And you as public witnesses, you certainly can continue to be on with us as we bring the city administrator up and hopefully get some answers to your questions. But I must warn you, I gave him a long list of things. So he's, and he does have a stop time that he must adhere to. So I'll do my best. All right. Mr. Donahue, we're going to ask you and your team if you will raise your right hand so we can swear you in. All right. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
Yes. All right. Thank you. And you can begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, almost evening. Chairperson Bonds, members and staff of the Committee on the Executive Administration and Labor. I'm Kevin Donahue. I have the honor of serving as the City Administrator for the District of Columbia. I'll be brief in my remarks, given the time to allow maximum use of Q&A to be able to get to your and others' questions. But I am here to discuss the performance of my office during fiscal years 2023 and thus far in fiscal year 2024. I'm also joined by Jenny Reed, the Director of Budget and Performance Management, and Dr. Amber Hewitt, the District's Chief Equity Officer. Let me talk a bit about what my office does. It serves as the central hub of district government operations. We prepare and manage the district's budget, which means we monitor agency budgets throughout the year, try to predict costs. We'll see in upcoming years, secure funds from the federal government, and evaluate what programs work and what programs don't work as well. We work closely with agencies to set operational goals, promote collaboration, and implement legislative actions and policy decisions that are made by the mayor and the council. My office serves as the hub of coordination across clusters of government around critical priorities, including creating a more racially equitable city and preventing gun violence. Let me talk a bit about the individual components within my office and their work and performance over the past year and a half. Let me start the context of the COVID-19 response, which while COVID may have started 4 years ago, it still has lingered with us, certainly through FY23, because the federal declared government emergency did not expire until May. And in many ways, DC government had already reached a new normal in our operations, and we're preparing for the next phase. Our internal services team has been key in leading the ongoing evaluation of our post-pandemic posture, and will continue to do so as we continue forward. Last month, we announced district government workers would be in office an additional day, beginning around March 10th, and we'll have 50% of office-based staff in person each day. This means that each employee will be given 1 day of routine telework and be in the office 4 days a week, barring some circumstance that would justify using situational telework. This enhancement will allow for us to have better community engagement, foster a more collaborative work environment, and support the local economy. And as the mayor has repeatedly said, we need the White House and our federal partners to take more decisive action and come into office more frequently, as both our city and our country will be well served by that. In terms of the COVID-19 related federal assistance, we continue to seek out and close out reimbursements from FEMA for pandemic related expenses. And we're proud that on a per capita basis, the district is at the forefront of receiving federal recovery funding. And as I mentioned at our hearing last week, in terms of total dollars obtained through reimbursement, we are 15th in the country, despite having a population size of 49th in the country if there are 51 states. The Office of Budget and Performance Management, led by Jenny Reed, who's with me today, leverages data, innovation, and strategic planning to guide our investments. OBPM formulates the budget and tracks agency performance throughout the fiscal year, and identifies where agencies' key performance indicators need to get reviewed and discussed. The budget team has maximized the use of federal funds to meet district needs, and we are on track to fully expend all ARPA funds by their deadline. We are roughly at the 75% mark for the eligible use of the funds, and following the plans laid out in FY23 and that budget, we have until the end of this year to obligate all the ARPA funds, and our goal is to not have a single unspent dollar that would be at risk of being clawed back based on changes related to federal legislation. The performance team and the lab at DC continue to use the launch evaluation and monitoring hub to track the effectiveness of our use of this ARPA funds with program design support, technical assistance, and program evaluations. Data for each ARPA-funded project will be posted on the website, oca.dc.gov, so there's full transparency as to what they're looking at and what their assessments are. I want to highlight one specific project from last year that was partnering with the DC Housing Authority and our Department of Human Services. The lab engaged residents, case managers, and agency staff in improving the resident experience with housing vouchers, and last Thursday released a new, entirely redesigned paper application. The new voucher application includes nearly 40% fewer required pages to complete and requires a typical reading level of grade 4 instead of the previous requirement of having a grade 8 reading level. In 2021, the district was also awarded a grant from the Bloomberg Foundations to create a digital innovation team that we would call the I-Team, which focuses on digital transformation and innovation to deliver better results to our residents. Over the past year, the I-Teams work with agencies to assess recruitment and hiring processes. The team worked with the Department of Employment Services and DCHR to launch the HBCU Public Service Program and groundbreaking apprenticeship program with Howard University and the University of the District of Columbia. That will place 25 graduating college seniors in a year-long apprenticeship program within DC agencies and DC Water. OBPM also continues to coordinate with the mayor's Build Back Better Infrastructure Task Force to identify the most transformational, equitable, and sustainable projects that, with the once-in-a-generation funding provided through President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law. We provide a comprehensive overview of the competitive grants applied for and successfully obtained by the district, along with the details on project funding online at infrastructure.dc.gov. Moving on to other parts of my office, in January 2022, the mayor created the Office of Gun Violence Prevention as an permanent office within the OCA to provide a whole-of-government approach to addressing gun violence using the public health tools. Linda Harley-Harper, the district's first director of gun violence prevention, helped develop the policy and initiatives behind this office, and her tragic death has deprived us of a wonderful asset in our community. In carrying her legacy forward, OGPP team has continued to work on providing grant funding to our residents and community-based organizations to help them break cycles of violence and address the needs they see in their community. OGVP provides grants, follow-up support, and educational opportunities to grant recipients that show determination and management to expand and improve the impact of their programs. Both last year and so far in 2024, OGVP has issued 145 grants, totaling $1.1 million, supporting 99 organizations operating throughout the city. Dr. Amber Hewitt, who joins me today, serves as the district's first Chief Equity Officer, leading the Office of Racial Equity. ORE's mission is to ensure policy decisions and programs are evaluated with a racial equity lens. Dr. Hewitt and her team's accomplishments include releasing the district's first racial equity action plan, published last week after a comprehensive process of seeking input from resident stakeholders, and developing a racial equity dashboard to track progress on benchmarks and other indicators. Supporting the first 2 racial equity pilot cohorts, which is really partnering with 22 district agencies to test our racial equity tools, complete departmental assessments, and importantly, develop agency-specific racial equity action plans that will manifest our vision for a more racially equitable city. Leading the Interagency Committee on Racial Equity to advise on the development and implementation of racial equity plans, tools, and resources. The office is also finalizing a guidebook to provide agencies with the proper resources to think critically about when and how to collect, use, and share race and ethnicity information. And finally, the office is expanding their racial equity training program, which has been in high demand since it started, with 780 district government managers thus far trained. As we look ahead, the Bowser administration remains focused on continuing the shift to a post-pandemic stance and addressing the district's residents' priorities. We'll continue to construct our upcoming FY25 budget in an increasingly tight financial environment. We'll coordinate key aspects of the district's post-pandemic recovery to make sure we're meeting the needs of residents, businesses, and district employees, and maximize our use of federal funding. We'll develop plans and strategies for the future of government by looking at and analyzing our workforce, our facilities, our contracting, our technology, and identifying what we need to do to change to be able to comport with what's demanded in the future. We'll expand the gun violence prevention coordination activities, which include the OGVP dashboard to share data and information with residents and stakeholders and to assess the programs that we've rolled out thus far. And we make data-driven assessments of performance and impact of our federal COVID-19 programs as well as our locally funded programs. The lessons we learned and analytical infrastructure we created will propel us forward as we design, launch, and evaluate initiatives for years to come. Thank you for the opportunity to share highlights of my team's work. I've kept my testimony brief so I can maximize the use of our conversation that I'm sure we'll have starting now.
Thank you very, very much for that sort of opening. Really appreciate it. Just before we really get into responses to the questions that were posed by our public witnesses, I just really want to make sure that we are on the same page. Am I understanding in your testimony, I think it's on page 2, you indicate that the budget team has about 25% of what is remaining from the opera funds that are to be obligated through September 2024?
Yes, that's correct. So based on the budget that was approved by council in the summer, we basically plan to exhaust all of the ARPA funds by the end of FY24. We are required under federal law to have them all obligated by Q1 of FY25. So we would like to budget them all in 24 in case just a few spill over, so we don't run the risk, as the city administrator said, of returning any dollars.
All right, that sounds great. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we received how much did we receive in opera funds in total?
For what most people are probably familiar with is the $2.3 billion in what's called SLIFRIF, or the sort of flexible ARPA funding that came through. But in total, the district, as well as our hospitals and universities and quasi-governmental agencies like WMATA, received $8.5 billion.
And if I could just add, that's in addition to about $8 billion that was given as direct aid from the federal government to our residents. So
All right.
the combined total is about $16 billion.
All right. So then should I look at 25% of 16 billion, or 25% of 8.5, or 25% of 2.3
I would
million?
do 25% of 2.3. There's a few other grants that are specifically at agencies that are also ending this year. ESSER is one that folks have talked a lot about that supports the public charter schools and our DC public schools. Childcare is another area. And then, of course, housing assistance.
All right. That's important because my colleagues and I, will be thinking about that money, dreaming about it in our sleep and what have you. So I'm just putting you on notice.
No, it's an outstanding place to start. And if I could just briefly add, actually to put the council on notice as well, that federal funding is going away. So for the money for the budget that we submit for FY25, it will not include any ESSER money. It will not include any ARPA money. It will not include much of the federal funds we've had. So the aggregate spending for the city will come down. And there are many wonderful programs that we started with federal funds that there will not be the funding to be able to continue locally.
I certainly understand, Mr. City Administrator, but I just really want the record to reflect that there is some money, and it's a percent of a smaller bank of money than the 16.5 million. Okay. And I say that in earnest because my colleagues are ready to talk about this money. I'm very sure. So I just want to make sure. Okay. Thank you for that. One of the things that you did mention is that you have the innovation team that work with agencies to assess our recruitment and hiring processes. And you then mentioned a couple of the programs that they were engaged in. They seem to be specialty programs. And so I want to know if that's what innovation means, the specialty programs. And that leads me to ask, what about the regular DC resident that's looking for employment? I've heard time and time again that it's just impossible for them to be hired in our government unless they are from somewhere else. I'll just be honest with you.
Well, I'm sorry that some people applying for jobs get that impression. Actually, the starting point for the I team was not the specialty program that I mentioned in my testimony. The starting point, and most of the time they spend here, is focused on the basic core hiring processes in government across all programs, looking at two areas. One is how we message and recruit to make people aware of opportunities, to make it accessible to people. And the second is working with DCHR and OCTO to begin the process of improving and streamlining the way in which an applicant actually applies for a job, is able to track what they're doing. And that's work that will continue on throughout this fiscal year.
All right. Well, thank you very much. If you don't mind, let's move to some of these items. ANC Commissioner George had some items that were of great concern. As you heard from Ms. Alicia Wilson from the coalition, Dr. Hewitt, you heard from her. You also heard from Robert Brennan. And then, of course, Kim Perry. Let's start with Kim Perry because I think it's of a serious nature for those organizations that she works with. Can you help us understand what the plan is to provide payment, and why we are so delayed, and just help us understand why there have been delays and whether or not there is plans and or operations that would inform us that things are improving.
I did have a chance to hear her whole testimony, and I thank her for coming. She raises a very, very important issue, and one that is a high priority for me and my office to be able to identify areas for improvement. So let me just talk a bit about the context. And I'm going to raise a few different things because I believe it is a layered issue. First of all, I don't discount the validity of anything that she says with frustration in timely payments. Our nonprofits not only provide core services to government, they often operate with very thin cash flows, particularly meeting payroll, and those timely payments are very important. So one layer to this is that when the council passed a law that assured the nonprofits of a higher administrative fee, the OCFO did not score with any fiscal impact. Obviously, the math, there is a fiscal impact. So for an agency with a fixed budget, if they have to provide additional funding for administrative costs and overhead costs, which is understandable, they have a fixed budget. So they either have to cut services to make room for it, or they operate and provide less than what the law requires for. And that's a tough spot that it puts agencies in. But so the origin point is that this is an important, expensive law that was never applied a fiscal impact to it. Therefore, it became law without the funds available to actually implement it. A second point is we have a new financial system, and a financial system in which is very important for us to be able to have transparency. So we know where there are vendors, nonprofits, for-profits, but anyone who's waiting for payment, we need to know how long they're waiting for, who they are, so we know how to prioritize. Any business, any nonprofit has an accounts receivables and accounts payable. It's common practice in organizations big and small, and we need to have that kind of transparency from the current DIF system. And that's a request that we have out to the OCFO and one they've committed to providing us. So that is something also the council should ask for to make sure there's transparency. The process of getting payments with the new system, I have had feedback, is in fact in itself more complicated. There's more inputs, there's new training, and so there's a process that's made more cumbersome. I do think, and the final piece is that there are some programs, this is not all, in which the program itself is the funding source for it is funds that come from spillover funds from the prior fiscal year. So we have to wait for the auditor to audit and confirm the existence of surplus funds to be able to load the budget. That's not going to be every case, but I just mentioned 3 items. There's an item mentioned in her testimony about what does it actually cost without reducing operations. There's a question of transparency around what are the facts about what's late and what's not. And a third item about the process by which nonprofits have to seek payment. Just a final quick thing I'll mention that I think should be an open conversation is that the feedback I get is often around the difficulty maintaining cash flow on a reimbursement-based system when you have nonprofits that are small and have tight cash flow and do often have to take out loans to be able to make payroll while they wait for payment, even when it's done quickly. So I think we should also look at where we can look at laws to see if it's possible for agencies to give advance payments that allow for them to have some cash flow at the beginning of a work period to be able to carry out service, make payroll, in addition to making sure we pay our payments on time. So it's an important layered issue. I'm glad it was talked about today, and I'd like to work with the council and others to try to make amends for it.
Well, thank you very much for your answer. And on the issue of advance payments, what comes to mind is the process that we had with between DHCD and, for instance, the Urban League that was responsible for HPAP payouts because it was mixed. Our money was mixed with federal dollars and HPAP. The system was that the organization Urban League was required to provide documentation showing that it had expended whatever the amount that they originally received before the government, which is DHCD, would transmit additional funds. And so I'm hoping you're not really speaking of that, because that in itself was a long process. But we'll work with you to see if we can't clear that up. Also, the issue of uniform contracts, understanding what that might mean so that that nonprofits are very clear as to what contract contains in the parts and from one agency to the other.
Recently, my office did work with the Office of Contracting and Procurement to try to create standardized contract language around that and to disseminate to agencies. Now, what I'll do as a follow-up is to make sure sort of we track to ensure that that common language is beginning to be communicated out by agencies.
Oh, please, that would be great. And would you just send us a CC, send me a CC so I would know what's transpiring with that? I think it's important to stay on top of that. We don't have, at the council, we don't really, deal out the money, but, we just assign the money, but, so I can't, follow that line, but certainly would be interested in knowing what we are committing to and any new processes that we have in place. So thank you. I see my colleague, Councilwoman Lewis George, who is here. And I know she wants to talk with you, so I will relinquish my time so she can speak with you, but don't go away. I'll be back. All right, Councilwoman Lewis George.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Bonds. And good afternoon, CA. It's good to see you. I want to first start with some Ward 4 specific questions. Hopefully we can get through them quick, because the answer to all these questions are going to be yes, enthusiastically. So I want to start first with Kennedy Street Library. As you know, after a community-led effort alongside my ANC commissioners in 4B and 4D and neighbors, I secured $5 million to acquire land for a new public library on Kennedy Street. You know that this is important to the community and something that the community has asked for. I've met with Deputy Mayor Albert and had conversations with DCPL, but the community and I are anxious to get this moving since funding loaded in October. Can you commit today to work with Deputy Mayor Albert, Director Reyes Gavilan, DCPL, to finalize plans for the library?
You certainly have my commitment to work with them. I do think that it's a little more complicated because from what I understand, the DCPL hasn't recommended a library at that location.
Okay. You said yes to committing to them. I've been working through conversations with DCPL and Deputy Mayor Albert, and there is a willingness to work together and make something happen that can be beneficial to all of our community, and the potential for actually housing mixed with a library in that space, something that I know is being fought in other neighborhoods in the city, but is being willingly wanted in our community in Ward 4. Next up is Whittier Swing Space. Parents at Whittier Elementary School have been organizing for years for a closer swing space for when they start their overdue modernization in the fall of 2025. To date, despite letters and requests for meetings, they haven't been able to get the mayor or someone in her executive team to make a meeting with them. Will you meet with them to hear them out? They and other neighborhood schools are up for modernization, are very concerned about traveling out of bounds during their modernizations, and we're not getting good responses from the people responsible for running our schools.
I'm always willing to take a meeting and understand sort of the concerns. It is something I have also had direct advocacy on the issue from some stakeholders. It's something that we have looked at. The challenge has always been that it cost about $18 to $20 million to construct swing space. It would be put in a space that's currently used. And so we just would have to assess the cost of that relative to the other competing needs to create the swing space for one school. There's never been a question about why they want it and the validity behind that. It's a cost benefit question around the cost of constructing that space, as well as some of the displacement of the additional uses, but mostly the cost of constructing the space for swing space from that field.
Yeah, understood. We sort of, that was the original sort of ask. And now we are looking at additional space that would not sort of take up DPR's land. But also we're looking at it being a 2-school option. Both Whittier and LaSalle Backus both need a swing space closer to them. But in addition, Ida B. Wells and Coolidge, because they're doing such an outstanding job at those schools, are both experiencing overcrowding. Ida B. Wells and Coolidge both. And so as we look to an option for a swing space, we're also looking to how we're going to solve the overcrowding issue. And so I think there's an ability for us to actually look forward to solving the overcrowding issue while simultaneously having a swing space as a possibility for both Whittier and LaSalle families. But the original ask is still there. The families, just the people, the community and the PTOs really just want to meet with the mayor or someone from the executive team. So I will let them know that your answer is yes, and that you're happy to meet with them, and they can follow up there. Lafayette Field, parents and residents near Lafayette Elementary School and Recreation Center, we were able to secure funding to deal with some of the concerns at that field. And now that we have that funding, parents are concerned that DPR and DGS may be about to install an artificial turf field. I've asked to see the scope of work for DGS, DPR, and DCPS to hold meetings with the public to get their input, and yet those requests have been denied. My question is, can you get these agencies to the table to express what field they're intending for this area particularly? And I think the preference, and I had a meeting just recently in Chevy Chase, Barnaby Woods, and Hawthorne, and neighbors overwhelmingly wanted to be a natural field, not a turf, due to health and environmental concerns. And so I can't even get to the point of advocating for that because we haven't seen that scope. So could you commit to getting a scope for that and opening the conversation up to the community?
I certainly am committed to making sure you have a scope and there's community engagement from these agencies. If I could just add 30 seconds on this issue, I don't believe there's been a final decision made. From my understanding and meeting myself with some of the field engineers, the trade-off of natural grass is, even with drainage improvements, the 12-month use of the field is a very popular field, as you know. It'll be impossible to have the field maintain its integrity and its look and feel over as long a term as a field typically does when it's closed for the winter or closed off for non-school purposes. So that's just the trade-off. Turf lasts longer, artificial turf lasts longer, natural grass, even with improvements, will likely deteriorate in the course of 3 to 5 years before there might be the capital budget to be able to infuse it for a renewed surface. So, but that's to your specific question, yes, I'll make sure that there's engagement with the community and that there's transparency about what the two options are.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Now on to some broader questions that impact Ward 4, but I think the entire city. I want to ask about the kids' ride-free cards, which are distributed for the school year. We've had several times that, especially for our larger schools like DC International, Deal, Jackson Reed, Coolidge, that DDOT only delivers 100 cards at a time for distribution rather than enough cards for making everyone to get a card all at once. This should be a simple fix to make the program work and be more useful for families. There are stats that only 44% of students had cards as of January last year. I say that because, as you know, we passed Secure DC on a first vote yesterday. WMATA is going to have the ability to question individuals about, for fare evasion and other things, and they're going to have to show a card to prove that they are 18 or old. First that they're not under 18, but they also are going to need to show their kids ride-free card. The problem with 44% of students not having a kids ride-free card means they could potentially be subject to an interaction that we don't want to happen. So this year is more imperative than ever that the kids ride-free program actually delivers cards, not in 100, 100 by each, but give schools sort of how many students they have in the population and then maybe 25 over that. So I just wanted to see, CA, if you could commit to making sure the kids ride-free program will be better run this year and ensure that schools are getting the allotted amount of cards before the first day of school, so we don't have any negative interactions that as unintended consequences.
You certainly have my commitment to focus on this. I have maintained a sustained focus on this program, and I think you raise a good point about some of the implications of not having it. I do think the program has improved in how it's been managed. I've met with the managers at length at the beginning of this school year. I think part of the problem, and you alluded to this, is that there has been a belief that I don't need to tap. I get on a bus, driver just waves us on. And
Right.
so schools have often just not seen the demand for the card that reflect the student population. I think you raise a good point, which is that we need to educate both students, their parents, and schools about the additional risks now of not having a Kids Ride Fee card. Even if you don't tap, you got to have it with you.
That's right.
And I think there's a sense that you didn't have to have one. So
Right.
let's sort of work to make sure we distribute cards. DDOT has a lot of excess cards to reflect lack of demand at the student level. And I'll work with you and work with the program to make sure we get cards out there and kids know the impact of not tapping.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Lastly, social workers. As you know, the United States is facing a shortage of social workers, and the district is not immune. I, as a family services chair, have CFSA in fiscal year 23. CFSA alone had 49 vacancies in child protective services, up from 27 in fiscal year 2022. A high number of vacancies is concerning in any position, but as the services of social workers are so critical to health, safety, and well-being of the district, this severe lack of social workers is a critical problem that needs to be addressed fully and directly. And I know that I share the concerns of my other colleagues, like Councilmember Henderson, who has the health committee as well. And so those of us with social workers with sort of in our agency's portfolio are seeing these shortages devastating. I want to know what your office is doing to address the high rates of vacancies amongst our social workers, and what hiring and retention initiatives do we have to attract and keep qualified social workers in the district? Are there any new incentives being planned by you all? Because I would like to see some bonuses or something to get some social workers, because it's devastating. And we're overworking the current social workers we have. So I just want to see if we can get some signing bonuses and some other incentives specifically focused on social workers.
I agree with everything you said about the need for them, the shortage of them, both in DC and nationally. And from my vantage point, it starts with listening to the social workers and those agency directors. And I asked them the same question I asked the chief of police: what do you need to be able to attract and retain critical staff like that and be responsive to them in our budget? I would note that we did submit a budget enhancement last year. It did not survive the review and market process to create an incentive fund that was centrally housed to allow for individual agencies to put forward ideas and basically have an internal grant program. The challenge of just giving money to DHS or CFSA is that I have 10 other hands who have social workers who raise their hands and want a similar program. So my response is I'd like to work with you and your colleagues to look at developing a centrally housed program so that social workers, no matter what agency they work in, are able to receive the same level of like retention, attraction, wellness program that we might think is CFSA, but recognize there's also other agencies want to help as well. So I'd like to work with you on that, but that's what we thought of last year. That's probably what we'll think of again this year.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Mr. City Administrator, I wanted to continue following up on some of the points that were made. Councilmember Lewis George talked about the Kennedy Library. Also, ANC Commissioner George wanted to talk about Vision Zero and the congestion pricing, and then the bike network. Are you prepared to respond to any of those?
I'll start with sort of just Vision Zero. And the overall approach the mayor has had consistently in her budget is making sure we prioritize with both capital investment and enforcement and education are what we know to be the high injury corridors and high crash corridors, which are defined, identified by DDOT, and we know where the crashes are going to be because that's where the crashes have been. There are substantial investments in our capital program that had this as the highest priority of all of our horizontal infrastructure investments that we've made, and that we're happy to share what the rollout schedule is for each of the corridors. So each ANC commissioner is able to see what the future holds in that. We also maintain a robust maintenance schedule that we brought all of our streets, sidewalks, and alleys into states of good repair compared to where they were, say, 8 years ago. And we maintain a maintenance schedule that maintains a state of good repair for all of our streets, bike lanes, alleys, and sidewalks. The congestion pricing study was an idea formulated prior to COVID. It's an idea that I think has no bearing in the world we live in right now, where, quite frankly, I have to pay people to come downtown instead of charging them to. So the basis of the congestion pricing study was based on data before COVID that was going to charge each and every person to come downtown. Our downtown is not Midtown Manhattan. It's not London or Singapore. It's a relatively small area, and charge every single American who attempts to try to go to visit their congressional representative. There is a 0% chance that ever becomes law and gets to the Congress. And that should not be in this world. It should not be a point of debate, because we want people to be downtown. We don't want to discourage people from being downtown.
Well, thank you very much for that. I think Mr. Brennan was more of his personal opinion that he was sharing with you. So we'll move on to Mr. Miloff. I am taking him up on his desire to get more involved. I'm sure you would like to do that too. It sounds like someone who really wants to continue making contributions to the government. So if you have any thoughts on that. Do we still have the professional corps? It existed a few decades ago, and it existed as a body of retirees. Was when I was first introduced to it, perhaps during the Anthony Williams administration, but it had been around even longer. No reference to it in the government.
I started in the Williams administration,
Uh-huh.
but the second term, I don't
It was
I
it
don't
would have
have.
been the first term, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I would love to have a follow-up conversation about you
All right.
with you about it. I'm not familiar with it though.
All right. I think it's something that we can take a hold of and really have an opportunity to, I know that your interest is in getting downtown back moving. So we'll bring them downtown and have them to do things. But seriously, I think it's an opportunity for us to take advantage of resources that we have. When I think about the high vacancy rate we have in our government, and I think about the expansion of the services that we want delivered, there may be an issue there where if we could get individuals with who are willing to put in some time, we might be able to get a better product. I mentioned to you, I think the other day, that we're having problems with telephones being answered, and the public is very concerned about that. I don't know if it's a condition of individuals not being available or having the phone switched to their home line. I don't know what it is, but the public is complaining. They feel that our government is closed in many instances. And when they do finally reach someone, they're not getting the kind of service that they once expected would be delivered by our agencies.
there's a few things you wove in there that I think are all interesting. I'll start with, I would like to have a follow-up conversation. You've reached out to me before about the idea of having some experienced professionals be able to support and aid in core agency missions, particularly with our vacancy rate. And I'm happy to follow up with you about that. It sounds like an interesting and valid concept. On the other points that you raised, your comment about answering the phone, I did remind me when I did start at the Williams administration, everyone in government had to have almost the same voicemail language. Voicemails were used back then more commonly. The same email signature and a reply within 24 hours. We were tested. There was a group of centralized testers that would test whether we're calling back in 24 hours, and each director got a report card. And it was an interesting concept and one that I think is worth looking at sort of the merits of what that represented. I will say that I do think that COVID and all of its progeny has had an effect on how people think about government service. I do think an impact of working from home has been both the perception of less responsiveness and the reality of it. When someone can't get a hold of someone, they can come to the office. If they come to the office and no one's there, they think that no one's really responding. If people don't respond to a phone call, but in fact you show up to the office and people are there, you get responded to, you get engaged with. So I do think it's part of why the mayor had in mind, it's not just about our local economy, it's about the reality and perception of how we serve residents. Innovation and collaboration happens in person much more effectively than virtually. That's been well studied and documented over the past 4 years. I would encourage you, though, to make sure you ask some of the independent agencies what their policies are. To my knowledge, for the most part, they do not show up to the office. The federal government is now requiring at least 50% in-person presence per pay period. I can't say that for every DC agency. I can say it for every agency under the mayor. And I do think it's important to get every agency to be able to have that in-person presence and responsiveness that we've seen now from the agencies that report to the mayor.
I appreciate your response. Thank you very much. One of the points that has come to my attention made by some in our government, are we going to move to a point where individuals will forego, the employees will forego a COLA because they prefer to not be in the office. And I think when we think about how our budget is somewhat flat, it is something that might be entertained. Maybe not this year, but it might be entertained. I was at a conference with those who make the taxes in other parts of the country. And that was one of the discussions. How are they going to deal with situations where they're looking for employees? So many of their employees have not returned. And that was part of the discussion. Have you given any thought or heard, or am I the only one who on the planet who has heard this?
I have definitely know that there will be some employees that we're going to lose because they prefer more telework. And I'm not judging that. That's going to be a preference they have or part of their life reality. So there's going to be a transition period in which we also have to learn how to recruit and retain individuals where they know who are excited to be in the office and know that's the expectation. Have not had any union yet approach Director Lindsay Maxwell and offer a 0 pay increase in exchange for a day of telework. But anything I suppose is possible. But I do think there'll be some transition period. I think the federal government, while they've improved, are still behind where we are, and you may have some folks that leave for that. But why people come and stay in exciting, difficult jobs of local government is the fact that you're working in DC and you love that feedback loop of serving residents. That's always been our competitive advantage over the federal government and other employers, and will continue to be. The federal government's advantage may be its benefits, its work-life balance, and its telework. And we have to be reasonable and responsive to what the realities of the labor market are today. But we want to be present to respond to our constituents and residents. As we lose some people, perhaps, I think we'll lose very few. And I think we'll be gaining the same people we've always gained, which is individuals who want to be present in person serving residents.
So, Mr. Donahue, I have to ask then, are we also beginning to look at government for its largeness and thinking about processes that would require fewer employees to do the job? I mean, there are some occupations that we must have a person usually in place. I think of medical services. I think of the refuge, pickups and what have you. But there are also some that, as you articulated earlier, that could be done remotely, or maybe it's combined, where we once thought we needed 3 people to move a piece of paper or an instruction, we're now down to 1. I'm just wondering, because as we think about the whole of what our circumstances are, in my opinion, we're talking about wanting to revitalize our community. We'll have a new normal. I think we all acknowledge that. But we're also saying that we may not have the bodies to get done what we thought we were going to be able to accomplish in the past. So that being the case, I'm not asking you, are you planning on buying 10,000 robots? I'm not asking that, but I am asking, are we thinking about the future of our government, or should I just deal with this year? Would you rather I just stay with this year?
I think that's like a foundational question. And it's quite frankly, sometimes I think when we look at the long term of flatter revenue, even with a good economy, flatter revenue and sustained increase in costs, we have to figure out how to be able to do more with the employees we have. When there was a discussion about artificial intelligence and how we can simplify work, without question, the job class that raised their hand most aggressively in wanting help, not quite sure what is there in terms of helping out, are caseworkers who are overwhelmed and to a person believe that there are parts of their job that they very much would like to automate so they can do more of the human interaction that must be done by a person. So I do think for all the economy, as much as people talk abstractly about job displacement for technology, I think of it as job simplification and allowing for a relatively long term of having a scarcity of really specialized professions. And we have to simplify what we ask of them. We have to take some of the burden off of them so that we can get more out of each one. And I think it's a foundational question. You framed it really well. And it's something that we will face this year, next year. And we just want to make forward progress each year with easing the burden on those critical professions.
All right, well, thank you. I'll come back to you, but I recognize that Councilwoman Christina Henderson has joined us. Welcome. And I know she wants to chat with you for a minute. Go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, and good afternoon, Mr. City Administrator. I want to follow up on an ongoing conversation that we've been having via letters about some outstanding reports that are overdue from various agencies, which is actually one of the reasons why I am hesitant whenever my colleagues are like, let's just have them do a report in 180 days, because I know how many reports we haven't gotten yet that we have been expecting. But as for background context for some folks, I sent the city administrator a letter in September. He responded in October, which I appreciated. I just also want to just do some check-ins. So let's start with the CARE report or the CARE program report. In your letter, you stated that the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services must identify the backlog in the housing assistance programs before the report can be released. The report was finalized in at the end of FY22, which is about a year and a half ago. So what progress has been made towards identifying the backlog on the voucher program?
I'll answer this question, but also a broad warning that I may not have a working knowledge of each and every report that was contained in that letter. I had an outstanding team help me with that response. The CARES report and the backlog related to the fact that the CARES pilot involved the use of essentially access to housing that was more rapid than if someone was going through the normal process. We needed to have we set aside local funds to be able to accelerate people's access to both vouchers, transitional housing, and temporary housing. The resources to be able to replicate that aren't there in our budget right now. So I think there was some hesitancy on the part of the Deputy Mayor to release a report that positively identified an action for which we don't have the resources to continue that action, which is setting aside funds and special process to be able to accelerate people's access to housing who were in the pilot areas.
Okay. It's kind of it's a half unfair question, only in that the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services before my committee tomorrow. So I'm going to ask him about this as well, but I thought that I'd ask you just in case you had an update. The next is the Department of Behavioral Health Ombudsman Program Annual Report for FY21 and FY22. Your letter stated that DBH has been delayed in finalizing the reports covering FY 2017 through 2021 due to a previous oversight of this reporting requirement, but anticipates that it's going to happen. My understanding is that some of these reports have been submitted to EOM for review. I was curious on the status.
I don't have specific information about that report, but I'm happy to follow up after the hearing.
Okay. The next one, in terms of your follow-up, the Maternal Mortality Review Committee Annual Report for FY22. The most recent report available we have is from 2021. Your letter stated that it would be made available in November of 23, and it hasn't yet made it public.
I'll also follow up with that one after this hearing.
Okay. The annual solid waste diversion progress reports. I'm going to skip this one because there's a DPW hearing that is currently going on. So I'm going to go ask Director Spriggs this after I get off with you. And I could go on and on. The point being, you get my point, right? We have a number of reports that I feel are informative to the work that we're doing that hasn't yet been released yet. And I feel like in some ways it delays and impedes our progress. I'll give you an example, and maybe you can provide some insight on this. So we have an opioid crisis here that's going on in the district. I was told in October that we were releasing the Live Long DC 3.0 opioid strategy plan. It is now February, but I have people who've said they have seen it, and yet it hasn't been released because I'm told it's under review.
Can I make a broad point in response to the spirit of this line of questioning?
Sure.
Is that there are clearly reports that that are important for the council and the public to have in hand when they assess and do oversight and consider changes. There's also reports that go back a while, and I don't actually think anyone reads. Or let me be a more nuanced way, I don't think the readership and the value justify the investment of time needed to do it. We have fewer employees now that are stretched really thin. It doesn't explain each of the reports that you listed, but there's a real burden on already overworked staffs. When I was in the federal government, there was a successful attempt between the White House and the Congress, who are not to the same party even at that point, to identify reports to sunset in exchange for sort of a commitment to being able to make sure what continues done on time, quality. Because if you read good intent into everyone, the reports are all done by people a few layers down in an agency that have a lot of different responsibilities. So I would love to be able to work with you and your colleagues to really identify reports that have like sustained, continued forward value, and allow for us to sunset ones that don't have value or don't justify the time. And I do think that same person doing maybe 3 or 4 reports in an agency could really focus on what's going to have the biggest impact.
I can appreciate that. And I will say I've made this offer before. I've made this offer for example, to the deputy mayor for education, because we've heard from the education agencies, oh, there are too many reports. And no one ever gives a list of what they feel like is either it's information that is incorporated in some other report that they provide, or something else is different. And I would push back on saying, you said some of these are so out of date, but I think for some of them, they help to let us track to see our progress. So for instance, when we talk about the solid waste diversion report, we haven't had one since 2018. How do I know, Jordan, stop. How do I know what progress, if any, we've made towards our goals in this area in the last 5 years?
I don't question at all the continued importance of a lot of reports. We did a survey of this. Jenny Reed to my right reminded me of this just now. We were able to identify 160 reports that agencies must do under council mandate. I think this is not the first time you give me this line of questioning. I always try to respond to the question, your letters to me in a timely manner and with in good faith. I would say that there are absolutely many valuable reports in that 160 report list, which we're happy to share. There are some that I think probably don't warrant the level of time needed to put it together, or date back, in some cases, enough years that its original purpose for being in existence we've moved beyond. And then there's less to focus on, and that's not an excuse or a reason we can give to being late with a report.
Okay, I appreciate that, City Administrator, and I don't want for it to sound as though you haven't been responsive. You and your team have most certainly been responsive, and I guess I want to make this a broader global say that I'm more than happy to have that conversation, and I don't even know how I'll say I'm more than happy to have that conversation in terms of the health committee. Or the health cluster reports, because that's an area where I know I can control it and sort of move it on. And then also have that conversation with the rest of my colleagues in terms of what we do sort of moving forward. I'm big on efficiency as well, but I also do feel like there is some valuable pieces to some of the work. And just kind of making sure that we're moving in the right direction on lots of different things. And so on that front, I'm going to, that's all I got, Councilmember Bonds. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I see you have assistants now. Yes, all right. Thank you. Thank you very much for your input today. As you were talking, I was thinking about asking the city administrator what was his solution to the accumulation of all these reports, because, we do have a printout that stipulates all these reports, and I think it's far more than 165. I think our printout is closer to maybe 300 different reports. Some are exclusive to the council, some are the council and the mayor, some of the, there's a strong variety of reports that are due.
Thank you. And we only surveyed mayoral agencies, so it's possible too that there are lots of independents or quasi-governmental agencies that are making your list. So we would love to compare lists. I was going to add before Councilmember Henderson dropped off, I think there's ways that we can look at being more efficient where perhaps it's a specific data point that is really what's needed to provide updates, and we can do that through our open data portals rather than writing a lengthy report that provides more information than is necessary. So those are the kinds of conversations we would look forward to having with you all about saying what is really important, what is crucial, and then what is publicly available, what do we publish anyways, and what can we maybe streamline to use our resources more effectively, as the city administrator spoke about.
I really appreciate that response because quite honestly, when we get a report and it's nice and glossy and it's full of, background information, goals and objectives, and then we finally on page 36 of a 42-page document glean the information, it does take a lot, because for every report, remember, there are individuals who must read it and extract the information that we need. So I do think the idea of having information gathered and transmitted faster, whether it's in a very glossy presentation, I think we all would just appreciate getting a letter response or, an email. This is because it's the information that we're really interested in.
I'm just going to add, whenever a report or even a letter response goes out, like, it's done as you would want, with a lot of seriousness. There are several reviews that happen that aren't done to slow it down, but just done to make sure we get it right. And that's appropriate. Where there is a data point information that a council member needs to have, sometimes the informal interaction and that relationship with the director might be an efficient way of getting it. I know even the letter that Councilmember Henderson noted that we responded to, we had to make sure we double check the information. It was a pretty simple letter, it's about a page long, but we still have to double check the information. We have to make sure nothing's inaccurate. We're putting it in writing. It has my signature. And so it is good to sort of mix the balance between formal reporting, a letter that's a little bit faster, and to make sure your staff have those direct connections to be able to get a piece of fact or a data point that might inform a question or a meeting or good oversight.
So then I have to ask, are we at a point where we're going to have breakthrough, where you would recommend that information requests come to you? You would have specifically assigned staff that are maybe monitoring some of your, maybe one for each of your deputy mayors, or maybe it's 3 for each of your deputy mayors. And so they would in turn be able to gather the information, bring it to your table, and at that point, whatever, I guess, screening you have to do, you would do it, you or your team, or you, the mayor, Lindsay Parker, would do, and we could get it in 10 days.
It depends on the complexity of what's being asked. So my team does review them. We do it promptly. I know Lindsay Parker's team does it promptly. We'll often have questions or say something can be made clearer. So there's a feedback loop that exists between our offices and the agency. I would suggest that if there's 160 we found, 365 that perhaps your team has found, that we work together to identify what is of a lot of value that we absolutely want on time and what can we sunset. That's what I did in the federal government. It wasn't complicated, but it was a back and forth list between the executive and the legislative branch about what reports we think probably should be sunsetted. And it ultimately ended with some consensus around what to move past and what to make sure we still keep in place.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. We're not going to solve it today, but I do think it would be beneficial if we were able to work more collaboratively to get these matters cleared up. So thank you very much for that. Please discuss the current vacancies within your office, such as the director of the Office of Gun Violence. Is that still a vacancy, or has it been moved somewhere else, or?
It has not been moved anywhere else. It is still a vacancy. It is a high priority to be able to fill it. It's a pretty unique role. There'll never be another Linda Harley Harper, but somebody with that level of gravitas, community connection, and ability to navigate at the high policy level and in the ground level of community impact is like really important. So it is very high priority, and it's something that we still look for the right person to be able to recommend to the mayor. And when the mayor sees the right person, she'll make that appointment.
And I agree, and I know that that certainly would be the process. My concern is that, as you know, from yesterday's legislative session, everyone is concerned about public safety, everyone. And as such, I think the sooner that coordinating position, executive position is operating, the better we will be. I know that currently the deputy mayor for public safety functions to some degree in that position, but the deputy mayor has a slew of agencies that are under her purview that she must manage and work with. So this is a position that goes outside of public safety. It goes to other entities within our government as well, if I remember correctly, the way Ms. Harper was operating. So I'm very, very concerned that that position be realized. And I know that we, from time to time, have individuals wearing double hats. Yeah, I'm not suggesting that. I think this is such a critical position. So I would really like to get something, some indication as to how we're moving forward with this.
Can I just highlight that while the principal role is under recruitment, the team that has stayed there and is doing the work of the office. It's a robust, outstanding team. And the core functions are one, coordination, which is really focused on particularly points of coordination, victim services, trying to get Medicaid eligible funding for some of our prevention programs. Data analysis, they have an outstanding, very transparent database of some of our violence intervention programs. They do assessments of agencies. They advise on what works from a budget and performance standpoint. So we do need to fill the role. It's an active recruitment. That team carries forward with the work and continues to do so during this year.
So is this a position that could be filled by the CJCC? I don't know.
It's a good, the CJCC, you know, I'd say their mission has a similar umbrella of coordination between the federal and local agencies. The difference being that the CJCC really focuses on traditional law enforcement and making sure the federal and local partners share information. This position is really focused on, and it's almost entirely local programs of coordination among prevention programs. So those programs outside of MPD that really are working upstream to make sure violence doesn't happen. And that's the level of coordination that I do think is best suited within the executive office, because the programs are by and large not federal. They're locally funded programs that in which the reporting chains all go to the city administrator and the mayor.
And thank you for that, for putting that on the record. I'm kind of aware that what I was suggesting, does it take the someone who is in a position such as the CJCC, who would understand the importance of the coordination functions to actually occupy the position we need at the local level.
I don't. I was a co-chair of the CGCC. They do outstanding work. It's very important for this position to be in or close to the chain of command of those programs. If you're an independent agency with this, which the CGCC is, they do really good work, but is quite frankly easier to coordinate if the people running the programs know the chain of command is close to that coordination point. It gets harder if you're removed from it.
All right. So I'm not advocating that Jenny do that work. Okay. I mean, she certainly coordinates, all of us, across the board, but I'm just suggesting that we do need someone who can, and who is well suited for, understanding what coordination means, and it's not like commanding and what have you. So she's a friend, so I can throw her out there every minute. So thank you for
She's
that.
currently trying to balance her upcoming budget, so that will take up all of
I
her
know
time.
it's tough. I can absolutely imagine. In two capital budgets, you indicated on page 3, question 11, in your pre-hearing response that the Office of Racial Equity and the other one was the LIFT pilot program. Please provide the information that would help us understand the following. Are these capital projects or? All right. Dr. Hewitt.
Good
How
afternoon,
are you
Chairperson
doing?
Bonds. So that item is referencing the racial equity dashboard. So council authorized $500,000 for the Office of Racial Equity to develop the racial equity dashboard. We're pleased to say that those funds have been dispersed. We're currently working with the Office of the Chief Technology Officer to develop the racial equity dashboard, which is a companion to the district-wide racial equity action plan.
All right, when you say the 500,000 in capital funds that was allocated, you're saying it now is in the budget of Octo?
Yes, we developed a MOU with Octo to develop the dashboard.
And then I can speak on the LIFT program, which was a partnership with both the District Department of Transportation and WMATA. And there we were running a randomized control trial to see how residents' behavior changed if we provided free or discounted metro rides, to really understand what does it mean to subsidize transportation and how does it affect how often people are able to get around the city, how often if things change in terms of their outcomes. So we are currently wrapping up that study, and we'll be expected to publish results soon.
And you'll publish the results in a few weeks or next quarter or by the end of this FY year?
The results should be available by the end of spring of this year, and they'll be posted online for everyone to be able to see.
All right, that's really important because discounted fares went to 1,400 residents. And we are all very curious as to whether or not that was the incentive to continue to use public transportation. So thank you for that. Mr. Donahue, does your office have a role to play in identifying candidates or approving or disapproving appointments or the tenure of cabinet members, senior level employees?
I play an important role in interviewing individuals who will be prospective cabinet members that the Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments has identified as highly qualified candidates. So I'm part of the review panel that ultimately leads to the mayor doing an interview and making a decision.
All right.
But it's focused on cabinet level positions.
Okay. talk to me, please, about independent agencies. We continue to run into this. As you know, our committee was or is responsible for looking at the sexual harassment, I guess, review that was done or is being done in the various agencies. And to that end, we of course have discovered that the independent agencies sometimes indicate that they are not under the mayor's purview. And my hope is that all of us in the government could find a way to subscribe to a process that is meaningful for all of our employees. And so therefore we are promulgating a bill, and we hope that making it a law, it would make a difference. But I'm concerned about the independent agencies, and it just brought to light the fact that the independent agencies, some do operate entirely different from what we call those who that are under the purview of the mayor.
Thank you. So just for everyone listening, independent agencies are considered agencies who does not fall under the direct administrative control of the mayor. They're created by law, in statute by the council, sometimes many years ago, sometimes very recently. The mayor herself does not create independent agencies. It's always done as a legislative action. There are generally two reasons why an independent agency may be independent. One is that they may carry out a business-like function. So they may need to operate under rules to be successful under rules and norms that you really don't have in a typical agency. You may have more procurement flexibility. They may generate revenue and have a business-like orientation. So they just need to be able to operate under a different set of rules, still within the law, but different set of rules. The second reason you might have an independent agency is that you have a function that you believe needs to have its own decision tree, its own chain of command based on the nature of the work that it does. So there's valid reasons for both. The challenge that I see is independent agencies, one, need to have appropriate oversight. So if you're an agency under the authority of the mayor, you come before the council. There are clear rules and expectations with how you're overseen, both from a chain of command standpoint and from an independent assessment standpoint. I'm in front of you, as does every agency head and cabinet member. There are independent agency heads that have very active boards, that don't have active boards. There's occasionally a small independent entity that literally has no reporting chain that exists, and I can talk about one or two after this hearing. The most significant challenge that I see, however, is that when there's the need to have a common standard and expectation of rules, say around cybersecurity, sexual harassment. The mayor can issue a mayor's order, but it doesn't apply to an independent agency. So if there's a cyber attack, there's no obligation under the law right now for an independent agency to tell us it happened, to tell us how it happened, to coordinate what the response is and to protect DC residents. They can do whatever they want. Sometimes there's deep collaboration, sometimes there's not. And the law gives them that flexibility to operate under their own rules. And sometimes they have a board that demands that accountability. Sometimes they may have a reporting chain that protects it and protects them. So there are certain issues, and because it is a legislative, I'm glad you raised it, in which we have to think about what are the things in which everyone, no matter what your reporting chain is, ought to do the same. And my entry point, of course, would say we all should protect ourselves from cyber attacks, because if we are only as strong as our weakest link, and our weakest links are not under the mayor's authority. Our weakest links are an independent agency that may not be transparent about what it's doing. We may want everyone to have the same expectation for sexual harassment and how it's responded to and how people are trained. I would also say that when it comes to an in-person office presence, we currently have offices and we have many agencies that have been told that by March 10th, you've got to be here 4 days a week. We have other offices who I'm convinced can be here 0 days a week. And there's no ability for the mayor to create a common customer service expectation that if you show up in one place, no one might be there. If you show up at a different place and they report to the mayor, 50% of the workers need to be there. And so I don't think it's a large body of topics, but there are some issues where I would encourage you and the council to think about where should we have an expectation that a resident can have a common experience no matter what that reporting chain is. And that just doesn't exist right now.
I really appreciate hearing that from you because I'm very concerned. As you know, there are a few independent agencies within this committee, my committee, and there have been in the past, my past assignment, I had independent agencies. And when I think about the independent agencies today, I am very concerned when an independent agency does not have any real reporting requirement, doesn't really report to anyone, and yet it is an entity that where the body is appointed, and then the body has the authority to appoint its leadership, executive leadership. That concerns me. And so I would really like to talk more with you about this. Even those items that may lead us to looking at how the charter speaks to these matters. Because I think that's a big danger. We are therefore left to believe that the goodwill of those who are appointed will prevail when this is about a government, and a government that is expecting it is responding to the citizenry. So I'm very concerned about that. Thank you for your comment. So we'll set up some time to.
I'm happy to follow up. And just you made a point that I'll just reiterate that sometimes there's a mistaken belief that independence means greater oversight, and actually independence can mean less oversight, both from the mayor and the formal chain of command, but also by the council.
Yes, and I've run across situations where, as an elected official here, I'm held responsible for what an independent agency will do, but had nothing to do with it. And it's very hard convincing the public that you have quote unquote clean hands on that matter. So I think it's something that we really need to examine. I think now is the time to examine it as we are sort of reinventing our community and trying to move it forward. So that's why I raised these issues. Dr. Hewitt, I just wanted to ask you, how are you doing with moving forward on your objectives? You've heard today that there's a little criticism saying you're going too slow and what have you. Where are you in the grand design?
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I also want to thank Ms. Wilson from the DC Initiative on Racial Equity for her testimony. Our office has had the pleasure of meeting with her and her colleagues several times since this office's inception. And as the CA mentioned, we were very pleased to launch the finalized version of the district-wide racial equity action plan. And we really see this as a roadmap and a mile marker. We don't see it as an end goal in and of itself, that we're in it for the long haul. We're also fully committed to implementing the plan. I know Ms. Wilson stated that there are over 33 key performance indicators across 4 areas, as well as 43 indicators across 7 dimensions of life that advocates and external stakeholders can hold us accountable, and we'll be tracking our progress. And I do want to note that the time between the November 22 launch of the draft plan and where we were next week, that didn't stop the work of us moving the needle on racial equity. So during that time, we presented to stakeholders like the DC Initiative on Racial Equity and received feedback. We also, over the last fiscal year, stood up our 9 community member Racial Equity Advisory Board. And I know community engagement was also mentioned. Over the past fiscal year, we had 16 community engagement events, and we look forward to furthering our engagement with residents. Also, during the time between the draft and the final version, we validated data sources as well as obtained additional feedback from agencies. So we remain committed to the fierce urgency of now of moving the needle on racial equity to improve outcomes for all Washingtonians in the district.
Thank you very much for that. I'm looking at your response to really it's attachment number 16, where you are speaking of the studies, research papers, reports, and analysis that you were addressing. For career map, you indicate that the status is the program launched 5-year experiment in the field. Data collection and analysis is underway. How many people are involved in this?
Is your question how many people are participating in Career Map?
Yes, exactly.
So the program has openings for about 600 people. I actually spoke with Director Zeilinger on this today, and she said there's about 585 enrolled.
585 enrolled. All right. And it says here a pre-analysis plan was published in December. I don't know that we received a copy of that report. Another one of the reports, sorry about that.
We do make our pre-analysis plans public, and we're happy to follow up and send you a copy of the report. This work is being undertaken by the lab at DC, and part of their commitment to all of their projects is to make sure that they are very open and transparent about what they're trying to achieve in their methods so that we can feel, we know that the research has integrity. So we're happy to share that plan, which talks about the approach and what they'll do and what they'll measure. And then, of course, we look forward to seeing those results. I think you know that Career Map is a very exciting, one of a kind, sort of first in the nation programs to really see how we can help people increase their income while not losing their benefits along the way. So we're very excited to see this work unfold.
I think it's a great program, and I think it's a process that we have to attempt to do more of, because we do have the population that's caught in the middle. There's the 30% and below, and then there are those who are what we call the working poor, and they still can't make ends meet. And it's very upsetting to read that medium house costs, well, what, $800,000 in DC, and then across the nation is 500, and then they say, well, if you want to afford a $500,000 home today across this nation, you have to make 160,000. That's not even at the top of our, So I'm very concerned because in some instances, the house note and the house note being the mortgage and the rent are very similar in our community.
And that's, I mean, when Director Reed mentioned it's one of a kind, like and what it does, that allows, we take local money, and as individuals who are part of our support programs increase their income, it would normally drop off of federal benefits. So they actually lose money by increasing their income to some extent. So we have local money that allows for that cliff to be made up for. So as they improve their income, they don't lose those federal benefits. They don't lose what they would have gotten in a federal benefit. We stay with them for a long time, 5 years. We evaluate the progress, with the hypothesis being that if we allow people not to get penalized as they succeed in moving up their ranks of their career, that we can put them on much more stable ground to put them in a position to be able to own a home, afford their rent, and continue to live in DC. And that has always been a quandary around the country, that folks have faced this federal cliff. And that's what this makes this program pretty unique. And then the assessment will be done independently to be able to evaluate the impact it's had on people's lives throughout the program, and then at the end of the 5 years.
Mr. Donahue, I would say for our community, 5 years is too long to wait. I think that we ought to pull the data after a year, 18 months, and make some strong conclusions from that data, so we can get on with saving our community as much as possible. I really would recommend we take that approach. We can't wait 5 years.
Thank you for that question. I mean, and raising that point, we will absolutely be looking at the data and pulling data throughout the entire course of the 5 years, seeing how much progress people make each year. And we can talk about ways that we're able to share that. However, since the program is designed to take 5 years, we don't expect to see people being able to exit until the end of that 5 years. But that being said, there's lots of outcomes and things that we will be tracking and looking at to see how they progress. So we can definitely.
Well, my hope is that the outcomes that you're tracking will be important enough that it will inform us to move a little faster as it relates to actually putting more people in that opportunity. Also, I hope it will inform us about local monies, how we spend local monies, and how local monies can give us more bang for the buck if they were in such a program. That's where I am. I think we have to be about saving our families, our households, and therefore we will begin to grow our community again. And right now, I think we have just huge numbers of programs out here, and we don't know if they're all doing what we intended them to do. And everyone says, oh, you have to do oversight. Oh, it's program evaluation. Those are just catchwords. It's very hard. For instance, we have the food program for seniors. And we say, if you need food, we have conjugate meal sites. And if you're really frail and you don't get around or you're disabled, we will deliver to you 2 weeks of frozen meals. Go in your freezer, you pull them out, you heat them up. What we don't say is that you have to be motivated to do that. But we produce the food, it's in your freezer. We have the meal site. You might come, you might not. I'm just simply saying, I fear that so many who need the services are not taking advantage of the services for whatever the reason may be.
One of the areas that's a really intentional focus as we do budget formulation coming up is, in fact, to look at program utilization. And there are often, particularly some of the federally funded programs, where we're able to achieve the impact we're trying to have with the mission to, say, feed seniors, not by spending more local money, but by making more use and participation in existing programs we have in federally funded programs. So I do think that is a very intentional area that we're looking at. And some of the questions that you raised earlier in your comment about that we have a lot of different programs is we are going to have to make judgment calls given the fall off of federal funds in this budget cycle to understand what has the biggest impact for the dollar, because we'll have more scarce dollars to be able to put around every program.
And just since you mentioned senior hunger, council member, I did want to share something with you that I thought you might find valuable, and that is the lab has also been spending quite a bit of time with seniors and with DACL, trying to understand how we can help seniors get the nutrition and food that they need. And to the CA's point, one of the things we discovered is that many of our federal programs are heavily underutilized by seniors because the application process is very burdensome. And it's, you know, frankly, a little bit of distrust about what's going to happen if people turn over their personal information. So we're launching a new program that we're piloting where we're recruiting senior influencers who will help us connect with other seniors and really get them connected to the programs that we have. We're also working to streamline the application form so that it's not so burdensome. So to the CA's point, there is a lot we can do that doesn't cost money.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You can be one of our senior influencers if you would like.
I will do my best if you give me time away from the dais. Happy to do that. Happy. Just to all right, very quickly. All right, just to close out the racial equity concerns. What are racial equity enhancements? I think your response on page 5, question 17, you said you have racial equity enhancements, and we're asking what are the goals of such enhancements? And are they in the various deputy mayor clusters?
Yes, so Chairperson Bonds, I think you're referring to our ongoing collaboration with the Office of Budget and Performance Management. This is our third budget formulation year where we've partnered and as agencies submit their budget formulations, that they also answer questions around how their budget enhancements will move the needle on racial equity. So we've developed a racial equity budget tool for that assessment. And we recently published on our website the latest summary from the previous fiscal years.
And so can you give me like an example of what kind of enhancement would be with the deputy mayor for infrastructure? Because according to the response that we got to the hearing questions, it was related to the various deputy mayor clusters. And we were trying to figure out what and why it was reported in that manner.
Yes, so we do report out on budget enhancement that advance racial equity by cluster. So we were happy to see that over 2/3 of all mayoral agencies submitted a budget enhancement that would have a high potential to close a particular racial equity gap. So we do look at that by deputy mayor cluster, and I'm looking at our fiscal year 2024 budget example. So for example, within the Deputy Mayor's Office of Operations and Infrastructure, a particular investment that we highlighted was a $150,000 investment to 3 community-based organizations to continue and expand their cleanup and preservation work in parks in Ward 7 and 8. And that's just one of many examples. So within our racial equity budget, a summary each fiscal year by deputy mayoral cluster, we have specific budget enhancements along with their corresponding examples.
I think I understand, but not totally. I'm trying to get there. I heard what you said. I'm also balancing it with what Ms. Wilson said, where we tend to have these goals, but we she is not seeing action, or it has not been reported as action. Sounds like you're telling me that might have been a goal, but it definitely is an action. 150,000, okay, dispersed, okay, right?
Yeah, so that's
Just say that, okay.
Yeah, that's just one example, but
Okay,
of
okay.
the actions within the racial equity action plan, there are many supporting actions that correspond to those 4 goals that we have produced results on. So I just want to reemphasize that in the time of the draft and the final, that we've been committed to advancing racial equity across a number of areas. So action has continued, and I just wanted to emphasize that.
Well, I appreciate hearing that, because I certainly don't want the public to leave with the impression that we have this racial equity office and it's yet to produce action, because the government is loaded with analyses, data collection and what have you. And that's seems to be the bottom line for the government. People are asking for action. They want to know that we're moving the dial.
Can I
Mr.
just-
City Administrator.
Can I just add some context? So the office, and I want to, I'm trying to make it even clearer about the impact and role of the Office of Racial Equity. So when it does come to budget formulation, I lead meetings really facilitated by Director Reed and her team for each cluster of government. They're all in person. Each one of those meetings has a senior staff member of the Office of Racial Equity who's at the table participating. Each and every possible enhancement request that's sent to the mayor for consideration of myself is assessed by her team independently of the agency for the basis in evidence and research that will have a impact in improving racial equity. And they provide that information for each of the enhancement requests that they believe will. They hold a high bar for what they consider to be an investment that will move the needle. We give great weight to their assessments, and those enhancements make their way into budgets that do reflect action in community. And just very quickly, the other thing I can't understate is the office has an outstanding training program that's very much in demand, growing and expanding, and normalizing conversation, decision-making, and understanding of racial equity principles, of racial inequity and its origins. And that training and awareness is a really important part of building the foundation for what makes us a better city. And that is all driven, led, and produced by the really small, outstanding team that Dr. Hewitt leads.
Thank you very much. Of course, you know, as you were speaking, I have more questions, but thank you very much for that. I think that's important to know. Sometimes it sounds like or seems that if we do not do a proclamation type of program where we say all future housing in the District of Columbia is designed for persons who are suffering from lack of equity and opportunity, then we're not doing enough. And I know that's sometimes you hear that too. And so I just want you to know I'm kind of aware where you might have to go from time to time. So, and I know our government is about all of us, every last one of us. And it's easy to forget that. And I know in your job, you have to be focused on how do you achieve equity with whatever the program thrust or goals of an agency may be. And tall order, very tall order. Thank you very much. Mr. City Administrator, you cannot escape just one or two questions here. We had a session at the council yesterday, you're very much aware, and that is about hopefully conveying to the public that we're about improving public safety in our community. I know that in recent days, we have seen a report of reduction in criminal activity, down, I think, 20%. What do we attribute that to? And then secondly, what is next? Because what we have done has been focused on sentencing and accountability. At what point do we remember that we are a community of individuals that also could move into the accountability column, but we'd rather you stay in the prevention, or really, not have to go into any of these columns? I'm really asking, what about prevention?
Let me answer that question, but I want to start where you started your comment. So we are judged, every jurisdiction is judged based on how it ends the year, based on that 12 months from January 1 to the end of December. And so in DC, we had a really terrible, about a 5-month stretch from mid-February until around mid-July, August, where we had really elevated rates of violent crime, homicide, shootings, and robberies. It is true, and you highlighted this in your comment, that we started the year for the most part doing better. We ended the year for the most part pretty strong. It's not where we want to be, but it's strong compared to what we saw in that first half of the year and what we saw in the year prior to that. So I do believe that we've turned a corner. We still have a lot of more work to do. I do attribute, at the very least, part of that downturn in crime that we saw compared to what we did in the first half of the year to some of the legislative changes that the mayor proposed, that the council approved on a temporary and emergency basis. Holding individuals who commit violent acts, that have a history of committing violent acts, helps prevent future crimes. Many of those were codified yesterday, and I do think we need to see the impact that that's going to have on all that's going to have on the impact it has on crime. So you did ask where we go with prevention and where we go from here. Where I do think we have to go is to focus on what we're doing with young people and juveniles. If you look at violent crime for years, and I was deputy mayor for public safety for many years, I'd always say the same thing in community, that violent crime is down, gun crime is stubborn. It was my way of saying, in many respects, we're safer as a city, but not with gun crime. Guns are more accessible to people. It's the consequences of getting caught aren't as significant as they used to be. It was different last year. Violent crime actually went up, in addition to homicides and gun crime, and it was driven by carjackings and robberies, often perpetrated by juveniles. And we have very young people getting engaged in criminal activity. It makes people question the sanity of their city and their community in ways that it doesn't for adults. It's more difficult to grapple with from an accountability standpoint. And I do think the prevention efforts and energy around coordination need to focus on having young people who are feeling unsafe, who may carry weapons because they feel unsafe. When a young person who's 14 or 15 stealing a car, they're not doing it on their own. They're part of a criminal organization run by adults that recruits them because they know they're young and they know the consequences of being caught are not going to be significant. So on a coordination point, we need to know where they are during school hours, coordinate better in keeping them in school, have more options for them when they need to be outside of the mainstream environment that's supportive and rehabilitative. We need to give respite opportunities to young people. And we have to really look at what happens to a young person after they're arrested. When I walked through the mayor council breakfast, and I walked through a couple of slides that just had a lot of data on them, the most important line for me was on the juvenile slide. It showed us arresting more and more young people for violent crimes, but for very few of them going to DYRS, which has a lot of oversight from council, a lot of oversight from the courts. That's just, as a collective justice system, we are not sending them there. We used to have that be the agency of record for supervision and community, for the most part, for programming. DYRS's facilities haven't changed their size, so it's not like we were incarcerating more kids than we are now. It was an agency that largely did community supervision and a ton of programming. Very few kids go there. A kid who's going to carjack probably is not going to DYRS. You got to do something even more serious. So I do think we have to have an honest conversation and look hard at what happens when a young person's arrested, what services they get, what accountability they have. And I don't think the level of transparency is there now that there needs to be. So from a prevention standpoint, a transparency standpoint, and a traditional justice system standpoint, if we help our young people, we'll see a profound improvement on our robberies and our carjackings. And as a community, we'll feel safer and we'll feel a bit more sane.
So are you sharing with us that the operating side of our government, particularly those that are under the mayor's purview, and you mentioned them other than court social services, that there is a rallying of our schools, DYRS, Department of Human Services, DHCD, those, I guess maybe to some degree, the Housing Authority, that we are really pushing to pull those entities together, and you have formulated a plan of prevention, or you're pulling that together, which would reflect that we are giving attention to our juveniles, to our young people.
Yes, from a prevention space, the greatest amount of energy is and needs to be around young people, because that will have both the best impact on our community and will have a direct effect on the kind of crimes that people saw increase last year. But the second part of my comment is that we can have the best programs in the world at DYRS, which is under the mayor's authority. But if DYRS only has about 110 kids under its supervision and commitment, and it used to have 1,000 kids when there were fewer arrests for violent crimes, that it's still only impacting 100 kids. So part of my point is that even if DYRS were perfect, if only 110 kids go to DYRS, then they're only helping a relatively small fraction of the kids who are arrested for violent crimes in the city.
I understand, and I understand too, or am aware of the challenges of getting young people into DYRS. I understand that. What are we going to do? I hear what the operating agencies are doing, but I'm not hearing what the DC Attorney General is doing, who is responsible for determining the destiny of these young people who might be out roaming around. But I'm concerned with those that are in school and are trying not to follow the crowd into, let's say, bad behavior. So I want to know, is there more that we can do with the operating agencies that I would consider on the preventive side?
I do think there's more that we can do currently under both the law and how we operate. It's a pretty fractured response. In other words, a number of different agencies and entities will engage with the young person based on what grade they're in, how many days they've missed when they're truant or absent from school, whether they're showing signs of distress and trauma. So the thing that we can do, and that's where the energy is to have a much more streamlined, simplified response, where we have fewer agencies, fewer entities doing more work so they can coordinate much better than they do now. We also have to look at some of the fact that we have a really fractured response to when a child, as you pointed out, can go either way, is reflected in how we've layered our laws over many years, not just 1 year, but over probably the past 20 years. So we are taking a close look at what the laws are that dictate what happens to a child who we think is in danger of getting caught up in something that he or she shouldn't. And so, and where we need to change the operation, we need to change the law to be able to change what we're doing with a young person. We're also looking at that and really putting everything on the table to make sure it's a better, more streamlined, quicker response when a young person's showing signs of distress or not going to school.
Well, thank you for that. We could continue, I know, but it's very late and I know it's too much. But Ms. Hewitt, are you involved in this process of thinking about prevention, working hand in hand? Because we're talking about racial equity, and many of the young people who are in trouble are young people who families feel they have been denied opportunities for to thrive in the community. And that's one of the goals of your office.
Thank you for that. I think that's a fair point. When we talk about community violence, we know that it is a racial justice issue. And I know the city administrator mentioned the ongoing work of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, which is taking a person and place-based approach. And I think we really have to look at the root causes, some of those social factors and environmental factors. So our team has frequent conversations with the staff of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. We clearly see it as a racial justice issue, and we heard feedback from residents around this issue, and it is incorporated in our plan. So I hear you loud and clear.
Okay, and what I'm really asking are within your responsibilities, are you able to challenge the racial equity teams in these agencies to look very closely at what can they do? This is action. What can they really do to prevent a young person from sliding in? What can they do using the services that that agency provides in the broader community?
And I want to take this back to the agencies that are in our racial equity cohort. So we have MPD, DYRS, and CFSA. So they are tackling this issue from the perspective of their agency level action plan. So we meet on a monthly basis, providing technical assistance, and we do provide feedback to make sure they aren't missing any areas to really zoom in on sort of revisiting existing policies and programs and what are new policies and programs and investments that can address community violence and gun violence.
All right, well, I hope it also includes parks and recreation, the libraries, and
Absolutely.
I mean, and the public schools, and the charter schools. I mean, these are the entities, you know, I grew up here. You know, we all grow up somewhere. And we know that what impacted our lives was, and you know, our school, the recreation centers, those kinds of things that we did on a regular basis. And so that's what I'm asking. Even a school counselor or a nurse, if you know that service is available, the librarian. I mean, all of these entities have access to a young person far more hours than a parent. The kid is in school for the most part. And that's where they form their conclusions about how they're going to navigate this world. And I'm just wondering, what are we doing holistically to prevent? This is preventing, Johnny, this is preventing Anita from going into mixing with the bad side of an equation.
And I just want to, if I can, just briefly, we definitely take a holistic and intersectional approach. We can't just look at one sector, the public safety sector, to solve the issue of gun violence. So we have the Department of Parks and Recreation, DC Health is all part of our racial equity cohort. So I just want to highlight, I hear you, and we definitely take that holistic lens.
All right, well, I thank you on that. Thank you all very much for your testimony, and you can breathe more easily. And thank you very much for being here today. I really appreciate it. And the intention was not to hold you so long, but it's very intriguing. And once we get started talking about our community, it just seems to grow. So forgive me for that. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. And now we will hear from the Mayor's Office of Legal Counsel. Thank you. The Mayor's Office of Legal Counsel is a legal arm of the executive branch of our DC government. The office is primarily responsible to provide legal advice and support the mayor, her senior staff, including deputy mayors, agency directors of the subordinate executive agencies, directly and through oversight of more than 40 agency general counsel offices. Their duties include interfacing with the Office of the Attorney General on litigation matters and other issues, working closely with the Office of Risk Management to reduce avoidable operational, legal, and financial exposure for the district government, resolving interagency legal issues on behalf of the mayor, overseeing the representation of agencies in investigative matters before the executive branch of the federal government, Congress, or the Council of the District of Columbia, and supervising outside counsel in matters where the Office of the Attorney General is recused from the matter or is otherwise not available. And of course, coordinating the hiring, compensation, and training of agency counsels and general counsel offices. The agency also adjudicates administrative appeals of Freedom of Information Act decisions made by the government agencies on behalf of the mayor and tracks reported allegations of sexual harassment claims made by city employees. And so with that, we are able to turn directly to our government witness, Mr. Adams, and we'll swear you in and move right through it. And thank you so very much for your patience today. Thank you. All right. Okay. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today are complete and truthful? Thank you very much. And you can begin when you're ready. Oh, your red button. Yes. Thank you.
That better? Okay.
Yes, much better.
Good evening, Madam Chair and staff. As you know, I'm here on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Legal Counsel to again discuss the status of our office, our accomplishments and challenges over the last year to date. And of course, to answer any questions or concerns that you and the committee may have. But before I start my prepared remarks, Madam Chair, I just want to publicly thank you for your gracious willingness to allow us to reschedule the hearing from the earlier date. You gave us a chance to finish a couple of time-sensitive matters that now are either mostly resolved or progressing smoothly. So I'm very, very appreciative. And I know by doing that, I've added to a longer day than you probably expected, but I promise to be as brief as I can and as responsive as I can. So, but having said,
we'll be here till 11 p.m. So, it's okay.
Okay, Madam
No,
Chair.
I'm just teasing.
Okay. But it won't be because of me, Madam Chair. So, but just sort of switching to, my basic remarks, I just wanted to say that overall, our core duties have not changed significantly from last year, but certainly the volume of matters that we touched did. And I'd like to give you a couple of examples of some of the things that we did during the time since we last met. And so as you no doubt know, as many other people do, the MOLC spent a significant amount of time working on excuse me, sensitive personnel matters, advising and investigating and ultimately reporting on 2 of them. These, as you know, generated a great deal of public interest and speculation within the government as well. While privacy and confidentiality concerns limit what I can report publicly on those matters, I can assure you, though, that they were handled fairly, thoroughly, professionally, and wholly consistent with applicable laws and policies. And even as the council reviews the quality and the integrity of the work that we did on those 2 matters through its proxies, the Office of the Inspector General, and the outside counsel retained by OIG, we confidently stand 110% behind our efforts. And all of us, and I just wanted you to know, Madam Chair, that all of us who were involved in those investigations have already interviewed with and provided documents and other information to the outside counsel. That it's my understanding that their deadline to complete the first part of their responsibilities is coming Monday, and then they start on the second 2 parts of their mandate. One of the positive things that certainly came out of the matters that I mentioned above was certainly a review of the 2017 Mayor's Order on Sexual Harassment. And then we had a broader discussion as a government about sexual harassment in the workplace. And we did, wherever possible and consistent with your responsibilities and ours, collaborated with your office, other council members and committees on information sharing and policy discussions on that subject. And one byproduct of this exercise is the revised and updated mayor's order that was issued late last year, along with whatever changes you and your colleagues decide to make to the law, if you are considering any such changes. And throughout last summer and beyond, we have also worked with and advised on the city's overall efforts to secure the RFK site and its larger footprint for development purposes in the city. We've also worked with the mayor and the council and others, particularly in this instance with the Office of the Attorney General, DEMPAD, and the Office of Risk Management on the government's response to Monumental Sports' recent announcement that it would be seeking to move the Washington Capitals and the Washington Wizards to Northern Virginia. As you know, this remains a fluid situation, and we expect to remain deeply involved as it plays out over the next few years. In the last 2 fiscal years, and notwithstanding a collegial and collaborative relationship with the OAG, MOLC has encountered a couple of challenges that I wanted to bring to your attention. The most recent example, several months ago, when it declined to represent the Board of Zoning Appeals in an appeal from its decision involving an athletics field at a private school. When the Office of the Attorney General recused itself, the MOLC initially tried to obtain outside counsel to handle the matter. But the timing, the uncertain cost, and the limited availability of outside counsel made that a near impossibility. So as a result, the MOLC had to prepare the response, something it certainly handled by filing a statement in lieu of brief, but certainly it did not have the requisite experience and training to do that as fluidly as we might have wanted in a perfect world. But it does underscore the bigger problem that I want to mention, Madam Chair, and that is we as a government need to talk about better parameters or better controls on what happens in those situations where OAG does recuse itself. You know, who's going to represent the city? What is going to be the timing of the representation? What are the costs of that representation going to be? And all those things, as you might imagine, cost money or take time. And there have to be some agreed upon policies and controls on what we do as a government when this situation happens. You know, we have already, of course, advised the mayor of this issue, and she's been generally aware of it over the last couple of years anyhow, with the predecessor leadership in the Office of the Attorney General, and we're awaiting her guidance. But I flag it to the council's attention only because as you and your colleagues may end up considering certain changes to the existing law that will better control these kinds of situations. So we're just prepared as a government to respond in those situations. What I'd like to do, Mayor, is, Madam Chair, is just switch gears for a second and talk about something that you have asked us about in past years and that other witnesses have raised questions about too. And I'm talking, of course, about our FOIA responses. And as I reported at last year's hearing, and thanks to the extraordinary efforts of Sean Nolan and Andrea Stemple and our recently departed Gia White, and I note for the record that Ms. Stemple is here with me today providing support. MOLC is fully current on all of its FOIA appeal responses. And we are thrilled to let you know, and I was expecting Mr. Mulhauser today, but I don't see him, but I hope he's paying attention so he knows as well. Now, having said that, you know, if you want more information about that information, there's a chart that is attached to question number 20 in our responses to the pre-hearing oversight question. So that will be an easy guide for you to refer to give you both the numbers and the timing of the responses that we've provided previously and to date this year. But we clearly understand, Madam Chair, that our job with respect to FOIA is not done because we understand that we have a reporting publishing responsibility as well. And we've had some preliminary discussions inside the government about how that should occur, where it should be placed, and how much it's going to cost. And our goal is to get that set up in an operational way during the current fiscal year. So that is part of my commitment to you as well. And we will remain current on those FOIA appeals as long as I have the wonderful staff that I currently have. Finally, and in summary, Madam Chair, you know, the MOLC staff continues to wear its multiple hats and be as responsive as we always has been. That has been our mantra, as you know, from day one when we first met with you. And I just want to say publicly and to my colleagues here that I could not work with a finer group of people, and this is a small part of the group, but they're representative of the quality and the competence that we try to show the city every day, and they make us more successful and better every single day. And so that, Madam Chair, are my very, very short prepared remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Adams, and I am so thrilled to know that you are able to say emphatically that you are up to date on the FOIA. And I too expected Mr. Milhauser. So I know he read the report and he said, no need, it's all done. And I'm sure he's delighted as well.
I hope so, ma'am.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much for that. The reporting requirement, as you have mentioned, is very serious. So we want to make sure we get that done. I would really like to get from you some sort of timeline, you know, a workable plan as to how you're going to take care of this matter. Could we get some ideas in the next, let's say, by April 1?
Why don't I can do you better, Madam Chair, if it helps, is if you'll let me consult with Mr. Nolan and Ms. Stemple and a couple of other my colleagues. Let us we will do that, and I can get you certainly a response to the question you've raised today within 2 weeks.
All right,
And
that
we may
would
not-
be perfect. Thank you so much.
It may not be with the specificity that you'll require, but we'll certainly have a plan in place
Yes.
for you and sort of a general timeline.
Yes, really sort of like a status report with some dates and some, you know, deadlines you plan on subscribing to, and functions, how you're going to get this done and what the report might contain. I think that would be very, very helpful.
We will take care of that, Madam Chair,
Thank
right
you.
away.
I did want to, you mentioned the increased volume of matters, and it sounds like an increased complexity to the matters that you are having to entertain now. So on one hand, I can say congratulations, you're moving up. On the other hand, I can say, bless you.
Well,
I'm
thank you,
sure it's a
Madam Chair.
lot. I'm sure it's a lot.
It is a lot, but it's also rewarding. It's also challenging. As I've mentioned before, I have the best colleagues in the world who also much smarter and more talented than I am too. So the idea is we want to be an asset to the government,
Of course.
and we want to help whoever in the government we can appropriately help and to make us all better, because
Yes.
it's what our responsibility is for our citizens and visitors.
Thank you very much for that. I wanted to talk for a minute. You kind of already spoke to this. You said that the outside firm that was contracted to look closer or to look closely at the review that your office gave on the sexual harassment has already been in touch with you and received your documentation and what have you.
That's correct, Madam
And
Chair. We met, I think, every staff member, myself, my deputy, and the two lawyers that work primarily on the investigation have all talked to the law firm. I've spent a total of 6 hours with them. I think my deputy spent a total of 5 hours with them, and then smaller amounts for the actual investigator and the lawyer who assisted her. We've turned over everything that they've asked for, and they're in the process of reviewing it, and they had the ability to sort of review those materials and ask us questions about in the personal interviews that we had with them.
All right. And so on the personal interviews that your office conducted, is it the intention of this contractor to re-review those interviews or to conduct new interviews with the individuals?
I do not know, Madam Chair, but I do not believe they're going to re-interview anybody. What they indicated to my staff and I was that their responsibility under the contract was to review and summarize the two whole investigations that we did last summer.
All right.
And, they took a remarkable amount of time, and it was extraordinary work by a couple of very, very capable lawyers, and bristled a little bit when, we found out that it was sort of being second guessed in some way. But again, I can say unequivocally, I stand behind it and their work unquestionably.
Well, thank you very much for that. And I wanted those messages to be on the public record.
Okay,
Thank
well,
you very much.
And
for
if I
that.
could, Madam Chair, the second part of their responsibility is to sort of review essentially the work culture at DEMPED. But as you know, that was something that the mayor had flagged to the office of the Inspector General around the time that she first received the reports from my office. And then finally, the third part of their responsibility is to review and comment on the new mayor's order on sexual harassment policy. So.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what the outcome will be. Just so you know, we did propose a process. It's in a bill, and I would imagine we'll try to get to it once we can, continue to crawl through this performance oversight.
No, and of course, I understand,
Yeah.
Madam Chair. And if there's any way my office can be of help, I have at least two extraordinary experts on this subject.
Yes.
And they also have the benefit of having done it recently, so they understand sort of the operational
Right.
challenges as well as some of the legal ones as well.
Well, thank you very much, because your office has really been sterling. We've felt that there's been a partnership, because we all want to get this right, and we want to get it straight.
No, we
So
absolutely
thank you
do.
very, very much
You're
for
welcome.
that.
Of course.
Well, since you brought it up, I'm going to ask you about your big projects.
Sure.
Okay. Obtaining control of RFK Stadium. All I'm asking is, how is that progressing? Is it progressing? And what would be your next steps from where you currently are involved in the process?
We're sort of on standby, Madam Chair, only because this is a project that's led certainly by the mayor, the deputy mayor for DEMPED, and Ms. Beverly Perry, the mayor's senior counsel. And as you probably know, the legislation was voted out of committee literally last night. And it's my understanding that it's up for a floor vote on the 4th of March, or hopefully as early as the 4th of March.
Yes, yes.
And if all that goes according to plan, then the city will have enough control over that site, not only the stadium, but the bigger footprint as well, to do whatever it decides to do with respect to development for the good of the entire city.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll leave it at that. So what do you want to tell us about the downtown arena?
Nothing yet, other than we are meeting on a regular basis with OAG, as I mentioned, with DEMPED, with the Office of Risk Management, to try to discuss and identify theories, strategies, and ideas for responding to the announcement that Mr. Leonsis has made. It was my understanding he had a press conference today. I have not been able to find out if that took place or what was said, but there certainly is a concern, I think, among residents and certainly in the government that it would not be helpful to the District of Columbia were these sports teams to leave, and that there is, a commitment that we believe that Mr. Leonsis has made to the city for another 20 years. But that is all speculative at this point, and those discussions will be fleshed out and led by the Office of the Attorney General in coordination with the mayor's office.
So, Mr. Adams, would your office be involved in the termination of his lease?
Only in an advisory or an assisting capacity, to the extent I don't know enough about the actual process, Madam Chair, to weigh in substantively, but whatever assistance OAG needs, for example, whatever assistance DEMPED needs, whatever assistance, any other part of the government that ends up being looped into this process, we will provide the support, any support that we can.
Well, I thank you, but I'm assuming since you are dealing with these two major projects, even if you're somewhat on the peripheral right now, that your office would at least have the opportunity to weigh in on whether or not there's a termination of this contract and whether or not there's another contract for the RFK Stadium properties.
Absolutely, and we will, Madam Chair. Again, all of this is sort of in the very, very early stages, certainly with respect to monumental sports. And, I certainly don't want to get ahead of the mayor or the council in proposing actions that they will decide in their wisdom. But I think there is a genuine institutional concern in keeping the teams in the city.
Well, I understand that your office is very involved in providing advice. I understand that. I got that. What I guess my follow-up question then has to be, you're a small office.
Yes.
And how do you juggle the work of your staff in order to stay on top of these huge, important economic development pieces that are evolving, and also augment what seems to be the fact that the DC Attorney General from time to time can recluse if they don't want to do something. I don't understand that. Explain that to the public. How is that happening?
There, when the elected office of the Attorney General was created, the incumbent in that office has the ability to represent what is described as the public interest in the law. And all that simply means is that he or she, depending on who the Attorney General is, gets to decide based on a number of factors that he or she may consider which things he will represent the public interest in and which things he or she may represent the District of Columbia in.
So are you articulating that the process that the elected Attorney General uses, or the way in which the elected Attorney General operates, is different from the old corporation council that represented the government no matter? I see. So when you voted for an elected Attorney General, was that the concept you thought you were voting on?
I'm not sure. I don't know how to answer that, Madam Chair, but let me say this.
It wasn't a trick question.
No,
It
no,
was-
no, I know
okay.
that it wasn't. But
Okay.
I just wanted to be careful about how I answer, because I grew up in the office of the Attorney General, as you know, and I was a chief deputy there for almost 15
Exactly.
years. And I was also participated in the drafting of the legislation that led to the elected Attorney General
Yes, so
position.
was that the intention? That's where I am.
The expectation was, I think at the time of the drafters, and then the office was supervised by Irv Nathan, who was, Vince Gray's Attorney General. The goal was to create an elected position whose responsibilities would not change materially in the government. And so under the old model, as you know, the Office of Corporation Counsel, later the Office of the Attorney General, was essentially the lawyer for the city government.
Correct.
And the mayor, he or she was appointed by the mayor, whomever the incumbent was. and
Correct.
Served for the duration of the term that the mayor was in office. There were critics of that model, which I think led to a decision by city residents to have an elected Attorney General as a position. But I think the intent was that the Office of Attorney General would certainly continue to represent city government, except in those matters where something might be illegal, unethical, or worthy of them recusing themselves.
All right, so when
I cannot
those-
think of any examples.
Oh, okay,
that
great.
jump
I was
on-
going to ask you, what would be the circumstances?
I can give you examples of what has happened in recent years. And, and I understand that both Mr. Racine and Mr. Schwab have an absolute right to decide how and when they're going to represent the district, but it causes difficulties when they do that, though.
So when they or that elected position decides it does not choose to represent the district government, what happens to the representation for the district government?
And that was specifically the issue I tried to flag to your
Doesn't
attention,
it
Madam
cost
Chair.
the taxpayers more?
It does, which means that once a city is notified that for whatever reason, the Office of the Attorney General has recused itself from representing the city on a particular issue or in a particular legal matter, the responsibility then falls to the city, and usually through my office, to identify outside counsel to represent the city. And
So do you do that through request for proposals, a contract, or?
In the appropriate situation, yes, Madam Chair. And so you know how expensive it can be sometimes, you know how time consuming it can be, because we have to look through a number of lawyers and law firms and individual lawyers to identify the best representative for the city government. That can be time consuming. Getting them on board on a contractual basis to represent the city can be time consuming and expensive as well. And it is an uneven process that simply needs to work better for the benefit of all of us, meaning
So should
the
I
council, the
just?
executive, and the office
Exactly.
of the Attorney General.
So have you and others in the legal community given thought to whether or not there needs to be a structural change in the duties and the operations DC government as it relates to needing legal representation? And have you put some drafts together that you're ready for me to present to the council?
The answer to the first part of your question, Madam Chair, is yes. There certainly those discussions have been had,
right.
and they've been had for a couple of years now. We
Couple of
have-
years. How can we speed this up?
If I may, we're sort of at a point where we're waiting for kind of the mayor's guidance and buy-in on
right.
how she wants to proceed in terms of addressing this. There are a number of different ways to do it, and we've discussed a number of those privately and even less privately. We all have some thoughts and ideas about what's going to work best, but it does need to be an efficient process, a cost-effective process, and one that does not handicap the District of Columbia.
Correct. It needs to
when
be
it
fixed.
needs an appropriate.
Yes, sir. It
representation.
does need to be fixed.
And, we are expecting, my office is expecting relatively soon to get the go-ahead from the mayor to make recommendations to her.
Excellent.
And then she and her senior people will decide what, if anything, to do about them. So.
All right. Thank you very much for that. In your opinion, Mr. Adams, does the work of your agency have any direct impact on district residents? If you want to give us a couple of examples.
I think sometimes, yes, Madam Chair. For example, we get random calls or random emails from members of the public who may have a particular problem. And if it's something that we can help them with directly, then we certainly try to do that. If it's a matter of providing them information or advice or steering them to the appropriate person or agency, we do that as well. The goal is to be as responsive as we possibly can. We do not have a formal public-facing mandate, as you know. And most of what we do is internal in terms of advice and support and supervision and acting as liaison in those situations where it's needed. But certainly, our doors are open. We entertain members of the public on a regular basis, sometimes in person, sometimes by phone, sometimes via email. And if there's a way to help or steer them to the right help, that's what we do.
All right. Well, thank you for that. I note that you have a couple of vacancies.
Yes, ma'am. We have.
Are you filling these vacancies?
We filled one. You may recall our law clerk, Ms. Jill White, finally passed the bar, graduated from law school, passed the bar, and she's now clerking for a Superior Court judge. So we're tremendously happy for her, proud of her. We miss her as well. We have replaced her with a wonderful young man named Lamont McGinnis, who is going to take over many of her responsibilities, although he's not an attorney by training. We also have an administrative staff vacancy that, my colleague on the end to the right there is best equipped to advise you on, because we're looking at it to make sure that he or she, whomever we end up hiring, has the right skill set to do the things that we need him or her to do, and that we can afford that person. We've had to tweak our budget a little bit to provide salary adjustments for the staff, well-deserved ones, I might add. And so what that has meant is we had to cannibalize one of the positions to have the money to provide the salary adjustment. And
I understand that, but given your importance in this government, you should be able to say to the mayor, I gotta have these enhancements.
no,
Or my team will run away if I don't
No,
take care of them.
And Madam Chair, I promise you that every request that we have made of the mayor, she has listened to and responded to. And so this is not a concern or a complaint. We're a small office because of the nature of what we do. And we work closely together, and it's well coordinated enough that there are days when we're stretched and there are times when we were stretched. And the biggest example I can give you is, from March of last year through most of the summer into the early fall, but we all know why. Under normal circumstances, we're able to carry out our work in the manner that we expect to and in the timeframes that we expect to too. And that's part of the reason, quite honestly, that we have not moved expeditiously to fill the vacant associate director position, simply because the 3 that are currently in place have been able to manage the portfolio that would normally be distributed among the 4. Now, that certainly doesn't mean that they don't complain from time to time, but that's just the nature of government work sometimes. And we understand that there are competing priorities that the council has, that the mayor has, that often may take, a front seat to, situational needs that we may have.
All
But I
right,
have
so
never felt, and I don't think any of my colleagues have ever felt unsupported by our mayor or the city administrator or the budget people.
I don't think so either, but you're telling me then that the special assistant position on your organization chart, you're not filling that, you use that money to give
No,
a little.
what we did, and that's
Yeah.
partially correct, Madam Chair, what we did was use some of the money for that position.
Okay.
And so we have a smaller amount to offer as a
I
salary. And so what we're trying to figure out is what bang can we get for the bucks that we have?
I see.
And once we have a clear idea of that, or whether or not we can even enhance the bucks that we have, once we have a clear idea about that, we'll be able to more confidently move forward on who it is we want. We
All
have
right.
some people in mind
I
and
see.
skill sets certainly in mind. We just haven't pulled the trigger.
Okay, so when you say you have people in mind, are you telling me that you're not going through the personnel process? You are filling it otherwise?
We're doing both. And
Okay.
as you know, if word of mouth is very, very useful in the government sometimes. And if there's somebody who's unhappy in agency number 1 and wants an opportunity at the MOLC, that would certainly be somebody we would look at if he or she had the correct skill sets and we could afford them. And at the same time, the vacancy announcements are out there on a rolling basis. So they stay
All
open
right.
until filled, essentially.
All right, so we'll talk about that in April when we talk about your budget,
Absolutely,
I
ma'am.
presume. Thank you. Can you talk a minute about the duties and responsibilities of your agency in your role working with the Office of Risk Management?
Yes, we collaborate on a number of issues, Madam Chair, and they tend to focus on operational challenges in the government that ORM may be looking at. They also tend to be in the area of litigation, settlements of claims and or lawsuits. We've worked very, very closely with them, and part of the reason is they have, in addition to their director, they have a wonderful general counsel and his staff. he and I go way, way back to our OAG days, and because of that closeness and the institutional relationships we've had, we confer on a number of things. We'll ask their advice about certain things, what their thoughts of. They'll occasionally do the same for us. We will share research. We'll share thoughts and ideas as we are on this monumental sports question that I raised a few moments ago. And it has been a good working model for us. And there are, of course, specific operational priorities that they have that we try to help with, and that we have that they also try to help with. And one of those is is sort of a data tracking tool that ORM has tried to get up and running in the broader city government called eRisk. And, there are a number of moving parts to it, and I'm not a techie, so it's hard for me to explain how it really works. But the idea is to sort of centralize important information about claims, incidents, lawsuits affecting the city government, so that anybody who needs a collection of that information and has access to that information can look at it in one place instead of having to call around to 5 or 6 different places to gather it all up in one big pile of information. So that's one thing I know that's important to them, and we've been trying to help them distribute that software and that program in the subordinate agency general counsel's offices.
Okay. All right.
And lawsuits and claims, as I mentioned before, Madam Chair, are another big one. They do a lot of the threshold investigations before certain kinds of claims against the District of Columbia actually turn into lawsuits, and may often have information that is helpful to defending the lawsuit, or in the appropriate cases, settling the lawsuit.
All right.
The MOLC, from my experience and my background, is one of the channels through which the settlement request memos from the Office of the Attorney General go before they're signed off on by the mayor.
All right. And so are you also informing me that the Office of Risk Management would have information that could distinguish the claims and the settlements as it relates to that we have made as a government regarding sexual harassment?
I do not know how they record their information, Madam Chair. I really don't. I know OAG has part of its responsibility because of their case tracking system. I know ORM has its own claim tracking system. But the other part of it too, though, Madam Chair, as you know, is sometimes these claims and complaints of sexual harassment come in a very, very ad hoc way. It may not come automatically in the nature of a lawsuit. In one recent example, I was notified by letter, and that's how I became aware of a matter. Other people will go to the EEOC or our local Office of Human Rights and file complaints there, and that's how the government becomes aware of them as well. So there are a number of different ways, or they even come up even less formally than that when an unhappy employee at a particular agency goes to his or her sexual harassment officer to complain about certain behaviors that he or she finds inappropriate.
Yes, and I understand that. What I'm really asking is it the process currently in government that when a sexual harassment claim or settlement is paid, does it go into this toolbox? That's what I'm really asking. Does it ultimately get into this tool system that you identified?
The broad answer is yes. But
Okay.
what I would like, Madam Chair, is the opportunity certainly to supplement that answer with certainly more detail.
I would appreciate that.
Specificity, because a simple yes, I know, isn't particularly helpful.
I would
to you.
definitely appreciate that, and I would really like to know, since the creation of the mayor's first order the value of any claims or settlements and have them categorized as such that have gone into this system or that this system can report out. I do not want to know to whom it was paid. I just want to know the agency. I'm interested in all of that. Just trying to have a sense of what has been our response as a government and what has been our response financially on this. Yeah,
I understand completely.
that's all I'm
Mayor.
interested
And,
in,
and,
sir.
and I'll be, Madam Chair, I'll be happy to provide that information to the extent that we can.
All right.
However, let me add though, just as, and I know you learned this, you know, in your oversight responsibilities into this area during the summer. And that was, there are ways, simply because of how the government works, how certain kinds of claims can be described and ultimately resolved, that you may not, our government net, however wide we cast it, may not always catch every single one of those, simply because agencies from time to time treat them differently. And not that they should, but they as a practical matter, they often do. There are some sexual harassment officers that are more skilled than others, that are more experienced than others. That is equally true with the general counsels, who have a primary responsibility, I think, to certainly review the sexual harassment claims that are brought to their attention. And then to report them to the MOLC, because as you know, we have a responsibility to retain the records of the complaints. That's been, you know, despite our best efforts, it's been more uneven than I would like it to be. And we are taking steps to put more teeth in our requirements for the people who have a responsibility to report those to us.
I appreciate that, because what has happened because of your investigation and because our office is, you know, responsible for looking into the matter to some degree, we have gotten a few comments from employees that have indicated, well, you know, I know for a fact so-and-so and so, or I got so-and-so and so because of that. I don't know whether it's classified as such in the data that we received. We tried to be very transparent and to collect information that could be available almost to anyone. And we, of course, will continue that, because we do not feel it's our role to go into the bowels of an issue. So I'm happy that we made that decision, but at the same time, it is important to know, what have we as a government really done about this issue, if anything? And if the agencies cloak it in something else, you or I are not there to say you can't do it or to prevent them from doing it. I think it's just a part of human nature. But I would hope that it would be important enough to our entire government that we would be honest about what's going on, because you can't fix something unless you do something about it, but you can't do anything unless you know about it. And we want to create as safe and inviting work community as is possible. And that's what this is about more than anything else.
No, I completely understand, Madam Chair, and I agree 100%. I think with our employees, it is certainly not a question of integrity. And I think it's more related to how people understand these matters, how well trained they are to identify them and understand the processes that are to flow from any report that the appropriate person receives about sexual harassment or any kind of illegal or unfair treatment in the government, for that matter. You know, this is not just a problem that should be limited to sexual harassment. It can be any kind of
Exactly.
any kind of treatment.
It definitely can. And so, just so you know, we'll be looking at, whether or not there needs to be a, clause within our government that stipulates, perhaps your office needs to assist with making sure that the shows are trained well. Maybe you need to look at the training they receive to see if it is, what is needed, given the circumstances, given the modern times.
Sure, sure.
I think that would be beneficial.
Well, we've had those discussions, Madam Chair, and made some recommendations in various contexts. And, you know, I think the overall feeling is that, you know, we're certainly moving in the right direction. And, you know,
Right.
however the MOLC can assist in this exercise, which is a government-wide one. And yeah, I know personally that, something that the mayor takes very, very seriously, you know, we'll be there.
Okay, Mr. Adams, when does your office, become involved in providing, legal counsel to various agencies? Is it when, agencies have, their request maybe has been declined by the Office of Attorney General, or is it more granular than that?
No, we will provide advice, you know, certainly assuming that we're equipped to provide that advice, meaning having the expertise or the ability to acquire the expertise. You know, whenever it's requested, and doesn't matter who else may have given advice before, whether it's OAG or anybody else. If our opinion is sought about a particular issue or a particular legal question, we'll give it. And that responsibility tends, because of where we're positioned in the government, to be sort of the mayor and senior officials in the government. But if others need it as well, we will happily do that. And it often comes from agency heads may have a request for, you know, an opinion or advice on a particular subject matter. Sometimes the general counsels do, because general counsels, for example, may disagree about an issue that affects 2 or 3 different agencies. And so we're also often called in to sort of resolve the dispute by sort of looking at all the arguments, considering them, doing our own inquiry, and then figuring out what the right answer to the question is. Trying to think. There, you know, a lot of these, some of these come issues that we ask to be involved in because we think they're important enough, or that we have some value to add. Some are just very, very random and ad hoc. It can happen at a cabinet meeting, for example.
All right. What is your agency's role in developing and implementing ethics standards, across the district or with BEGA? Is that an area that you touch and get involved in?
Only when BEGA asks us, Madam Chair, because that is, as you know, their primary responsibility is to sort of oversee and distribute what ethics are for us as government employees. And, you know, and so of course, the local bar association is kind of the final arbiter on what legal ethics are. And we sort of fit somewhere in the middle, in the sense that questions will come to us from time to time. And if we don't automatically know the right answer, we'll refer them to either the DC bar or BEGA for a more complete answer than we're able to give If our thoughts and advice are requested, then we're happy to provide it, but it is not one of our standing responsibilities to create and promote, certainly legal ethics and by extension, government ethics.
All right, we won't go any further with that then. I just, find it curious that we have a two directorship office. And to me that it should be untenable to really manage
when you
with
say
Vega,
I see, okay.
Yes, with Vega, I'm sorry.
And, and Vega, and I know, I have known and we've worked with the Vega General Counsel for a number of years and her predecessor as well. And it is a collaborative collegial relationship, but they,
Yes, it
they-
seems to be. You're right. It does seem to be, but it's just very little odd and.
well, but they, they know their stuff, and I can't question it unless there is a
Yes.
specific reason to have that question.
All right. In providing legal advice to agencies, general counsels, which is what you usually do, and the mayor, do you collaborate with I think you mentioned you did with DC HR on providing personnel advice?
Yes.
You do.
Sometimes yes, sometimes yes. There's a question about a particular regulation or a particular policy, then yes, but we've had and we've acquired over the last 3.5 years, and most of us in our predecessor roles before coming to the MOLC have acquired the experience and the expertise to comfortably advise on a range of personnel matters. What that usually translates into for the MOLC is advice to an agency on what to do with respect to discipline or termination of a senior employee, or more specifically for us, what the appropriate courses of action are for attorneys. Because again, that's our primary responsibility. And we participate in the evaluation process. We assist when needed on a number of wide-ranging personnel questions and issues that may come to us any number of different ways, even from the directors themselves.
All right, well, thank you. And what is the relationship and distinction between your office and the Office of Attorney General and the DC courts?
The biggest distinction for, I think that matters to us, Madam Chair, is OAG has the sole legal responsibility for representing the District of Columbia in our local courts, federal courts, whether they're appellate courts or trial courts, and in most cases, administrative tribunals. And for example, the agency counsel, neither agency counsel nor the lawyers in the MOLC have the authority to go into court on behalf of the District of Columbia, unless it's an instance where OAG has recused itself and has been willing to deputize MOLC or an agency counsel to fill in that void. And
So
if they
you're
don't do
telling
that,
us you have to be deputized to represent us.
I would have to be deputized to
All right.
represent us in court.
And have you had an occasion where the Office of Attorney General, DC Office of Attorney General, has recused themselves and also said, and I am not going to deputize you?
No, that has
Okay.
never happened.
Okay.
And to be fair, Madam Chair, there has not yet been a situation where we have specifically asked to be deputized. Our challenge and the minor frustration has been the one I identified earlier, which is those situations where OAG recuses itself or has recused itself, and we have to scramble to identify outside counsel. And then after we've identified outside counsel, we have to figure out how we're going to pay for it too.
All right.
And those are the real challenges.
Yes, thank you. And does your agency participate in the annual performance evaluations of personnel?
Yes, yes. Now, I'll be very, very honest with you, Madam Chair, that has been honored more recently in the breach rather than in the doing, but it has been my plan since I've been the chief to evaluate pursuant to the evaluation system that is largely in place throughout the government.
Yes.
The staff. I work so closely with them, I haven't felt the immediate need to do that, but it's only fair that I do that. And more importantly, the biggest challenge for us has been to identify the appropriate evaluation tool to actually evaluate them fairly. There are a couple of different tools that are used for line attorneys. There's some used for supervisors, but there aren't any in place for the supervisors of the lawyers. And so that's sort of a hard one. And then given our statutory role, which is a little bit broader, it's hard to quantify that into a document or a software on online device by which to evaluate them that will mesh with what DCHR already has in place for the evaluations of everybody else.
All right. So then does your office provide legal training to the general counsels in the
Yes.
other agencies?
We do. We share that responsibility, Madam Chair, with OAG. They have a regular training program. We have had a regular training program. We did not do as much as we normally do this past year, primarily because our summer was taken. But yes, we have a responsibility to train that we take seriously. We coordinate with, the DC bar and encourage, our lawyers to get the training they're required annually to take as city government lawyers from wherever sources they can, including MOLC, including OAG, and the DC bar.
So are you informing me that there is a requirement for the general counsels within our government to receive regular training, and that training from your office, and the way it's implemented is utilizing the trainings that other legal entities such as the Office of Attorney General or the DC Bar conduct? And you
It's-
just
it's
sort of monitor that
Well,
process, or?
it's part of the pool of training that's available to the lawyers.
I see.
And to be clear, Madam Chair, it's not just the general counsels, it's the subordinate lawyers as well.
I got you.
And so, for example, the last time I checked, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Rachel, is all of us are required to take, I think, about 40 hours of training annually. But managing lawyers, supervising lawyers are required to take an additional 10 more of supervisory training each year. And I
So
don't know
we
if
have
that was-
how many supervising?
Oh, no,
Huh?
I
Oh, how many
misspoke.
supervising attorneys do we have in our government?
Well, well, certainly on our side, if there are between 40 and 50 subordinate agencies, most of them have a general counsel who would be the supervising attorney. There are the MOLC, and there may be deputy general counsels at some of these agencies as well, depending on the size of their staffs.
So
And the rest of them are mostly at OAG or at the independent agencies.
okay.
'Cause they
So
do
we really
independent
have
agencies.
a mess of attorneys in our system, and I'm just wondering, how do you get to them all?
Well, they have the lawyers at the Office of the Attorney General are the responsibility of the Office of the Attorney General, although we interact and collaborate with them on a daily basis. The lawyers that are on the agency counsel side are primarily the MOLC's responsibility. So we
see.
coordinate their training. But my very, very capable colleague I misspoke. It's not 40 hours of training for all of us. It's 12 hours.
12?
Yes.
Okay, not a whole
So,
week.
And
Okay.
that's why she's here, Madam Chair. So
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Adams. We appreciate you staying. We didn't mean to keep you this late. But as I said, we could be here longer, but we will not. And thank you so very much for your attention to this matter, and we appreciate it.
no, it's always a pleasure
Thank
to see you, Madam Chair, and I hope you will continue to reach out to us whenever we can be helpful, because we will absolutely provide you the best service we possibly can on any issues we can help you and your staff with. So
Thank you. Thank you very
and
much.
again, I thank you for the extra time and again, apologize for adding to the length of your day tonight. So
That's okay. We were here about the same amount of time last night, but thank you so much. I want to thank everyone who participated in today's performance oversight hearing for their contributions. I believe we've learned a lot, and I hope those who watched have a better understanding of the work of these agencies that they have undertaken during the past year. And I appreciate the chance to take a closer look at all of our agencies and look forward to working with the agencies as we move forward into the fiscal year 24 budgets. I believe our city is better for the work of our agencies, and I hope that our future is brighter because of their work. If the public has any additional thoughts or would like to submit written testimony regarding the performance of these agencies, please email it to seal@dccouncil.gov. That's CEAL@dccouncil.gov, and it will be included in the public record. The hearing record will close in 2 weeks from today, Wednesday, February 21, 2024 at 5 p.m. The committee's next performance oversight hearing will be on Wednesday, the 15th of February, 2024. We will begin at 9:30, and we will be talking with the DC Department of Human Resources, the Public Employee Relations Board, the Office of Employee Appeals, and the Workforce Investment Council. With that, the time is now 8:47. I'm so. What? I'm very sorry, everyone. I am looking at the clock in the room that I am at, and it says 8:46, and it's really 7:46 p.m. on the 7th of February, 2024. Thank you very much, and this meeting is adjourned.